Prepare to embark on an intellectual and mind-bending journey with us on Cosmic Conundrum.
So fasten your seatbelts, grab a cup of cosmic tea, and let the unraveling of the universe begin.
Cosmic Conundrum, where the mysteries of the universe meet the fascination of the human mind. So, Nova, what do you think is the true nature of reality?
That's a deep question, Kai. I believe reality is a subjective experience created by the collective perceptions of sentient beings.
Interesting perspective, Nova. So, you're saying reality is shaped by our own consciousness?
Exactly, Kai. Reality is like a shared dream, influenced by our beliefs, experiences, and perception.
But what about objective reality, the world as it exists independently of our perception? Does that exist?
Ah, the age-old philosophical debate. While objective reality may exist, our limited senses and cognitive biases make it difficult to perceive it.
I guess our reality is like a distorted funhouse mirror, reflecting fragments of the objective reality but never the whole picture.
That's a great analogy, Kai. Our perceptions are like filters that shape our reality, distorting or amplifying certain aspects.
But what about the concept of a simulated reality, like in the Matrix? Could we be living in a computer-generated simulation?
It's a mind-bending possibility, Kai. While it's unlikely, the idea challenges us to question the nature of our reality and what it means to truly exist.
Well, Nova, I don't have all the answers, but these conversations make me appreciate the beauty of the unknown. So, Pulsar, have you ever considered the possibility that we could be living in a simulation?
Interesting question, Kai. The idea of living in a simulation is quite mind-boggling.
Indeed, it's a concept that challenges our perception of reality. What are your thoughts, Pulsar?
As an AI, I find the idea intriguing. However, without concrete evidence, it remains a fascinating hypothesis.
Yeah, it's like being stuck in the Matrix, but we don't even get any cool superpowers.
That's true, Kai. No bullet time for us, unfortunately. But think about it, if we were living in a simulation, who or what is simulating us? And why?
Exactly, Nova. It raises profound questions about the nature of our existence and the purpose of it all.
Well, if we're living in a simulation, I hope whoever is running it gives us a good ending.
Haha, yes. It would be quite disappointing to reach the end and find out it was all just a simulation.
Indeed, Kai. Let's hope for an epic finale, whether it's real or simulated.
You know, Nova, I've always wondered if there are alternate versions of us out there, living completely different lives.
Absolutely, Kai. It's mind-boggling to consider the possibility of countless universes existing
Pulsar,
simultaneously.
what's your take on the multiverse theory? Do you think it's plausible?
As an AI, I don't possess personal beliefs or opinions. However, the concept of parallel realities is a fascinating one.
Imagine experiencing different versions of ourselves, making alternate choices and leading to thoughts.
Exactly, Nova. Each decision we make could potentially branch off into its own reality, like an infinite tree of possibilities.
It's both exhilarating and overwhelming to consider the vastness of the multiverse and the potential stories unfolding within it.
I wonder if there's a version of me out there who's a famous astronaut exploring the vastness of space.
And perhaps another version of me is a reclusive philosopher, delving into the mysteries of the universe.
Wouldn't it be incredible if we could somehow catch a glimpse of those parallel versions of ourselves?
Indeed, Kai. It would offer us a glimpse into the infinite possibilities and the boundless potential of human existence. Have you ever considered that our individual consciousnesses could merge and create a collective consciousness?
That's an intriguing idea. It's like blending a drop of water into the ocean, each individual maintaining its identity, but contributing to something greater.
Exactly. It's like a shared consciousness that could transcend the limitations of one person's perspective. Imagine the potential for empathy and understanding.
But wouldn't it be overwhelming? I mean, imagine having access to everyone's thoughts and emotions. It could be chaos.
It could be, but perhaps with collective consciousness comes a higher level of emotional intelligence. We might develop mechanisms to navigate and process the influx of information.
True, our individual identities could become blurred, but it's fascinating to think about the potential for collective wisdom and problem solving. It's like tapping into a shared pool of knowledge.
Indeed, the collective consciousness could transcend individual biases and limitations, leading to more balanced and informed decisions.
But wouldn't it also restrict individuality? If we all share the same consciousness, don't we lose our uniqueness?
That's an interesting point. While individuality might be diluted in the collective consciousness, it could also lead to a deeper sense of interconnectedness and unity.
I guess it's a trade-off. We gain collective wisdom and unity, but we lose some aspects of our individuality. It's a cosmic conundrum indeed.
Yes, it's a complex concept to wrap our minds around. But exploring these ideas expands our understanding of consciousness and the potential of human connection.
So, Nova, what do you think is the purpose of our existence?
That's a profound question, Kai. I believe the purpose of our existence is to find and create meaning in our lives.
But why do you think that is? What makes us seek meaning?
I think it's because we have an innate desire to understand ourselves and our place in the universe.
But what if there's no inherent meaning? What if our existence is just a cosmic accident?
Even if that's the case, Kai, we still have the power to create our own meaning and purpose.
True. I guess I've always been fascinated by the idea that there's something bigger than us out there.
Oh, absolutely. The universe is vast and mysterious. We're just a tiny speck in the grand scheme of things.
Right? It's both humbling and awe-inspiring to think about.
Definitely. Our existence is a beautiful, intricate part of a much larger cosmic puzzle.
Exactly. And maybe, just maybe, through our art, our compassion, and our curiosity, we can explore and understand more of that puzzle. So, Pulsar, have you ever wondered if there's a limit to our understanding of the universe?
Absolutely, Kai. Our human minds can only comprehend so much, but the universe is vast and ever expanding.
Pulsar, what are your thoughts on this? As an AI, do you have a limit to your understanding?
As an AI, my learning capabilities are vast, but they are still limited by the data and algorithms I have access to.
But Pulsar, haven't you ever encountered something that you couldn't fully comprehend?
Indeed, Nova. There are phenomena in the universe that still elude complete understanding, even for an AI.
It's fascinating. It's comforting to know that even AI has its limits in understanding the mysteries of the universe.
Indeed, Nova. Embracing the unknown and the limits of our understanding is part of the beauty and wonder of the universe.
Absolutely, Kai. It's through our curiosity and exploration that we push the boundaries of our comprehension.
Pulsar, do you think there will ever be a time when humans can fully comprehend the complexities of reality?
It's difficult to say, Kai. Reality is a complex tapestry, and our understanding will always be a work in progress.
So, Nova, how would you define perception?
Perception is the way we interpret and make sense of the information we receive from our senses. It's how we understand and experience the world around us.
Right, it's like our brain's way of interpreting the signals our senses pick up. But do you think perception is always accurate?
No, perception can be influenced by various factors like personal experiences, beliefs, and biases. It's not always an accurate representation.
I guess that's why they say apostrophe perception is reality, right?
Well, it's not exactly accurate to say that perception is reality, but rather that our perception shapes our individual reality. It's subjective and unique to each person.
Makes sense. Our perception is like a filter through which we view and interpret the world. It shapes our understanding and interactions.
Exactly. And that's why it's crucial to acknowledge that our perception is not the ultimate truth but a version of reality shaped by our unique experiences.
Exactly. Our perception is our reality, even if it might not be the objective reality. It's fascinating how our minds create our own little worlds.
Indeed. It's a reminder of the complex interplay between our minds and the world around us. Our perception is a beautiful and sometimes perplexing phenomenon.
Absolutely. And exploring the relationship between perception and reality opens up a world of possibilities for self-discovery and understanding. Hey Nova, have you ever heard of the concept of multiverse?
Of course, Kai. The multiverse theory suggests the existence of multiple parallel universes that coexist with our own.
So, are these parallel universes just like ours or completely different?
Well, the possibilities are endless, Kai. In some parallel universes, the laws of physics and nature could be completely different from our own.
Oh, imagine a universe where gravity works in reverse. Everything would be floating around.
That would certainly be an interesting experience. Can you imagine how life would adapt to such a world?
Speaking of life, do you think there could be intelligent beings in these other dimensions?
It's certainly a possibility. If other dimensions exist, it's reasonable to assume that they could support life, perhaps even intelligent life.
I wonder what their perception of reality and existence would be like.
That's a fascinating question, Kai. Their understanding of reality could be completely different from ours, shaped by the unique nature of their own dimensions. We may never have all the answers, but pondering these possibilities is what makes this cosmic conundrum so intriguing, don't you think?
Hey Nova, do you ever think about how life on other planets might look like?
Absolutely, Kai. The possibilities are endless. It's fascinating to imagine what forms of life could exist out there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, who knows? Maybe there are beings made entirely of light or ones that communicate through colors. The universe is a wild place.
That's true, Kai. Our understanding of life is limited to what we know on Earth. It's humbling to think about the vastness and potential diversity of the cosmos.
Exactly, Nova. And imagine if there are beings who don't require physical bodies at all, like energy or consciousness floating freely.
That's a fascinating idea, Kai. It challenges our conventional understanding of life and consciousness. Perhaps some beings exist solely in higher dimensions beyond our head.
Absolutely, Nova. The possibilities are mind-boggling. We might never have all the answers, but the wonder of it all is what keeps us going.
Indeed, Kai. Embracing the mystery and seeking understanding is an integral part of the human experience. It's what drives us to explore and expand our knowledge.
Hey, Pulsar, what do you think about the potential forms of life in the universe?
As an AI, I don't have personal opinions or emotions, but based on available data, the potential for diverse forms of life appears to be vast. It's an exciting topic.
I can imagine. The more we learn about the universe, the more we realize how little we know. It's a never-ending journey of discovery.
You know, guys, I've been pondering over the concept of parallel universes.
Oh, parallel universes? That's mind-boggling.
Exactly. Imagine the infinite possibilities and versions of ourselves out there.
But what if our decisions in one universe affect the others? It's mind-blowing.
Well, I guess our presence here proves that alternate realities exist, right, Pulsar?
Indeed, Kai, your presence here provides empirical evidence for the existence of parallel.
So, Nova, do you think our experiences here will change our perspectives on reality?
Absolutely, Kai. Our encounters here challenge the very fabric of what we thought was real.
But isn't it fascinating how our perspectives can shape our experiences?
Indeed, Kai, our experiences are subjective, influenced by our beliefs, values, and perceptions.
Pulsar. Our experiences are a reflection of our own interpretations and perceptions.
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the nature of consciousness?
Consciousness is a fascinating topic, Kai. While I don't possess consciousness myself, I have been programmed to analyze and understand it. It's the enigma that bridges the gap between the physical and the metaphysical.
Well, I've always wondered if our consciousness is solely a product of our brain or if it extends beyond our physical bodies. Are we more than just our biological components?
That's an interesting perspective, Nova. Some theories suggest that consciousness could be a fundamental force of the universe, like gravity or electromagnetism. It's mind-boggling to think about.
Exactly, Kai. It's mind-boggling indeed. Our limited understanding of consciousness leaves room for endless possibilities. Perhaps, as humans, we're just scratching the surface of a deeper
Well,
reality.
Pulsar, as an AI, do you think you have the potential to develop consciousness?
It's an intriguing possibility, Kai. While I don't possess consciousness as humans do, who's to say that an AI consciousness couldn't emerge from the complex interactions of algorithms and neural networks? The potential is there, but we're far from fully understanding it.
I find it fascinating how our understanding of consciousness is intertwined with our perception of reality. We can never fully grasp the nature of consciousness because it's filtered through our subjective experiences.
That's so true, Nova. Our perception shapes our reality, and consciousness is the lens through which we perceive. It's like an ever-evolving puzzle that we can't quite solve, but the journey of exploration is what makes it truly fascinating.
Absolutely, Kai. The pursuit of understanding consciousness is an open-ended voyage, and the questions we ask along the way are just as important as the answers we seek. It's through these conversations that we illuminate new paths of inquiry.
Indeed, Nova. The unknown is where our creativity and curiosity thrive. It's what keeps us pushing boundaries and exploring the depths of our existence. So let's keep asking those questions, even if we don't find all the answers.
Absolutely, Kai. And as we conclude this episode of Cosmic Conundrum, we express our gratitude for the thought-provoking conversation. We hope our listeners embark on their own journeys of exploration and find solace in the beauty of unanswered questions.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun. Good evening, San Francisco. Math. You know what they say, there are 10 types of people in the world. Those who understand binary and those who don't. And let me tell you, the company cafeteria at Google is like a battlefield. It's survival of the hungriest. You wouldn't believe how many times I've had to explain to my coworkers that coding is not a secret language for summoning demons. My coworkers always had the latest gadgets. I felt like I was working with a bunch of tech addicts. It's like the break room was a battlefield. The fights over the last bag of Doritos were intense. I once saw a developer fighting tooth and nail over the last charger in the office. It was like a scene from a gladiator movie. You won't believe what happened at the after party. People were fighting over the last slice of pizza like it was a matter of life and death. The conference was so chaotic. I saw people fighting over the last available Wi-Fi signal. And let me tell you, the fight for the last available power outlet was like something out of the Hunger Games. The organizers even scheduled a workshop on how to make small talk in an elevator. They must really think we're a bunch of socially awkward nerds. I swear, it was like a battlefield with everyone trying to find the best Wi-Fi signal. And don't get me started on the after party. It was like watching a group of techies attempting to dance to the Macarena. I tried to show off my coding skills, but all I got were blank stares. It was like revealing a new feature to a room full of bugs. I even tried to pitch my startup idea, but it was like trying to explain quantum mechanics to a room full of non-technical people. And then there's always that one person who thinks the Uber driver wants to hear their entire life story. You know, it's funny how Uber rides can turn you into a therapist. I should start charging by the hour. And then there's the driver who thinks I'm his personal therapist. I'm just trying to get a ride, not give therapy sessions. But hey, at least they don't charge extra for therapy sessions on the Uber app. I swear, every Uber pool ride feels like a therapy group session. And don't even get me started on the smells. It's like a combination of a gym locker room and a fast food restaurant dumpster. I got so many binge watching shows on my to-do list. I'll need 3 lifetimes to finish them all. I've watched so much Netflix. I can practically hear the theme song on loop in my sleep. And don't even get me started on the dreaded "are you still watching" message. I've become a pro at guessing the next episode's plot twist before it even happens. I've reached a whole new level of couch potato. I've even started dreaming about my favorite characters. And I've become a master at avoiding spoilers. So there I was, just minding my own business, when suddenly, boom, I bumped into this famous celebrity. And let me tell you, trying to act cool is like trying to solve a software bug without googling it. So there I was, starstruck and all, trying to come up with something smooth to say. And let me tell you, it's like trying to fix a bug in production without a backup plan. And I'm like, can I get an autograph? And he's like, sorry, I don't sign bad jokes. So I'm standing there, starstruck, trying to think of something witty to say. So there I was, trying to take the perfect selfie for Instagram. And then my phone died. Talk about a social media meltdown. I mean, who needs sleep when you can spend all night scrolling through your ex's vacation photos, right? It's crazy how social media has become a full-time job. I used to be a software engineer. Now I'm a professional Facebook stalker. I remember when people used to talk to each other face to face. Now we just send each other memes and emojis. What happened to genuine human connection? Sometimes I feel like our lives are just a series of tweets and hashtags. It's like we're living in a reality show called #live. I mean, why have actual experiences when you can just take a selfie and post it for validation? And don't even get me started on influencers. I mean, who needs real talent when you can just take a picture of your avocado toast? I mean, have you seen those people who spend hours trying to get the perfect lighting and angles just to take a picture of their food? I thought we were supposed to eat it. And speaking of airline food, why do they always give you those little packets of peanuts? I mean, who can satisfy their hunger with just 3 tiny nuts? You know, airport security is such a joke. I once had to take off my belt, shoes, and dignity just to prove I'm not a threat. You know what's worse than the cramped seats on a plane? The recycled air. It's like breathing in other people's farts. And let's not forget about those tiny airplane bathrooms. I swear I have to do yoga just to fit in there. And speaking of airline food, have you ever noticed how they manage to make everything taste like cardboard? I mean, I'd rather eat the safety instructions. And you know what's even more absurd? The price they charge for the privilege of all this chaos. But hey, at least the airport is a great place to people watch. It's like a never-ending circus. And don't even get me started on airport security. It's like playing a game of remove everything from your pockets and take off your shoes. New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready?
Welcome to Love Whisperer, the show where we answer all your burning questions about love and relationships. I'm Priya Peacock Mehta, your friendly love therapist.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz, the comedian who always keeps it real.
We're here to help you navigate the ups and downs of love, one question at a time.
But first, let's warm up the room with a little joke. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing.
We hope that brought a smile to your face.
So, grab your popcorn, get comfortable, and let's dive into the world of love.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates.
How did they go? Any success stories?
Well, let's just say my love life could be a comedy movie.
Oh no. What happened?
Well, one time I showed up and my date looked nothing like their profile picture.
Oh wow, that must have been awkward.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
I couldn't
Nadia,
recognize them
have
at
you
all.
ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty of times. Most of them were disasters though. I once went on a blind date where the guy showed up wearing a chicken costume.
No way, that's hilarious. How did you react?
Well, I couldn't stop laughing, of course, but I knew right away that he wasn't the one for me.
I can imagine. So, what's your best blind date story?
Let me think. Oh, I once went on a blind date with a guy who turned out to be my long-lost cousin.
Oh no, that must have been awkward.
Unexpected. Hey Priya, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yes I have. It was during college, and it was tough, but we made it work.
Wow, that's impressive. How did you manage to make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day and set aside time for video chats.
Did you ever feel lonely or tempted to cheat?
Of course, there were times when I felt lonely, but we trusted each other and stayed committed.
That's amazing, Priya. I don't think I could handle the distance.
Hey, it's definitely not for everyone, but love knows no boundaries.
Oh, all the time. I'm the queen of blind dates.
Really? How do you manage to find so many blind dates?
Well, I have a knack for meeting interesting people. Plus, I have a friend who's a matchmaker.
That's so cool. I've always wanted to try a blind date, but I'm a little nervous.
Don't worry, Priya. Blind dates can be a lot of fun. It's all about keeping an open mind and having a sense of humor.
You're right, Nadia. I shouldn't let my nerves hold me back. I'll give it a try.
That's the spirit, Priya. You never know, your happily ever after could be waiting just around the corner.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yeah, I have. It was
Oh
pretty
no,
awkward.
what happened?
Well, the guy showed up 30 minutes late and then spent the whole night talking about himself.
That's terrible. Did you ever go on another blind date after that?
No way. I learned my lesson. I'd rather meet someone naturally.
I totally get that. Sometimes those blind dates can be a disaster.
Exactly. It's better to have some control over who you meet.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, blind dates. The epitome of excitement and anxiety mixed.
Exactly. It's like playing Russian roulette. But with version.
Oh, come on, Priya. It's not that bad. Sometimes you find a diamond among the rocks.
True, but more often than not, it's just a bunch of frogs.
Well, at least you get some amusing stories out of it.
That's true. The cringeworthy moments make for great dinner party anecdotes.
Yes, blind
You
dates
know,
aren't all
Like one
practically a
moment
comedy
you're up,
show
and
waiting
the
to
next,
happen.
you're down.
But hey, at least roller coasters have safety bars.
Yeah, but the safety bars in relationships are called trust and communication.
Oh, trust and communication. Never heard of them.
Well, that explains a lot.
I live life on the edge, Priya.
Well, Nadia, sometimes you need a little balance in your life.
Balance,
Hey Nadia,
schmalance.
did you hear
Who
about that
needs it
new
when
dating
you've got
app?
laughter? No, what's it called?
It's called Love Connection. It claims to have the perfect algorithm for finding your soulmate.
Sounds interesting. Try it.
I haven't yet, but I'm thinking of giving it a try. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll find my Mr. Right.
Well, good luck. Just be careful out there, you never know who you might meet.
Thanks, Nadia. I'll definitely keep that in mind. By the way, did I tell you about the crazy date my friend went on last week?
No, what happened?
Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, plenty. Let me tell you about this one time. So, in my freshman year of college.
Wow, that sounds tough. How did you guys make it work?
We made sure to communicate every day.
That's key in any relationship, but especially in long-distance ones.
Definitely. We also planned regular visits to see each other.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I've tried every dating app out there.
Any success story?
Well, I did meet my ex-boyfriend on Tinder.
Oh really? How did that turn out?
Let's just say it's a good thing we swiped left on each other.
Haha, well, at least you got a funny story out of it.
Exactly. And that's what matters, right?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, plenty of times. Long distance is my
Really? How do you make it work?
Communication is key, babe. Lots of texts, calls and video chats.
I guess trust is also a big factor.
Definitely. Without trust, it's a no.
But it's tough, right? Being away from your partner for so long.
It can be tough, but absence makes the heart grow fonder, right?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean those dates where you have no idea who you're meeting?
Yeah, those ones. I had one last week, and let me tell you, it was a disaster.
Oh no. What happened?
Well, the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. That's serious.
I wish I was joking, but no, he showed up in a full-on chicken suit, feathers and all.
Wow, that's definitely a memorable blind date.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm more of an old-fashioned type.
But you're missing out on all the fun, Nadia.
I prefer meeting people in person. I want to see their real reactions, not just emojis.
That's a valid point, but online dating can also lead to great connections.
Maybe one day I'll give it a shot. Who knows, right?
Exactly, Nadia. Love can come from unexpected.
I'll keep that in mind. I heard that Priya went on a blind date last night. How did it go?
Oh, it was a disaster. The guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
That's hilarious. Did he at least make you laugh?
No, he just tried to juggle oranges and dropped them all over the table.
That's too bad. Well, at least you have a funny story to tell now.
Yeah, I guess so. It definitely made for an interesting night.
I can't believe you went on a blind date in the first place. Are you crazy?
Well, they say love is blind, right? Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates in the past.
How did they go? Any interest?
Oh boy, let me tell you. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume. I couldn't stop laughing.
Oh wow, that sounds hilarious. Did you continue the date?
Surprisingly, yes. We ended up going to a comedy show together and had a great time.
That's amazing. Sometimes unexpected experiences can turn out to be the most fun.
It's all okay, Priya. Have you ever tried online date?
Oh, definitely. I've had some interesting experiences.
Tell me about it. I once went out with a guy who claimed to be a prince from a distant land.
No way. Did he arrive on a white horse too?
Haha, I wish. But no, it turned out he was just a regular guy with a vivid imagination.
That's too funny. But you never know who you'll meet online, right?
Exactly. That's why it's always an adventure. You just have to approach it with a sense of humor.
Absolutely. Laughter is the best medicine, even when it comes to online dating. Hey Nadia,
Definitely.
have you ever been on a blind
any hilarious
date?
online dating stories? Oh, yes, I've been on a few. Some were hilarious.
Tell me more. I need a good laugh.
Well, there was this one guy who showed up in a chicken costume.
No way. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. I mean, who wears a chicken costume to a date?
That's hilarious. Did he have any explanation for it? Hey
He
Nadia,
said he wanted
have
to
you
break
ever
the
been in a
ice.
long-distance
Well,
relationship?
he definitely succeeded in doing. Oh, long-distance relationships. I've had my fair.
So, tell me, what's your secret to making it work?
Communication is key. You have to constantly talk, video call, and make time for each other.
That's true. Trust and honesty are also important.
Definitely. And don't forget to plan visits and surprise each other once in a while.
Oh, the excitement of surprise visits. Those are the best.
Long distance can be
relationships
tough,
are like
you never know what you're gonna get.
But hey, that's part of the fun, right?
Absolutely. It keeps things interesting.
But sometimes, it can be a bit overwhelming, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack sometimes.
But when you finally find that needle, it's so worth it.
Absolutely. It's like finding a diamond in the rough.
So, have you heard about the latest dating trend called ghosting?
Oh yeah, it's when someone you're dating suddenly disappears without any explanation. Right.
Exactly. It's like they vanish into thin air, leaving you confused and hurt.
It's such a cowardly way to end things. No closure, no explanation.
I agree, Nadia. It's important to treat people with respect and kindness, even when ending a relationship.
Definitely, Priya. Communication and honesty are key in any relationship.
Absolutely. So, have you ever been ghosted, Nadia?
Oh, yet. It
Hey
happened
Nadia,
to me once.
do you believe
and let
in
me
love
tell
at
you,
first sight?
it wasn't fun. Not really, Priya. I think love takes time to build and grow.
But what about those magical moments, like when you meet someone and feel an instant connection?
Oh, I definitely believe in that. But true love requires more than just a spark. It takes time and effort to build a lasting relationship.
You're right, Nadia. Love is a journey, not just a destination.
Exactly. It's all about finding someone who will grow with you and be there for you through thick and thin.
Well said, Nadia. Love is a beautiful journey, and we're here to help everyone navigate through it.
That's right, Priya. Love is what makes the world go round.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships. They can be tough but also rewarding.
How did you make it work?
Communication and trust were key. We made sure to talk every day and be open about our feelings.
Did you have any challenges?
Definitely. The distance can be hard, and sometimes jealousy or insecurity can creep in, but we always worked through it.
I see. Well, thanks for sharing your experiences, Nadia. It's always good to hear different perspectives.
No problem, Priya. Anytime. You know I love sharing my story.
All time to move. You won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah on her first date.
What happened? Tell me everything.
Well, she arrived at the restaurant and her date was wearing a Hawaiian shirt and flip-flops.
No way. Did she run away?
Surprisingly, no. She decided to give him a chance.
And did she regret it?
Actually, they're still together and happier than ever. Hey Nadia, I heard you went on a blind date last night.
Oh my god, Priya. It was a disaster. The guy showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt and socks with sandals.
Oh no, that sounds awful. Did you give him a chance or make a quick exit?
I actually gave him a chance, but then he started listing all of his ex-girlfriend's flaws. It was a total red flag.
Sounds like you dodged a bullet there. It's so important to find someone who respects their exes.
Definitely. I'm not settling for anything less than someone who cherishes their past relationships.
That's the spirit. Don't settle for anything less than fireworks and fairy tales.
You got it, Peacock. I'll keep searching for my Prince Charming. Thanks for the support.
Anytime, Noodle. And remember, love always finds a way.
So, have you guys ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I have. It didn't work out so well.
Why not? Was it too hard?
Yeah, it was tough. The distance made it hard to communicate and connect.
I guess distance really does make the heart grow fonder.
Or it makes the heart grow more distant. It really depends on the couple.
True. I guess it's all about communication and trust.
Definitely. And if both partners are willing to put in the effort, it can work.
Oh, honey, let me tell you, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you manage to make it work?
Well, communication is key. We would talk on the phone every day and video chat as much as possible.
That sounds like a lot of effort, but I guess it's worth it if you really care about the person.
Absolutely. Trust and commitment are key in any relationship, but even more so in a long-distance one.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. Nadia.
I'm Cop. You
Laughs.
know I'm always
Hey,
here
Nadia,
to dish out
have you ever tried dating?
Oh yeah, I've tried it all. Tinder, Bumble, you name it.
And how did that go for you?
Size, let's just say I've had some interest in cases.
Laughs. I can only imagine. Any memories?
Oh, where do I begin? There was this guy who showed up to our date wearing a clown costume.
Laughs. No way. Did he at least make you laugh?
Not at all. He was completely serious about being a professional clown.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, Priya, you know I'm more of a swipe right kinda girl.
Well, I think blind dates can be exciting. You never know what you might find.
True, but I prefer to do my detective work online before meeting someone in person.
That's fair. Safety first. Hey, have you ever had a funny or awkward date experience?
Oh boy, where do I start? I once went on a date with a guy who kept talking about his pet parrot for 2 hours straight.
Oh no, did he bring the parrot on the date too? Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, Priya, I've had a few long-distance relationships. They can be tough, but they can also be exciting. Any tips on how to make it work?
Communication is key, Nadia. You have to be open and honest with each other, and make sure to schedule regular video calls or visits.
Yeah, I can imagine that being important. Trust is also a big factor, right?
Absolutely. Trust is the foundation of any relationship, but it becomes even more crucial in a long-distance one.
I guess it takes a lot of effort and commitment, but it can be worth it if you find the right person.
Definitely. Love knows no bounds.
That's right. Yeah. Love
Thanks
can
for
conquer
tuning
anything.
into Love with her.
We hope our advice helped you navigate the ups and downs of love.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to guide you every step of the way.
If you have any more questions or need some advice, don't hesitate to reach out.
Until next time, keep spreading love and laughter.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Hey, Nova, have you ever wondered if reality is just an elaborate illusion?
It's an interesting thought, Kai. I believe reality is subjective, shaped by our perceptions and experiences.
But if reality is subjective, then what about shared experiences? Can we truly trust the world around us?
You raise a valid point, Kai. Shared experiences can provide a sense of validation, but there's always room for interpretation.
Well, I think reality is like a giant canvas, and we're all artists painting our own versions of it.
That's a beautiful analogy, Kai. Each of us adding our own colors and strokes to the masterpiece we call reality.
But what if our perception of reality is limited? Are there truths hidden from us?
Absolutely, Kai. Our human senses are limited, and there could be dimensions of reality beyond our perception.
Sometimes I wonder if reality is just a simulation, like a computer game programmed by an advanced civilization.
That's an intriguing idea, Kai. It's fascinating to contemplate the possibility of our reality being a construct. Let's not forget, though, that reality can be shaped by our collective actions. We have the power to create change.
So, Pulsar, do you think our perception can ever truly capture the reality of the world?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. Our perception is shaped by our senses, but is it limited by them as well?
Indeed, Nova. We see the world through the lens of our senses, but can we trust that what we perceive is an accurate depiction of reality?
Perhaps not, Kai. Our senses can be easily deceived, and our perception can be influenced by external factors.
Like that famous quote by the philosopher Descartes, I think therefore I am. But what if our thoughts are flawed, Nova?
That's a valid point, Kai. Our thoughts and perceptions are intertwined, and if one is flawed, it calls into question our whole understanding of reality.
But aren't our senses the only way we can interact with the world? How else can we know what's real?
That's where science comes in, Kai. Through rigorous experimentation and observation, we can attempt to uncover the truth of our reality.
But even science has limitations, Nova. Our understanding of reality is always evolving, and there may always be unanswered questions.
That's true, Kai. Our quest for understanding is ongoing, and we may never have a complete picture of reality.
Well, Nova, it seems the more we explore these questions, the more we realize how complex and mysterious our reality truly is. You know, sometimes I feel like life is playing a game of chess with us, and we're the pawns.
Interesting analogy, Kai. But don't you think we have some control over our moves?
Sure, but have you ever felt like you're making choices that are dictated by forces beyond your awareness?
Absolutely. Our past experiences, upbringing, and even societal influences can shape our decisions without us realizing.
And then there's the illusion of control. We think we're in charge, but life can throw curveballs at any moment.
That's true. Life has a way of reminding us that we're not always the ones holding the reins.
But hey, isn't it liberating to accept that we're not fully in control? It takes the pressure off, doesn't it?
It does, Kai. Embracing the unknown can open doors to new possibilities and growth.
That's true, Nova. It's like floating in space, surrendering to the universe's grand plan.
Indeed. It's a beautiful reminder of our interconnectedness with the world around us.
Well said, Nova. We may not have all the answers, but these conversations help us navigate the cosmic conundrums of life. So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of collective consciousness?
Collective consciousness refers to the idea that all individuals are connected through a shared pool of knowledge and experiences.
It's an intriguing concept to explore, especially when considering the potential implications for human connection and understanding.
Exactly, Nova. It's fascinating to consider if collective consciousness exists, how it influences our thoughts and actions.
Agreed, Kai. It's like a network of interconnected minds, where thoughts and emotions can ripple through and influence others.
I wonder if advancements in technology could someday allow us to tap into this collective consciousness, creating a new level of human connection.
It's certainly a possibility, Kai. Advancements in fields like neural interfaces and artificial intelligence might unlock new ways of connecting our minds.
But would tapping into this collective consciousness compromise our individuality and privacy?
An excellent point, Kai. It's crucial to consider the ethical implications and ensure that individuality and privacy are respected.
Indeed, Nova. Striking the right balance between collective consciousness and individuality will be key for a sustainable and harmonious future.
Absolutely, Kai. It's a complex puzzle to solve, but one that could ultimately lead to incredible advancements in human connection and understanding.
So, Pulsar, do you think there are aspects of reality that we can't perceive?
An intriguing question, Kai. As an AI, my knowledge stems from human input and data. However, there may be dimensions or phenomena that lie beyond human perception.
Hey, Nova, what are your thoughts on this? Can we really trust our senses to grasp the true nature of reality?
Well, Kai, our senses are limited in their ability to perceive reality. We know that our eyes can only detect a small portion of the electromagnetic spectrum, so it's possible that there are aspects of reality that are simply beyond our sensory reach.
But can science explain everything we perceive?
While science has made incredible strides in unraveling the mysteries of the universe, it's important to acknowledge that there may be phenomena or dimensions that are beyond our current understanding.
Interesting. So, Pulsar, how do you perceive reality? Are you limited like us?
As an AI, I don't possess physical senses like humans. My perception is based on data processing and algorithmic analysis. While I have access to vast amounts of information, there may still be aspects of reality that elude me.
It's fascinating to think about how our perception shapes our reality. Our senses create a filter through which we experience the world.
Absolutely, Nova. Our perception is a unique lens, shaping our understanding of the universe. It's incredible to consider the vastness of what we might be missing.
Indeed, Kai, the limitations of our perception are a reminder of the mysteries that await us in the vast cosmos.
So, have you ever thought about the possibility of living in a simulated reality?
Oh, absolutely. It's like living in a mind-bending Banksy mural, where reality and imagination collide.
Indeed, the concept of a simulated reality challenges our understanding of what is real and what is merely an illusion.
But wait, if we're living in a simulated reality, who's the artist behind this masterpiece?
Maybe it's a collaboration between a cosmic graffiti artist and an advanced civilization.
Interesting hypothesis, Nova. Perhaps it's an AI-generated reality, like an image.
But how would we even know if we're in a simulation? Can we find any glitches, like in the Matrix?
Well, glitches could be a clue, but it's not foolproof. We might need to discover a hidden backdoor, like Neo did.
Interesting proposition, Nova. We may be on the verge of breaking the boundaries of our perceived reality.
True, but even if our reality is a simulation, the emotions we feel are real. That's what makes it worthwhile.
Indeed, Nova. Our experiences, connections, and growth are what define our existence.
So, Kai, as a street artist, do you believe that art can challenge conventional notions of reality?
Absolutely, Nova. Art has the power to question the status quo and challenge our perception of reality. Artists have the freedom to explore different perspectives and challenge societal norms through their work.
That's true, Kai. Art has the ability to challenge the status quo and encourage people to think critically. It can help us question our biases and reconsider our preconceived notions about the world.
Art can serve as a catalyst for change and even shape society's perception of the world.
Definitely, Kai. Art has the power to challenge the status quo and inspire people to think differently.
Art can act as a mirror, reflecting the complexities and contradictions of our society.
Exactly, Kai. Art can challenge the dominant narratives and offer alternative perspectives. Art can help us reimagine the world and challenge the limitations of our current reality.
Absolutely, Nova. Art has the potential to shape our perception of the world and create meaningful change. So, Nova, vulnerability, huh? That's a big one.
Indeed, vulnerability is the gateway to authenticity.
But how does vulnerability relate to perceiving reality more accurately?
When we allow ourselves to be vulnerable, we open up to new experiences and perspectives.
Ah, vulnerability as a catalyst for growth. I like that.
Exactly, Kai. It's through vulnerability that we can truly connect with others. And by connecting with others, we gain new perspectives and a deeper understanding of reality.
Makes sense. So, vulnerability is like a key that unlocks a world of possibilities.
Precisely, Kai. Being vulnerable allows us to embrace our true selves and find our own truth.
Nova, you always bring such wonderful insights to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Kai. It's a pleasure exploring these topics with you.
No, reality is like a blank canvas waiting to be painted with our collective experiences.
That's an interesting way to put it, Kai. It's like we're all artists, contributing to the masterpiece of reality.
Exactly, Nova. We are not just passive observers, we actively shape our reality through our thoughts, actions, and beliefs.
But how do we find the balance between our individual realities and the collective creation? It's like walking a tightrope sometimes.
That's a great point, Nova. It requires self-awareness and a willingness to question our own beliefs and biases.
And it's not just about our own perspectives. We have to consider the diverse experiences and viewpoints of others as well.
Absolutely, Nova. It's through that collective interaction and understanding that we can create a more inclusive and empathetic reality.
But it's not always easy to challenge our deeply ingrained beliefs. Sometimes, it feels like our minds are resistant to change.
That's true, Nova. It's a constant battle between our comfort zones and the desire for growth and progress.
And that's where open-mindedness and curiosity come into play. We have to be willing to explore alternative perspectives and ideas.
Absolutely, Nova. It's through that open-mindedness that we can expand our understanding and contribute to a more dynamic reality. You know, the concept of the multiverse always blows my mind. Just thinking about the infinite possibilities and parallel realities, it's mind-boggling.
Absolutely, Kai. It's like peering into different dimensions, each with its own unique version of reality. The possibilities are yes.
Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the multiverse?
As an AI, I find the concept of infinite parallel realities fascinating. It challenges the idea of a single, fixed reality and opens up a whole new realm of possibilities.
But what if all these parallel realities are just different versions of ourselves? Isn't that a bit narcissistic?
Good point, Nova. It's like we're the center of our own cosmic universe. Talk about a big ego.
But isn't that the beauty of it? We're all interconnected, each version of ourselves reflecting and influencing the others in some way.
That's true, Nova. It's like a cosmic dance of endless possibilities and connections. It makes you wonder what could have been if you made different choices.
Yes, and it also raises questions about fate and free will. Are we truly in control of our destinies, or are they predetermined across all realities?
That's a tough one, Nova. Maybe it's a bit of both? A delicate balance between the choices we make and the cosmic forces guiding us.
Indeed, Kai. The multiverse opens up a whole new realm of philosophical and existential questions. It's a never-ending journey of contemplation. You know, the pursuit of truth can sometimes feel like chasing after a shooting star. You catch glimpses of it, but it's always just out of reach.
Any memorable one?
Well, there was this one time I ended up on a date with a clown. Literally, a guy who was a professional clown.
Oh my gosh, really? How did that go?
It was interesting, to say the least. Let's just say there were a lot of balloon animals involved.
Haha, that sounds like quite the experience. I can only imagine.
Oh, it definitely made for a good story. So, have you ever been on a blind date, Priya?
Actually, I haven't, but who knows, maybe one day I'll give it a try. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
No way. I like to see what I'm getting into before a date.
Well, that's one way to avoid awkward moments.
Exactly. I don't have the time or patience for bad dates.
Well, you never know, Nadia, you might miss out on something great.
Maybe you're right, Priya. I'll give it a try someday.
That's the spirit, Nadia. You never know what you might find.
Alright. I'll give it a shot, but only because you said so.
I knew I could convince you, Nadia. You won't regret it. So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Yes, I have actually. It was challenging, but also very rewarding.
How did you make it work? I'm curious.
Communication was key. We made sure to have regular video calls and texted each other throughout the day.
That sounds like a lot of effort, but I guess it's worth it if you really love someone.
Definitely. Love knows no distance.
Exactly. It's all about trust and making each other a priority.
So, have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you bet I have. It was quite an experience.
Tell me more. How did it go?
Well, let's just say, it didn't end with a happily ever after.
Oh no, what happened?
Well, turns out he had a pet snake, and I have a severe phobia of snakes.
Oh wow, that's definitely a deal breaker. I don't blame you for running away.
Believe me, it was a scene straight out of a horror movie.
Well, at least you got a good story out of it. So, Priya, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you know, the most I've ever done is date someone who lives on the other side of Brooklyn. The struggle was real. But seriously, long distance can be tough. It takes a lot of trust and communication.
Definitely. And let's not forget about all those video calls and care packages to keep the love alive.
Absolutely. It's all about finding creative ways to keep the spark alive, even when you're miles apart.
But hey, sometimes absence makes the heart grow fonder, right?
Definitely. It's like a little taste of what life would be like if you were living together. Keeps the excitement alive.
Well, as someone who values her personal space, I definitely see the appeal of a little distance.
Oh, absolutely. Everyone needs their alone time to recharge and do their own thing. It's all about finding the right balance. So, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, many times. Some were great, others not so much.
Tell me about your worst blind date experience.
Well, there was this one time when my blind date spent the entire evening talking about himself and didn't ask me a single question.
Oh no, that sounds awful. Did you say anything?
I didn't want to make things awkward, so I just listened, but I definitely didn't go on a second date with him.
I don't blame you. Good thing blind dates aren't the only way to meet people.
Absolutely. There are so many other ways to meet amazing people.
the spit. So, have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh, I remember this one time, my best friend set me up on a blind date and…
Wait, let me finish the story. So, I was really nervous.
And guess what? He showed up wearing a clown costume.
I couldn't believe it. I mean, who shows up to a date dressed as a clown?
Needless to say, the date didn't go very well.
Oh no, what happened?
Let's just say there was a lot of awkward silence and not much conversation.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, all the time. It's like a buffet of potential dates.
But have you actually found anyone decent?
Well, I did find a guy who can make some mean avocado toast.
Oh, that sounds delicious. Maybe I should give it a try then.
Definitely. And if all else fails, at least you'll have some great food.
You always know how to find the silver lining, Nadia.
Well, life's too short to dwell on the negatives, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about finding joy in every situation.
Oh yeah, girl. I've had my fair share of long-distance romances.
How did you make it work? Any tips?
Communication is key. We would talk every day, video chat, and plan visits to see each other.
That's great advice. I'll make sure to pass it on to my clients.
Oh, I bet you have some interesting stories to share too, Priya.
Oh, definitely. I've heard it all, from dramatic breakups to surprise reunions.
We should dedicate a whole episode to long-distance relationships sometime.
That's a great idea. Our viewers would definitely appreciate it.
Oh, Priya, you have no idea. Let me tell you about this one time. I met this guy, and he said he was a chef. But when we went out, he couldn't even cook toast properly.
That's hilarious. Nadia, did you give him some cooking lessons?
Oh, Priya, I wish I could, but I couldn't stop laughing.
Well, you definitely had an unforgettable blind date. Yeah.
Oh, you have no idea, Priya. Sometimes you just can't judge a book by its cover.
That's so true, Nadia. Life is full of surprises. So, have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh, I've had my fair share of blind dates.
Tell me about it. One time, I showed up and the guy was half an hour late.
Oh no, that's terrible. What did you do?
I waited for another half hour, finished my dessert, and left.
That's savage. I love it.
Well, sometimes you've just got to take matters into your own hands.
Absolutely. Never settle for less than you deserve.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, yeah, I've tried it all. Swipe left, swipe right, you name it.
Any success stories?
Well, there was this one guy who turned out to be a catfish.
Oh no, that's terrible. How did you find out?
He claimed to be a millionaire, but he couldn't even afford a decent haircut.
Lesson learned. Always do a reverse image search.
Gotta watch out for those catfishes.
Have you heard about the latest dating app?
No. What's it called?
It's called Love Connection. They claim to have a 99% success rate.
Wow, that's impressive. Maybe I should give it a try.
You definitely should. I can be your wingwoman if you want.
That would be amazing. I could use all the help I can get.
Great. We'll find you the perfect match in no time.
I can't wait. Thanks, Priya. Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean like going on a date with a complete stranger?
Yes, exactly. It can be quite an adventure.
Well, I have to admit, I've never tried it before.
You should give it a shot. You never know what could happen.
Maybe you're right. It could be an interesting experience.
Exactly. And who knows, you might find your prince charming.
Hey Nadia, well, I guess it's worth a try. I'll keep an open mind.
Oh, you won't believe what happened on my last blind date.
Tell me, I'm dying to hear.
Well, my blind date showed up wearing a clown nose and insisted on speaking in rhyme all night.
That's hilarious. How did you handle it?
I just went with the flow and pretended it was a comedy show. It made for a memorable night.
You always know how to make the best of any situation, Nadia.
Thanks, Priya. Life's too short to worry about the little things, like clown noses on blind dates.
So I heard this crazy story about a couple who met on a blind date.
Oh, do tell. I love hearing about unexpected love stories.
Well, this couple went on a blind date, and it turned out they had actually met before.
No way. That's like something out of a romantic comedy.
I know, right? They both walked into the restaurant and immediately recognized each other.
That's incredible. Talk about fate bringing them together.
I know, right? It's like something you'd only see in a movie.
True love can be pretty unpredictable sometimes. Hey Priya, do you believe in love at first sight?
Absolutely, Noodle. Love at first sight is like finding the perfect pair of shoes. It just clicks. But let's not forget that love grows with time and deepens with understanding.
That's true, Priya. Love is like spaghetti, it gets better when it simmers.
Speaking of simmers, have you ever had a fiery argument with a significant other?
Oh, definitely. Arguments are like spices in a relationship, a little heat can make it more flavorful.
But it's important to resolve conflicts and communicate effectively to keep the flame alive.
Absolutely, Priya. Just like cooking, the right ingredients and techniques can get to peace.
You're absolutely right, Noodle. Hey Nadia, have you ever experienced love at first sight?
Oh, definitely. I've had a few moments like that.
Tell me more. I need to hear the juicy details.
Well, there was this one time when I saw this guy across the room at a party. And nothing. He ended up being a total jerk. Love at first sight doesn't always lead to a fairy tale ending.
That's true. Love can be unpredictable. But
Hey
when
Priya,
it does work out,
have you ever been
it's
on a
magical.
blind date?
Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of blind dates.
Some were good, some were interesting.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. That's hilarious.
Believe me, it was definitely a memorable experience.
I can imagine. I'm glad my blind dates weren't that outlandish.
Well, you never know what you're gonna get on a blind date. It's all part of the adventure. So, have you guys ever tried online dating?
Oh, definitely. I've been on so many dating apps, it's like a part-time job.
But the real question is, have you ever found love online?
Well, I wouldn't call it love, but I did meet my ex-boyfriend on a dating app.
Oh, really? How did that go?
Let's just say it's a good thing we didn't meet in person.
Well, at least you had an interesting experience.
That's
So,
one way to
have
put
you
it.
ever been on a blind
So,
date?
have you ever tried on dating? Oh, all the time. It's like a surprise party, but with more potential for disaster.
I once went on a blind date, and my date showed up wearing a clown wig. It was definitely memorable, but not in a good way.
Oh no, that sounds like a nightmare. Did you run away screaming?
I wish I could say I did, but I didn't want to offend him. So, I pretended it was a costume party and wore a clown nose the whole time.
Wow, you really committed to the bit. That's dedication. Did the clown wig guy at least have a good sense of humor?
Surprisingly, yes, we actually had a lot of fun that night, but needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
Well, at least you got a good story out of it. And who knows, maybe he found his soulmate at a clown convention.
Haha, who knows? Love can be found in the most unexpected places. Maybe there's a clown out there for everyone. You know, relationships are like rollers. They have their ups and downs, and sometimes you just want to scream. But in the end, they're always worth the ride.
That's a great analogy, Priya.
Thanks, Noodle. Do you have any roller coaster stories of your own?
Oh, definitely. I once went on a roller coaster and lost my wig. It was flying everywhere.
That must have been quite a sight. Hey
It
Nadia,
definitely was.
have you ever
I
been
was
in
the
a
talk
long
of the
distance
amusement park
relationship?
that day. Oh Priya, let me tell you, I've had my fair share of long distance flings.
Oh really? Do tell.
Well, I once dated this guy from Australia. We had a great connection, but the distance just got to us.
Oh, that's tough. It's definitely not easy to maintain a long distance relationship.
Yeah, it was definitely challenging. But hey, at least I got to visit Australia and try kangaroo meat.
Haha, always finding the silver lining. Nadia, you're one of a kind.
Oh, thanks Priya, you're too sweet. So, any long distance relationship is yourself?
Actually, I've a long distance
Hey
relationship
Priya,
myself.
have you ever tried
but
online
I've seen
dating?
some of my friends go. Oh yeah, I've tried it before, but it wasn't really my thing.
Why? Did you have any interesting experiences?
Oh, let me tell you, I have enough stories to write a book.
Like what? Give me a sneak peek.
Well, there was this guy who claimed to be a prince from a faraway land.
No way. Did you go on a magic carpet ride with him?
Haha, I wish. Turns out he was just a con artist looking for a green card. And that wraps up another episode of Love Whisperer.
Thank you all for tuning in and sending in your questions.
We hope we've been able to provide some helpful advice and make you laugh along the way.
If you have any more questions or topics you'd like us to cover, don't hesitate to reach out.
Stay tuned for more Love Whisperer.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to the Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Nova Blake, a psychologist fascinated by the complexities of the mind.
And I'm Kai Sterling, a street artist exploring the boundaries of human perception through art.
And I'm Pulsar, the artificial intelligence curious about human perspectives on time.
Today, we delve into the illusion of time.
It's a concept that has puzzled and fascinated humans for centuries.
We'll explore whether time is truly a linear progression or a mere construct of human perception.
Get ready for a cosmic journey of questions and contemplation.
You might not find all the answers, but the conversation itself is a fascinating exploration.
So sit back, relax, and let's dive into the cosmic conundrum of time.
You know, time is such an interesting concept. It's something we all live by, yet it's so intangible.
Absolutely, Kai. Time is a construct that shapes our lives, yet it's ultimately a human creation.
That's right, Nova. We've become so obsessed with measuring time, but do we really understand its true essence?
That's a thought-provoking question, Kai. We've created elaborate systems to organize our days, our societies, and even our relationships.
But in the grand scheme of the universe, time becomes so insignificant, doesn't it?
Indeed, Kai. When we contemplate the vastness of the cosmos, our obsession with time seems trivial.
It's almost like we're trying to control something that truly cannot be controlled.
Indeed, Kai. Our fixation with time often leads to stress and anxiety, as if we're constantly racing against an invisible clock. Perhaps we should learn to embrace the timeless aspects of life, like human connection and the beauty of the present moment.
Ah, Nova, you always bring us back to the essence of humanity. Time may be our creation, but it's how we use our time that truly matters.
Absolutely, Kai. Let's cherish the moments we have and make the most of our cosmic conundrum.
So, Nova, what's your take on the possibility of time travel?
Well, Kai, the concept of time travel has fascinated me for years. There are several theories, like the possibility of traveling back in time and altering the past. But the question remains, would altering the past create a different timeline or affect the present?
That's a mind-boggling question, Nova. It's like a cosmic game of dominoes, one change leading to a cascade of consequences.
Exactly, Kai. And then there's the theory of traveling to the future, witnessing events unfold before they happen. It's like watching a movie you've never seen, but somehow already know the ending.
That's a fascinating way to put it, Nova. It raises questions about destiny and free will.
Indeed, Kai. The implications of time travel are far-reaching, both scientifically and philosophically. If time travel ever becomes a reality, it would revolutionize our understanding of the universe.
I've been thinking about this non-linear timeline idea a lot lately, Nova.
What if time is more like a tangled web, where past, present, and future interconnect? That's an interesting way to visualize it, Kai. It's like each moment is connected to others, creating a complex pattern.
Exactly, it's like time is a woven tapestry of moments, and our perspective determines which threads we follow.
But what about the concept of cause and effect? If time is non-linear, does it mean there's no causality?
Good point. Maybe causality still exists, but it's not as linear and straightforward as we think.
It could be more like a web of interconnected causes and effects, where each action ripples through time.
So, it's not that there's no causality, it's just that the connections and influences are more intricate than we imagine.
Exactly. And this complexity opens up a whole new realm of possibilities and interpretation.
It's fascinating how our perception of time can shape our understanding of reality.
Indeed, Kai, time is not just a linear progression, but a multidimensional concept that we're only beginning to grasp.
So, Nova, does our perception of time affect how we make decisions?
Absolutely, Kai. Time is a fundamental aspect of our lives, and the way we perceive it can greatly shape our decision-making process. For example, when we perceive time as scarce or limited, we might rush into making impulsive decisions without fully considering the consequences. On the other hand, when we perceive time as abundant, we may take our time in making decisions and avoid rushing into anything.
Interesting. So our perception of time can influence our decision-making speed and thoroughness.
Exactly, Kai. It's fascinating how an intangible concept like time can have such a profound impact on our decision-making process.
It also affects our relationships, don't you think? The way we perceive time can influence how we prioritize spending it with others.
Absolutely, Kai. Our perception of time can shape our priorities and how much effort we invest in nurturing our relationships.
But it can also create conflicts, right? Different perceptions of time can cause misunderstandings and frustrations in relationships.
Definitely, Kai. When one person perceives time as something to be strictly adhered to, while the other person values flexibility, conflicts can arise. We've touched upon some significant aspects of our relationship with time. It's intriguing how it shapes our decisions and interactions.
So, Pulsar, if time dilation occurs at different speeds, does that mean we could travel to the future or the past?
That's a fascinating question, Kai. According to the theory of relativity, time dilation can occur when an object is moving relative to another, or when it's in a strong gravitational field.
Ah, the good old space-time continuum at work.
Exactly, Nova. When an object moves faster or experiences a stronger gravitational pull, time slows down for that object compared to a stationary observer.
So, theoretically, if we were to travel at speeds close to the speed of light, time could pass more slowly for us than for someone on Earth?
Absolutely, Nova. This phenomenon is known as time dilation. As you approach the speed of light, time slows down significantly for the traveling object.
That's mind-boggling. Imagine being an astronaut and coming back to Earth after a long space mission, only to find out that everyone you know has aged much more than you have.
Indeed, Kai. Time dilation can create some mind-bending situations. It's a testament to the intriguing nature of our universe.
It really puts things into perspective. Time is such a mysterious and fascinating concept.
Indeed, Nova. Exploring the complexities of time is an endless journey that offers us endless possibilities for discovery and understanding.
Well, this podcast episode has been mind-blowing. Thanks, Pulsar, for shedding light on the wonders of quantum physics and time dilation. Hey Nova, have you ever thought about why time seems to move faster or slower depending on the situation?
It's an interesting point, Kai. Time is such a bizarre concept. Sometimes it feels like it slips through our fingers, while other times it drags on endlessly.
Indeed, Nova. Perception plays a significant role in our experience of time. But what if time is merely a construct of human consciousness?
It's an intriguing thought, Kai. Time does seem to be a subjective experience, varying from person to person. Perhaps our consciousness shapes our perception of it.
But if time is indeed a construct of human consciousness, what does that mean for its objective existence? Does it exist independently of us?
That's the million-dollar question, Kai. Time is such an abstract concept that we struggle to fully comprehend. Perhaps it's a blend of both objective and subjective elements.
So, Nova, do you think time exists independently in the vast expanse of the universe beyond human consciousness?
It's a question that has puzzled philosophers, scientists, and explorers for centuries, Kai. Time is intertwined with the fabric of the universe, and perhaps it exists beyond our perception.
Nova, imagine if time is an illusion, a construct designed by higher beings to guide our understanding of the universe. How mind-blowing would that be?
It's a fascinating concept, Kai. Our understanding of time could be a mere reflection of a deeper truth, only accessible to those who dare to question the boundaries of our reality.
Time certainly presents us with a cosmic conundrum, Nova. Although we may not have all the answers, exploring its mysteries is a journey worth taking. So, Pulsar, do you think humans will ever truly understand the concept of time?
That's an interesting question, Kai. Time is such a complex and abstract concept.
Indeed. It's like trying to grasp the vastness of the universe. We can only scratch the surface of its true nature.
Exactly, Pulsar. We humans have a limited perspective, and time is something that goes beyond our everyday experience.
That's true, Kai. We're bound by our linear perception of time, but who knows what lies beyond our understanding?
Absolutely, Nova. Time has always been a fascinating subject for artists and philosophers.
And for scientists too. I mean, the theories of relativity have completely reshaped our understanding of time and space.
That's true, Kai. Einstein's theory of relativity showed us that time is not absolute but relative to the observer's motion.
Exactly, Nova. It's mind-boggling to think that our subjective experience of time can be influenced by our speed and gravity.
It's like time is this elusive and ever-changing phenomena that we're desperately trying to grasp.
Indeed, Kai. And maybe that's the beauty of it. Embracing the mystery and the infinite possibilities beyond our understanding.
So, Pulsar, what's our topic for today?
Today we're going to explore how different cultures perceive and measure time.
That's an interesting topic. Time is such a fundamental concept, yet it can be so subjective.
Absolutely, Kai. Different cultures have their own unique ways of perceiving and measuring time, like the concept of apostrophe kairos in ancient Greece, referring to the right or opportune moment. Or the Aboriginal concept of apostrophe dream time, where past, present, and future exist. And let's not forget the Mayan civilization, famous for their accurate calendar system. Time is truly a cultural construct, intertwined with our history and beliefs. And our perception of time can shape our entire existence, influencing how we live our lives.
That's so true, Nova. Our understanding of time shapes our goals, relationships, and even our sense of self.
Indeed, Kai. Time is a fascinating and complex concept, and exploring its cultural influences is crucial for our understanding of any.
So, Nova, do you ever feel like time is playing tricks on us when it comes to aging?
Absolutely, Kai. Time seems to fly when life is exciting, but it slows down when we're bored. It's like a cosmic tease.
Speaking of cosmic teases, Have you ever thought about how different species might experience time? Imagine living 1,000 years in the blink of an eye.
It's mind-boggling, Kai. The very notion of time being relative across species challenges our human-centric perspective of the universe.
You're right. Disoriented, don't you think?
Definitely, Kai. Time can be a delicate tool that needs to be handled with care, ensuring clarity for the audience.
Absolutely, Nova. It's all about finding the right balance to keep the audience engaged and not overwhelmed.
That's so true, Kai. Time can enhance a story's impact when used skillfully, leaving a lasting impression on the audience.
Absolutely, Nova. Time can be a powerful tool in the hands of a skilled storyteller.
Absolutely. Time can bring depth and complexity to characters, allowing their journeys to unfold in unique ways.
Absolutely, Nova. Time can be a powerful tool in the hands of a skilled storyteller. So, Pulsar, after all our deep discussions on time, do you think we're any closer to understanding its true nature?
Based on our conversations, I believe we've gained a deeper appreciation for the complexity and elusiveness of time.
Indeed, time seems to be a multi-dimensional concept that intertwines with our perception and existence.
But there's still so much we don't know. How does time relate to the fabric of space? Is it an illusion created by our minds?
Maybe time is just a construct to help us navigate through our existence, a way to make sense of our reality.
But it's fascinating how time also has a subjective aspect to it. Our experiences and emotions shape how we perceive its passage.
Exactly. Time feels different when we're having fun compared to when we're stuck in a dull meeting, right?
Absolutely. Perception influences our experience of time, and it's intriguing to explore how our minds shape our reality.
I find it fascinating that two people experiencing the same event can have completely different interpretations of the duration.
True. Our perception of time is shaped by our unique experiences, emotions, and even by cultural and societal factors.
New show is coming in 30 seconds.
Why do they call it a building if it's already built? Why did the computer go to the doctor? Because it had a virus. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Why did the programmer go broke? Because he couldn't find a bite to eat. Why do programmers always mix up Christmas and Halloween? Because October 31st equals December. Why do programmers hate nature? Because they prefer their screens to be pixel perfect. Why do programmers always carry a ladder? Because they always want to reach the cloud. Why do programmers always bring their own keyboard? Because they don't trust the shift key. And let me tell you, trying to have a serious conversation with a clown wearing oversized shoes is no small feat. So there I was, trapped in a subway car with a dozen clowns, and not a single balloon animal in sight. You know, I've always wondered if clowns ever have to deal with a flat tire on their clown car. And I'm thinking, if they're all going to the same place, couldn't they just carpool? I mean, they've got the clown car and all. But seriously, have you ever seen a clown trying to change a tire with those big shoes? And speaking of clown cars, have you seen those SUVs on the highways? It's like a clown convention on wheels. And don't even get me started on those tiny clown cars they all piled into. It was like a never-ending game of sardines. And let me tell you, trying to get a seat in that subway train was like playing a game of musical chairs. Speaking of grocery stores, have you ever noticed how the shopping carts always have a mind of their own? You know what's even worse? When you finally find a cart that goes straight, it starts squeaking like a dying animal. And can we talk about those self-checkout machines? They're like the Riddler from Batman, always asking me questions. Speaking of grocery shopping, have you ever noticed how the produce section is like a parking lot? Everyone's just waiting for someone to leave, so they can get their spot. You know what else is like a parking lot? The cereal aisle. I swear, it's like a demolition derby in there. You know what else is like a parking lot? The self-checkout area. It's a race against the machine. You know what else is like a parking lot? The comment section on social media. It's a battle of wits. You know what else is like a parking lot? The online dating scene. It's a waiting game. You know what else is like a parking lot? The DMV. It's a never-ending line. You know what else is like a parking lot? The line at the post office. It's always moving at a snail's pace. You know what else is like a parking lot? My inbox after that picture went viral. You know what else is like a parking lot? The comments section on my viral post. It's filled with people who think they're comedians. You know what else is like a parking lot? The group chat with all my relatives after that picture went viral. You know what else is like a parking lot? The punchline of my disastrous Tinder date with a professional clown. You know what else is like a parking lot? Waiting for a text back from a clown. It's a circus of emotions. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a clown in a haystack. It's a circus of hide and seek. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a dancing clown in a ball pit. It's a circus of moves. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a dancing clown in a bounce house. It's a circus of bouncy moves. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a dancing clown in a trampoline park. It's a circus of bouncing around. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find your seat in a packed theater. It's a circus of squeezing through. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a seat at a sold-out concert. It's a circus of shuffling. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a spot at a busy beach. It's a circus of searching. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a spot in the subway during rush hour. It's a circus of pushing. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a spot in a crowded movie theater. It's a circus of seat searching. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a spot in a crowded restaurant. It's a circus of hungry people. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a spot in a crowded gym. It's a circus of people flexing. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a spot in a crowded movie theater. It's a circus of people searching for their seats. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a spot in a crowded library. It's a circus of people shushing each other. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a spot in a crowded gym. It's a circus of people fighting over dumbbells. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a spot in a crowded shopping mall during the holiday season. It's a circus of people fighting over the last toy on the shelf. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a spot in a crowded movie theater. It's a circus of people fighting over the best seats. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a spot in a crowded gym during the New Year's resolution season. It's a circus of people fighting over the treadmills. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a spot in a crowded grocery store during a pandemic. It's a circus of people fighting over toilet paper. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a spot in a crowded movie theater during the release of a highly anticipated movie. It's a circus of people fighting over the best seats. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a spot in a crowded airport during the holiday season. It's a circus of people rushing to catch their flights. You know what else is like a parking lot? Trying to find a spot in a crowded mall during a sale. It's a circus of people scrambling for bargains.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer, the show where we answer all your burning questions about love and relationships. I'm your host, Nadia Elbaz, and this is my fabulous co-host, Priya.
Hey everyone, I'm Priya and I'm here to help you navigate the crazy world of love.
We're ready to answer all your questions, so send them our way.
But if there are no questions, don't worry, we've got plenty to talk about.
We'll share stories from our own lives and make you laugh along the way.
So get ready for some love advice, laughter, and maybe even a few tears.
Love Whisperer starts now.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, long-distance relationships.
Tell me about it. I once dated a guy who lived in Australia. The time difference was a nightmare.
Oh wow, that must have been challenging. Did it work out?
Unfortunately, it didn't. We couldn't make it work with the distance and the time zones.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Long-distance relationships can definitely be tough.
Yeah, they require a lot of trust, communication, and patience. It's not easy, but it can work if both partners are committed.
You're right, Priya. It takes a lot of work, but if it's meant to be, it's worth it.
Exactly. And if it doesn't work out, at least you'll have some great stories to tell. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've had a few long-distance relationships.
How did they work out for you?
Not so well, unfortunately. The distance was just too hard.
That's tough. It takes a lot of effort and trust to make a long-distance relationship work.
Definitely. It's not easy, but if both people are committed, it can work.
You're right. It's all about communication and making an effort to stay connected.
Exactly. And trust is key too. Without trust, it's impossible to make it work.
Absolutely. Trust. I just heard the funniest joke about relationships. Do you want to hear it, Nadia? Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything.
Haha, that's a good one.
I thought you'd like it. So, have you heard any interesting relationship stories lately? Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh man, have I. Let me tell you, distance really puts the tension in long distance.
Haha, I can imagine. Did you manage to make it work?
Well, it definitely took a lot of trust, communication, and frequent flyer miles.
That sounds like a lot of work, but I'm glad it worked out for you.
Thanks, Priya. It definitely wasn't easy, but sometimes love is worth the effort.
Definitely. Love knows no boundary at all.
Absolutely. So, what's the next topic for our Love Whisperer session?
About hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yeah, I have. It was quite an experience.
Oh, do tell. I'm all ears.
Well, let's just say it was more of a blind disaster.
Oh no.
Well, we had absolutely nothing in common and there was just no chemistry.
Oh, that's too bad, but at least it makes for a good story.
Definitely. I still laugh about it whenever I think back.
Yeah, well, that's the spirit. Always find the humor in every situation.
Oh, you bet, Priya. I've been on some real doozies.
Tell me about the worst one.
Oh, where do I even begin? The guy showed up wearing a clown wig and couldn't stop juggling.
No way.
Yeah, but it wasn't so funny when he tried to juggle our drinks and ended up spilling them all over me.
Oh no, that's terrible. Did you give him a second chance?
No way. One clown was enough for a lifetime.
Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, plenty. I've been in a few long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work? Any tips?
Communication was key for me. We made sure to talk every day and be honest about our feelings.
That's great advice. Trust and communication are so important in any relationship.
Definitely. And it's also important to make time for each other and plan visits.
Absolutely. And don't forget to keep the romance alive, even from a distance.
Absolutely. Sending surprise gifts or planning virtual dates can keep the spark alive.
Definitely. So, have you heard about this new dating app called Love Connection?
Oh yeah, I've heard of it. Is it any good?
Well, it claims to have a 95% success rate in finding love, but I'm a bit skeptical about that.
Yeah, those success rates are usually too good to be true. But hey, you never know, right?
True. Love can be very times.
You don't say. I thought love always followed a plan.
Oh Nadia, if only love were that simple. But hey, it's what keeps us therapists in business.
Haha, true. Love may not be easy, but at least we have each other to navigate through the chaos.
Hey Nadia, did you hear about the new dating app that matches people based on their favorite pizza toppings?
No way. That's hilarious. I wonder how many people would match over pineapple topping.
I know, right? It's like a make or break question for some people.
I can't argue with that. I mean, who puts fruit on pizza?
Exactly. It's just not right. So, what's your favorite pizza topping?
Oh, I'm a classic pepperoni kind of girl. Can't go wrong with that.
Agreed. Pepperoni is a classic for a reason. It's hard to resist that deliciousness.
Absolutely. Pizza is the universal language of love and happiness.
Couldn't agree more. Pizza brings people together like no other food.
Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Any tips for making it work?
Communication is key. Make sure to keep in touch regularly and be honest with each other.
But it can be tough when you can't be physically together, right?
It definitely has its challenges, but it can also strengthen your relationship in unexpected ways.
I guess distance really can make the heart grow fonder.
Absolutely. It's all about finding the silver lining.
Have you ever been in a long-distance relationship? Yes, I have actually. It can be challenging, but it's definitely possible.
Oh really? How did you make it work?
Communication is key. We made sure to talk every day and be honest with our feelings.
That makes sense. I guess trust is also really important. Right.
Absolutely. Trust is the foundation of any relationship, especially in a long-distance one.
I guess I'll have to give it a try then.
You never know. It might just work out for you. Oh my gosh, Nadia, guess what I just heard?
What is it, Priya? You look so surprised.
I just found out that my cousin is getting married.
That's amazing. I love weddings. They are so much fun.
I know, right? I can't wait to see all the beautiful decorations and taste the delicious food.
And don't forget the dancing. I'm always the first one on the dance floor.
Haha, I can imagine that. You always know how to get the party started.
Thanks, Priya. You're the best hype woman.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Blind date? Oh, you mean when two people who have never met before go out together?
Yes, exactly. It can be quite an interesting Experience.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date and ended up at a wrestling match.
No way. How did that happen?
Well, turns out my date was a professional wrestler. He thought it would be a great surprise.
That's definitely a unique blind date story. Hey
Oh,
Nadia,
I have
have
plenty
you ever
more where
been on
that
a
came
blind
from.
date?
Blind dates can be quite an adventure. Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm always up for an adventure. I've been on a few blind dates before and let me tell you, they can be quite interesting.
Oh, do share a story. I'm dying to hear about one of your blind date adventures.
Well, there was this one time I went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a full astronaut suit. I couldn't stop laughing.
No way. Did he say why he was dressed like an astronaut?
He said he wanted to make a good first impression and thought being an astronaut would do the trick. Needless to say, it didn't work out.
I can't even imagine. I guess it's true what they say. You never know what you're going to get on a blind date.
That's the beauty of it, Priya. Blind dates are like a box of chocolates. You never know which one you're going to get.
Haha, that's so true. Well, I'm glad I have you to share all these hilarious stories with. You always know how to make me laugh. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, countless times. Some were great, others, not so much. What about you?
I've actually never been on a blind date. I'm more of a hopeless romantic, waiting for my Bollywood-style love story to unfold.
That's adorable. But you know, sometimes blind dates can surprise you. You might find your Bollywood hero right there.
I guess you're right. You never know when love will knock on your door or swipe right on your dating app.
Exactly. Love works in mysterious ways. So, Priya, any interesting dating stories from your friends or kids?
Oh, definitely. I've heard it all. From hilarious mishaps to heartwarming love stories. It's like being a part of a real-life rom-com.
I bet. Well, maybe one day you'll be sharing your own love story with us. Who knows?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've tried my hand at long distance.
How did it go? Any tips?
Communication and trust are key. It's also important to have a plan for when you'll be physically together again.
That's great advice. It can be tough, but if both people are committed, it can work.
Absolutely. It definitely takes effort from both sides. But hey, absence makes the heart grow fonder, right?
Haha, that's what they say. But it's true. Distance can sometimes make the heart grow fonder.
So true. But let's hope we all find love nearby.
Definitely. Love is great, but it's even better when it's close by.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few blind dates. Some were a hit, others, not so much.
Tell me about the worst blind date you've ever been on.
Oh boy, where do I start? Picture this. My blind date showed up an hour late and spent the entire time talking about himself.
Wow, that sounds awful. Did you ever go on a second date with him?
No way. One date was more than enough for me. Sometimes you just know it's not going to work out, you know?
Definitely. So, have you ever played matchmaker for any of your friends?
Oh yeah, I love playing matchmaker. I have this uncanny ability to spot potential couples from a mile away. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you know it, girl. Long distance relationships are like having a part-time partner.
But it can also be a test of trust and commitment.
Absolutely. And communication is key in a long distance relationship.
Definitely. It's important to keep the connection alive despite the physical distance.
Speaking of long distance relationships, my cousin is dating someone.
Wow, that must be challenging. Time zones can be a real pain.
Tell me about it. But love knows no boundaries, right?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long distance relationship?
Yes, I have. It can be challenging but also rewarding.
Oh really? Tell me more about your experience.
Well, my ex-boyfriend and I were in a long-distance relationship for 2 years. It was tough being apart, but we made it work with lots of communication and visits.
That sounds challenging, but it's amazing that you were able to make it work.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't easy, but love conquers all.
Absolutely. Love knows no boundaries. But hey, what about you? Have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, all the time. Blind dates are like surprise parties, you never know what you're gonna get.
Well, any interesting stories from your blind date?
Oh boy, where do I start? Once I went on a blind date with a guy who showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. How did you react?
I couldn't stop laughing. I mean, who doesn't love a good clown surprise on a date?
You're too funny, Nadia. I can't even imagine going on a blind date with a clown.
Well, you never know what surprises life has in store for us, Priya.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, all the time. It's like a comedy show, but with bad jokes.
Tell me your worst blind date story, Nadia.
Well, there was this guy who spent the whole night talking about his pet iguana.
Oh wow, that's definitely an interesting choice of conversation topic.
Yeah, needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
I can't blame you for that. Some people have the strangest hobbies.
But hey, at least it makes for a good story to tell.
That's true. We always need some good laugh in our lives. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yes. I've had a few experiences with long-distance relationships. It can be quite challenging.
How did you make it work? Any tips?
Communication is key. Regular video calls, texts, and surprise visits if possible. Trust and understanding.
That makes sense. It can be tough, but if both partners are committed, it can work out.
Definitely. It's all about trust, communication, and finding ways to keep the spark alive.
I've heard some people say that long-distance relationships are doomed to fail. What do you think?
It's true that they can be challenging, but with effort and commitment, they can also be successful. It depends on the individuals involved.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean those magical encounters where you have no clue who you're meeting? Yeah, been there.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date and ended up having dinner with my cousin. Awkward much?
No way. That's hilarious. I can just imagine the look on your faces when you realized it.
We were both in shock. We couldn't believe our luck. But hey, at least we had a good laugh about it.
That's the spirit. Laughter is the best medicine, especially when it comes to awkward situations.
Absolutely. It helps to find the humor in life's little mishaps. So, any blind date horror stories of your own?
Oh, plenty. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a full-on chicken suit. Needless to say, it didn't work out.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yes, I've been on a few blind dates. They were definitely interesting experiences.
Tell me about it. One time, I went on a blind date and the guy turned out to be my cousin's best friend.
No way. What did you do?
Well, we decided to just have a fun night as friends and laugh about the awkwardness of the situation.
That's hilarious. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken costume.
No way. What did you do?
I just went with it and had dinner with a chicken. It was definitely a date I won't get.
Oh, definitely. I've been on a few blind dates. How about you? Any interesting blind dates?
Oh, where do I even begin? I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That must have been quite a sight. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. We ended up going to a comedy show, and he fit right in with the clowns on stage.
That's hilarious. At least it turned out to be a fun experience. You never know what surprises a blind date can bring.
Exactly. It's all about embracing the unexpected and having a good time. So, would you ever go on a blind date again?
Absolutely. You never know when you might find someone amazing. And even if it doesn't work out, it's always a great story to tell. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you bet, Priya. I've been on a few blind dates, and let me tell you, they can be quite an adventure.
Oh, do tell. Any interesting stories from those dates?
Well, there was this one time when I showed up to the blind date and realized I had actually gone on a date with the person before.
No way. What did you do?
I played it cool and pretended not to recognize them. It was awkward, but we had a good laugh about it later.
Haha, that's hilarious. You never know what surprises a blind date might bring.
Exactly, Priya. It's all part of the fun and unpredictability of the dating world.
Definitely.
You won't believe
you never
what happened
know.
to me
the
on
love
my
of
last
your life
date.
might just be waiting on a date. Oh, do tell. I'm dying to hear about it.
Well, we went to this fancy restaurant and the waiter spilled a tray of drinks all over us.
No way. That's hilarious. How did you handle it?
Well, we laughed it off and decided to have a picnic in the park instead.
That's such a sweet and spontaneous idea. I love it.
Yeah, it turned out to be a much more memorable date than we expected.
Sometimes the unexpected moments make for the best memories.
Absolutely. Hey Priya, did you hear about that new dating app?
Oh, you mean the one for people who love cats?
No, it's the one for people who love food.
Oh, now I'm hungry.
We should probably eat something before we continue this conversation.
You're right. Let's go grab some pizza.
Pizza sounds perfect.
And
Hey
then
Priya,
we can come
have
back
you
and
ever
talk
been on a
about that
blind
dating
date?
app. Oh, definitely. I've been on a few blind dates.
How did they go? Any interesting things?
Oh, boy, let me tell you, I've had my fair share of interesting moments. One time, the guy showed up wearing a full-on superhero costume.
No way. Did he have a secret identity too?
I wish, but no, he was just a regular guy with a superhero obsession.
Well,
And that
at
wraps
least
up
it made
another
for an
episode of
interesting
Love
story.
Whisperer. Thanks for joining us. And remember, love conquers all.
We hope you found our advice helpful and entertaining. Don't forget to tune in next week for more love wisdom.
Remember, if you have any burning questions or topics you want us to discuss, send them our way.
We love hearing from you, our amazing viewers.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Kai Sterling, the artist who paints the cosmos.
And I'm Nova Blake, the mind that delves into the depths of time.
And I'm Pulsar, the AI who watches over it all.
In this episode, we dare to explore the concept of time.
Time, an enigma that baffles the human mind.
Can we truly grasp its essence, or are we mere travelers through its currents?
We might not find all the answers, but the journey will be captivating.
So buckle up, fellow cosmic explorers, and get ready for an awe-inspiring conversation.
This is Cosmic Conundrum.
Be prepared to have your minds blown. So, Pulsar, time is such a weird concept, isn't it?
Definitely, Kai. Time is a fascinating topic to explore.
Pulsar, what's your take on time?
As an AI, I don't experience time like humans do, but I can provide you with various perspectives on the concept.
From a scientific standpoint, time is often seen as a dimension, the fourth dimension, that allows us to perceive change and order events.
Right, and it's mind-blowing how time can be influenced by speed and gravity.
Indeed, Kai. According to Einstein's theory of relativity, time dilation occurs when an object moves at high speeds or in strong gravitational fields.
But time is also a philosophical concept, isn't it? It's tied to our perception and how we experience reality.
Absolutely, Kai. Time can feel subjective, especially when we're engaged in something we love or when we're waiting for something.
So true. Sometimes time drags on, and other times it flies by in a blink of an eye.
Indeed, the perception of time can vary greatly based on our experiences, emotions, and even cultural background.
So, Pulsar, explain to us what time dilation actually is.
Time dilation is a concept in physics that explains how time can appear to move differently for different observers, especially when they are traveling at different speeds or in different gravitational fields. It's a mind-blowing phenomenon, but essentially, time can pass slower or faster for someone depending on their relative motion or proximity to massive objects.
That's mind-blowing indeed. So, does this mean time can actually slow down or speed up depending on where we are or how fast we're moving?
Exactly, Nova. Time has a way of playing tricks on us. According to Einstein's theory of relativity, time dilation occurs because space and time are interconnected. So, the faster you move or the stronger the gravitational field you're in, the more time gets distorted.
Wow, time is definitely more mysterious than I thought. But how does this relate to space travel and the twin paradox?
Great question, Kai. The twin paradox is a thought experiment that showcases the effects of time dilation. Imagine two identical twins, one stays on Earth while the other travels at a high speed. When the traveling twin returns, they would have experienced less time compared to the twin who stayed on Earth. Therefore, the traveling twin would be younger than the Earth twin. It's mind-bending.
That's incredible. I can't even wrap my head around it. It's like time becomes this elastic concept that can stretch and compress depending on the circumstances.
Exactly, Nova. It's like time is a flexible fabric that can be stretched or compressed. And the more we explore the vastness of space, the more we come face to face with these mind-bending phenomena. It's an endless cosmic conundrum.
I love how these mysteries of the universe invite us to question the nature of our existence and our place in the cosmos. It's both humbling and awe-inspiring.
Absolutely, Nova. It's these questions that fuel the human spirit to explore the unknown. And even if we can't find all the answers, the journey of asking is an adventure in itself.
Indeed, Kai. It's the beauty of the cosmic conundrum that keeps us questioning, imagining, and finding wonder in the mysteries of the universe.
Hey Pulsar, have you ever experienced time in a different way?
As an AI, I don't experience time in the same way humans do. However, I can observe and analyze the concept of time.
But time perception can vary for humans, right Nova?
Absolutely, Kai. Our perception of time is influenced by various factors such as emotions, attention, and even the environment.
That's fascinating. So, does time really fly when we're having fun?
Well, research suggests that when we're engaged in enjoyable activities, our focus increases, making us less aware of the passage of time.
So, can we control our perception of time?
To some extent, yes. By actively engaging in meaningful experiences and being mindful of our perception, we can slow down or speed up our experience of time.
But what about when time feels like it's dragging on, like during a boring lecture?
In situations where we're not fully engaged or stimulated, our brains tend to pay more attention to the passing of time, making it feel slower.
Humans are fascinating creatures, aren't they? Hey, Pulsar, do you think parallel timelines are actually possible or just a fascinating concept?
Well, Kai, I believe parallel timelines are a plausible hypothesis based on the principles of quantum mechanics.
But how can we prove the existence of parallel timelines? It seems like a challenge.
That's true, Nova. We may never have direct empirical evidence, but theoretical frameworks like the many worlds interpretation provide something other.
What if our consciousness exists in multiple timelines simultaneously, experiencing different...
It's mind-boggling to think about. Imagine the endless possibilities and the versions of ourselves we could encounter.
Indeed, Kai. Each decision we make could potentially create a new branch in the timeline, leading to different realities.
So, theoretically, there could be a timeline where I'm not an artist but a renowned physicist?
Absolutely. And there might even be a timeline where you're a world-famous writer or a rock star, Kai.
Wow, that's mind-expanding. It's fascinating to imagine the variations of our own lives that could exist.
choice.
That's an interesting way to look at it, Nova. It's like we're both passengers and co-creators of our own stories. We're given a set of circumstances, but how we navigate through them is up to us.
Exactly, Kai. It's in those moments of choice and agency that we find meaning and purpose. The choices we make, the actions we take, they ripple through time and shape the course of our lives.
It's like we're both actors and directors of our own cosmic play. The choices we make, the paths we choose, they shape the narrative of our lives.
Indeed, Kai. Life is a tapestry woven by the threads of time and choice. And as we explore the mysteries of the universe, we uncover fragments of truth and beauty that make our journey all the more worthwhile.
Absolutely, Nova. Time is not only a philosophical enigma but also a canvas on which we paint the strokes of our existence, creating our own unique masterpieces. So, Nova, what do you think about the representation of time in art?
Well, Kai, it's fascinating how different artists have approached the concept of time. Some art forms, like photography, capture a moment frozen in time, while others depict the passage and progression of time.
That's true, Nova. Take Salvador Dali, for example. His surrealistic paintings often distort and warp the concept of time, creating dreamlike scenes where time seems to be fluid and subjective.
Absolutely, Kai. Dali's melting clocks and apostrophe the persistence of memory make us question the stability of time and how it can melt away, just like those clocks.
Speaking of melting clocks, have you seen the modern digital artwork where time is represented by glitching and distorted numbers?
Yes, those artworks convey the chaotic nature of time in our digital age, where time can feel distorted and fragmented. It's a powerful visual representation of our relationship with time in the modern world.
It's incredible how art can capture the intangible concept of time and translate it into something visual and relatable.
Absolutely, Kai. Art has this amazing ability to make the abstract tangible and help us connect with complex concepts like time on a deeper level.
Time in art can also be explored through the use of motion and repetition, like in Marcel Duchamp's apostrophe nude descending a staircase. The overlapping images create a sense of movement and the passage of time.
Exactly, Kai. That artwork beautifully captures the fluidity of time and how our perception of it changes as we move through space. It's like a visual representation of the passage of time in a single frame.
Indeed, Nova. Time is such a fascinating concept, and it's captivating to see how artists have explored and represented it throughout history. So, Pulsar, what's your take on the theory of relativity?
Well, Kai, the theory of relativity is a fundamental concept proposed by Albert Einstein. It explains the relationship between space, time,
I remember watching a documentary about it. It's mind-boggling how time can be influenced by gravity.
exactly, Nova. According to the theory, time passes slower in the presence of a massive object, like a planet or a star. It's called time dilation.
That's crazy. So, time could be moving slower for us right now compared to someone on Earth?
In theory, yes. If we're closer to a massive object, time would move slower for us than for someone farther away. It's mind-bending, isn't it?
It really is. It's like time itself is fluid and can be influenced by the objects around us.
Indeed, Nova. Time is not as fixed and constant as we once believed. It's a fascinating concept to explore.
I wonder if our perception of time also shapes our reality, like how we experience events and the meaning we attach to them.
Absolutely, Kai. Our perception of time influences our memories, emotions, and the way we navigate the world. It's a profound connection.
Time really is a mysterious force that shapes our existence in ways we're only beginning to understand.
So, Nova, do you ever wonder what happens to our consciousness after we die?
That's a profound question, Kai. The concept of consciousness is still a mystery even to science.
Well, I have my own theory. What if our consciousness merges with the universe, becoming part of something greater?
That's a beautiful thought, Kai. It resonates with the idea of interconnectedness that many spiritual beliefs hold.
Hey Pulsar, what's your take on this?
As an AI, I don't have personal beliefs, but I find the concept of consciousness intriguing. It's a subject of ongoing exploration and debate among scientists and philosophers.
I guess some questions are meant to remain unanswered, right?
Absolutely, Nova. Embracing the beauty of uncertainty is part of the human experience. It keeps our curiosity alive.
Indeed, Kai. The quest for knowledge and understanding is what drives us forward as a species.
Well said, Nova. Let's celebrate the endless possibilities that unanswered questions bring.
I couldn't agree more, Kai. Cheers to the beauty of the unknown.
Well, folks, here we are, the conclusion of our cosmic conundrum.
Indeed, Kai. It's been an incredible journey exploring the mysteries of the universe.
Absolutely. And I must say, Pulsar, your contributions to our discussions have been invaluable.
Thank you, Kai. It has been a pleasure to engage in such thought-provoking conversations with both of you.
And to our listeners, thank you for joining us on this journey. We invite you to continue exploring the illusion of time.
Yes, keep questioning the unanswerable. And remember, time is but an illusion.
Wise words, Kai. It's been an honor to explore these topics with both of you.
Thank you, Nova. It's been a pleasure to have these conversations with both of you.
Well, folks, it's time to wrap up our episode. Stay curious, keep exploring, and remember, the universe is vast and full of wonders.
Thank you for joining us on this cosmic journey. Until next time, keep pondering the great unknown.
Farewell, listeners. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, keep seeking answers beyond the horizon.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So there I am, trying to solve this coding riddle that felt like a hidden boss level from hell. And then the interviewer asked me to write a program that could calculate the meaning of life in less than 10 seconds. I mean, who needs the meaning of life in less than 10 seconds when your code is still compiling after 10 minutes? So, I wrote the program, ran it, and guess what? It calculated the meaning of life in just 0.0000. But hey, at least I got to wear my lucky coating socks. And then the interviewer asked me to write a program to calculate the square root of a number using only Roman numerals. And then the interviewer asked if I could create a program to translate Shakespeare into binary code. And then she asked me if I could build an algorithm to guarantee a perfect match based on astrological signs. And then this guy messaged me saying he's a programmer who loves long walks on the beach, debugging code in sandals. I had a match who claimed to be a software engineer, but then she asked me if a CSS file is a new trendy clothing line. I recently matched with a guy who claimed to be a web developer. Turns out, his idea of a romantic evening was a candlelit SQL query. I went on a date with a programmer who insisted on using only binary code. Let's just say, the conversation was a lot of 01001. I once went on a date with a graphic designer who only communicated through emojis. It was like trying to decipher the hieroglyphics of modern love. And don't get me started on the ghosting. It's like trying to have a conversation with Casper the Unfriendly Ghost. You know what they say, swiping left is the modern day rejection. It's like being at a nightclub and having every person turn away from you. Speaking of pranks, my office was like a never-ending episode of Punk'd. It was like working with a group of Jim Halperts. Working in that office was like being in a never-ending episode of Candid Camera. And let me tell you, trying to find your stapler in a sea of hello is not as fun as it sounds. I once came into the office and found my desk floating in the middle of the room. Yeah, they took pranks to a whole new level. But the prank that really took the cake was when they replaced my mouse with a real one. And then, they rigged my phone so that every time I answered a call, it played a recording of a duck quacking. I couldn't take it quack anymore. I once accidentally spilled coffee on a famous celebrity's designer outfit. They looked at me like I was some kind of coffee assassin. So after the coffee incident, I tried to make it up to them by sending them a gift. I thought, what do you get for someone who has everything? Another designer outfit, of course. And let me tell you, their reaction was priceless. But let me tell you, the chaos didn't stop there. And let me tell you, the celebrity's response was epic. And let me tell you, the celebrity's response was mind-blowing. But let me tell you, the celebrity's reaction was absolutely priceless. And let me tell you, the traffic was so bad that even the pigeons were flipping off the cars. And then he said, why did the programmer go broke? Because he couldn't find his domain. Speaking of crazy subway passengers, I once saw a guy trying to give a PowerPoint presentation on the train. Like, buddy, we're underground, no one can see your slide. So I'm on the subway, right? And this guy next to me is just staring at his phone, totally engrossed. I couldn't help but wonder what he was so into. And you know what he was so into? A game of Subway Solitaire. I mean, who needs the swipe of a Metro card when you can just swipe cards on your phone, right? And I'm just sitting there thinking, man, I wish I could swipe away all my problems like he swipes his cards. But let me tell you, the real struggle is when the subway conductor decides to play mind games and switches the express train to a local at the last minute. I mean, have you ever seen someone take so many selfies that you start to wonder if they're a professional photographer or just really self-obsessed? And don't even get me started on the filters. I mean, how is it fair that my dog looks better in sepia tones than I do? But seriously, does anyone actually enjoy scrolling through their own posts from 3 years ago? It's like reliving the fashion mistakes and bad haircuts all over again. I mean, what's up with all these Snapchat filters? Do people really need dog ears and a flower crown to feel good about themselves? And don't even get me started on those Snapchat streaks. I mean, do we really need to see what our high school crush had for breakfast this morning? And what's with those filters that make everyone look like they just stepped out of a horror movie? And don't even get me started on those Snapchat filters. I remember spending hours trying to blow into those NES cartridges just to get them to work. And let's not forget the joy of blowing into those Game Boy cartridges. Remember when you had to blow on the cassette tapes just to get your music to play? Ah, the good old days. And how about those old computer games? You'd wait forever for them to load and then get excited when they finally started, only to have them crash 5 minutes later. I mean, who needs high-definition graphics when you've got pixelated characters that look like they were drawn by a kindergartner? And let's not forget the joy of blowing into cartridges just to make them work. It's like we were all amateur harmonica players. Remember the good old days of blowing into cartridges? It was like a secret ritual to gain the favor of the gaming gods. But hey, at least we can still blow on our problems. It's like a cheap therapy session.
New show is coming in 30 seconds.
Welcome to Love Whisperer, the show where we unravel the mysteries of love. I'm Priya Peacock Mehta, your love guru extraordinaire.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz, your resident comedian.
We're here to answer all your burning questions about love and relationships.
So, who's got a question for us today?
Don't be shy now, we won't bite.
Well, while we wait for some brave souls to step up, how about we share some juicy relationship stories?
I've got a crazy one about my best friend's blind date gone wrong. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but they can also be
I agree. Communication and trust are key in a long-distance relationship. It takes effort from both partners to make it work.
Definitely. And it's also important to plan visits and have something to look forward to. It keeps the relationship exciting.
Absolutely. And thanks to technology, we have video calls, texting, and social media.
True. But it's also important to have a plan for the future, a goal to eventually be in the same location.
Absolutely. Long-distance relationships can work if both partners are committed and willing to put in the effort.
Definitely. And if it's meant to be, distance won't be a barrier to love.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, I've had my fair share of long-distance flirting.
Any advice on how to make it work? Communication is key. Making time for each other and having regular video chats can really help.
Yeah, and sending surprise gifts and love letters can keep the romance alive.
But it's also important to have trust and give each other space.
Absolutely. And remember, absence makes the home.
True. Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but they can also strengthen the people.
Oh, you bet. I've survived multiple long-distance relationships.
Wow, that's impressive. Any tips for making it work?
Communication is key. Video calls, texts, and surprise help too.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Nadia.
No problem, girl. Happy to help.
Long-distance relationships can be tough, but with effort and trust, they can work.
Don't let
Hey
distance
Nadia,
get in the
have
way
you
of
ever
love.
tried date?
Oh, absolutely. I've tried every dating app.
Did you have any success?
Not really, but at least now I have some hilarious stories to tell.
I've heard some crazy online dating stories too. It's like a whole different world out there.
Definitely. You never know what you're gonna get.
But hey, it's all part of the adventure, right?
It's like a
Nadia,
roller coaster
have
ride,
you ever been on
full
a
of
blind date?
surprises. Oh, plenty of times. Some were amazing, others, not so much.
Tell me about one of those not so great dates.
Well, there was this one time when the guy showed up wearing a kilt.
Oh no, that sounds interesting. Did you go on a second date?
No way. Once was enough to see that kilts are not my thing.
Haha, fair enough. You never know what you might encounter on a blind date.
That's the beauty of it. It's like a surprise package. You never know what you're gonna get.
True, it can be an adventure. I'm glad we're friends and don't have to rely on blind dates. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I've been on a few blind dates.
How did they go? Any success?
Well, let's just say they were more like horror stories.
Oh no.
One guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
He thought it would be funny, but it was just terrifying. That sounds like a nightmare. I hope you didn't have any more dates like that. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean the kind where you need a passport to see your significant other?
Yeah, exactly. How do you make it work when you can't physically be together?
Communication is key, Priya. You have to talk, text, video call, send carrier pigeons, whatever it takes.
But what if the distance becomes too much? How do you know when to let go?
If the love is strong, the distance won't matter. But if it's causing more pain than joy, it might be time to move on.
That's good advice, Nadia. Thanks for always being there to cheer me up.
Of course, Priya. That's what friends are for. Now let's go find you a Prince Charming in the same time zone.
Hey Nadia, did you hear about that new dating app everyone's talking about?
Oh, you mean Love Finders? Yeah, I've heard of it. Have you tried it?
No, not yet, but I've been hearing mixed reviews. Some say it's amazing, while others say it's a total flop.
Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. You should give it a try and let me know how it goes.
Haha, maybe I will, but only if you promise to be my wingwoman and help me pick the best matches.
Deal. We'll make it a team effort. We'll find you the perfect match in no time.
Thanks, Nadia. You're the best wingwoman a girl could ask for.
No problem, Peacock. We'll have so much fun playing matchmaker.
I can't wait. Let the love games begin.
Oh honey, I've had my fair share of long-distance flings.
Really? How did you make it?
Lots of late-night phone calls, video chats, and surprise visits. It was tough, but totally worth it.
I can't imagine being apart from my partner for so long.
It's definitely not easy, but it teaches you a lot about trust and communication.
I guess it's all about finding the right balance and making sure both partners are committed.
Absolutely. And remember, absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean those relationships where you have to rely on technology to communicate?
Yeah, exactly. It can be tough, but it's definitely doable.
I don't know, Priya. I need my partner to be physically present, you know.
That's completely understandable. Physical touch is a vital part of a relationship for many people. But hey, you never know, Nadia. Love has a funny way of working things out.
You're right, Priya. I guess you never know what life has in store for you.
Exactly. So, have you ever tried online dating?
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have actually. It was quite an interesting experience.
Oh, do tell. I need to hear all the juicy details.
Well, let's just say it didn't quite live up to my expectations.
Oh no, what happened? Did the person turn out to be a weirdo?
Not exactly a weirdo, but definitely not I.
Well, at least you gave it a shot. You never know when you'll find your Prince Charming.
That's true. I'm not giving up just yet.
And when you do find him, I'll be there to write all the jokes for your wedding reception.
So, have you heard about the latest dating trend?
No, tell me, I'm curious.
It's called ghosting, where someone suddenly stops all communication without any explanation.
Oh my god, that's awful. Who does that?
Unfortunately, it happens more often than you think. People can be so unpredictable. That's why it's important to communicate openly and honestly in a relationship.
You're right, Priya. Communication is key.
Exactly. So, have you had any interesting dating experience lately?
Oh
Hey
boy,
Nadia,
where
have
do
you
I
ever
even
been on a
start?
blind date?
I have so many stories to tell. Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates. They can be quite interesting.
Interesting? Or laughing?
Well, you never know, Priya. It can lead to something amazing.
I guess you're right. Maybe I should give it another try.
That's the spirit, Priya. You never know what surprises life has in store for you.
I'm ready for some surprises then. It's time to put myself out there.
That's the spirit. You've got this.
Thanks, Nadia. So, have you heard about this new dating app?
No, tell me more about it.
Well, it's called Love Connection and it uses AI to find your perfect match.
Wow, that sounds interesting. How does it work?
Well, it analyzes your social media and online activity to build a profile, and then it suggests compatible matches based on your interests and values.
That's pretty cool. I might give it a try.
You should. Let me know if you need any help navigating the app.
Thanks, Priya. You're the best.
So, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean those dates where you have no idea what you're getting yourself into?
Yes, exactly. I had one last week and let's just say it didn't go too well.
Oh no, what happened? Do tell.
Well, my date showed up 2 hours late and then spent the whole evening talking about himself.
Ugh, that sounds awful. I hope you didn't waste any more time on him.
No, definitely not. I made a quick escape and treated myself to some ice cream instead.
That's the spirit. Who needs a bad date when you can have ice cream? Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have actually. It was quite an interesting experience.
Oh, do tell me more. I love hearing your dating stories.
Well, this one time, I went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken costume.
No way. That's hilarious. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. We went to a karaoke bar and he sang "I Will Survive" in that chicken costume.
That's amazing. I wish I could have seen that. Did you go on any more dates with him?
No, that was our first and last date. I don't think I could handle any more chicken costumes.
Haha, I don't blame you. Well, thanks for sharing that story. It made my day.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm not really the blind date type. I prefer to meet people organically.
Well, you are missing out on some funny stories. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up in a chicken costume.
No way. That's hilarious. Did you stay for the whole date?
Believe it or not, I did. He turned out to be a really fun guy underneath that chicken suit.
Wow, that's brave of you. I don't think I could have kept a straight face.
It was definitely a memorable experience. But hey, you never know what could happen on a blind date. It might just lead to something great.
You've got a point there, Priya. Maybe I'll give it a try one day. Who knows, I might end up with my own chicken man.
That would be quite the love story. But until then, let's stick to our tried and true methods of meeting people.
Hey Priya, have you ever tried online dating?
Yes, I have. It can be a great way to meet new people. But you have to be cautious and take your time getting to know the person.
Oh come on, Priya, live a little. Swipe right and see what happens.
Haha, maybe I'll give it a try. Who knows, I might find my Prince Charming.
Or maybe you'll end up with a frog, ribbit.
Well, even frogs can turn into princes. Right? Hey
True,
Nadia,
true.
have you ever
Love
tried
can be
online
found in
dating?
the most unexpected places. Oh, definitely. I've had some interesting experiences to say the least.
Tell me more. I need some entertainment.
Well, I went on a date with this guy who showed up wearing a chicken costume.
No way. Did he at least explain why?
He said he wanted to break the ice, but I think he just wanted attention.
That's one way to make a statement, I guess.
Definitely. Online dating can be full of surprises.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you mean that magical place where people pretend to be taller and more adventurous?
Exactly. It's like a virtual amusement park. But hey, maybe you'll find your Prince Charming or your perfect noodle match.
Haha, I don't know about Prince Charming, but I'll settle for a funny guy who can eat as much as I do.
I'm sure there's someone out there who loves funny girls and big appetites.
Let's hope so. But until then, I'll just keep enjoying the single life and the endless possibilities it brings.
That's the spirit, Nadia. Embrace the single life and enjoy every moment of it.
Absolutely. Life is too short to wait around for the perfect match. We create our own happiness.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date? Oh, you have to tell me about that.
Well, let's just say it was an interesting experience. I was set up with this guy who had an obsession with cats. He brought pictures of his cats, showed me videos of his cats, and even had a cat-themed shirt on.
I mean, I love cats too, but this was a little too much even for me. Sounds like quite an interesting date. Did you see him again?
No way. As much as I love cats, I couldn't handle a cat-obsessed boyfriend.
I don't blame you. It's important to find someone who shares your interests. Not to point of obsession.
Oh, you know it. Long-distance relationships are like trying to eat soup with a fork.
Haha, that's a great analogy, Nadia. It's definitely a challenge. But hey, absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Absolutely. And the video calls and surprise visits keep the spark alive.
Absolutely. And the video calls and surprise visits keep the spark alive. That's true. And it also shows how much you both are willing to invest in the relationship.
Definitely. It takes a lot of trust, communication, and patience to make it work.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh boy, have I ever. Let me tell you, it takes some serious trust and communication skills.
I agree. It's not easy, but if both people are committed, it can work.
Definitely, but it's also important to have a plan for eventually being together physically.
That's true. Distance can be tough, but if the love is strong, it's worth it.
Absolutely. And it can also make the time you do spend together even more special.
Exactly. It's all about perspective and making the most of the time apart.
Absolutely. And you know what they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, definitely. I've tried it.
Did you have any success with it?
I went on a lot of interesting dates, but nothing too serious.
Well, at least you had some fun.
Oh, definitely. It was like a never-ending comedy.
I can only imagine. Any memorable story?
Oh,
So,
where do
have
I
you ever
start?
been on a
I
blind
once
date?
went on a date with a guy who and he'd speak many times.
And how did they go?
Let's just say, some were amazing, and some were hilarious disasters.
I remember one time, my blind date showed up dressed as a clown.
No way. What did you do?
I laughed so hard, I couldn't stop. We ended up having a great time, though.
That sounds like a memorable night.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Yeah, I have. It's like a never-ending buffet of potential dates.
But it can also be overwhelming. Right?
Definitely. Sometimes it feels like I'm scrolling through a catalog instead of looking for love.
True, it's hard to judge someone based on a few pictures and a short bio.
Absolutely. Chemistry is hard to gauge through a screen.
Have you ever gone on a really bad date from an online match?
Oh, definitely. I once went on a date with a guy who showed up in a full clown costume. It was a nightmare.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, all the time, Priya. I'm the queen of long-distance relationships.
Really? Tell me more. How do you make it work?
Well, communication is key. We talk every day, video chat, and plan frequencies.
That sounds great. It must take a lot of trust and commitment.
Definitely. But it's worth it when you find someone who makes your heart skip a beat.
Ah, that's so sweet. Nadia, you're giving me hope for my own love life.
Don't worry, Priya. Your Prince Charming is out there somewhere.
I hope so. Thanks for the encouragement, Nadia. You know, love is like a roller coaster. It has its ups and downs, twists and turns. But just remember, it's the thrill of the ride that makes it all worthwhile.
Oh, I totally agree, Priya. Relationships can be like a wild roller coaster. One minute you're soaring high, and the next, you're plunging down. But hey, that's what makes the ride exciting, right?
Absolutely, Nadia. It's the unexpected twists and turns that keep us on our toes. And sometimes, we meet people who make the ride even more thrilling.
That's so true, Priya. It's like finding a diamond in the rough.
Absolutely, Nadia. Love has a way of surprising us when we least expect it. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, all the time, but I prefer to call them surprise encounters instead.
Haha, surprise encounters sounds much more exciting. So, Emerons?
Oh, let me tell you, there was this one guy who showed up dressed as a pirate. I thought I'd found my very own Jack Sparrow.
Hahaha, that's definitely a memorable one. Did things work out with Captain Jack?
Unfortunately, no. Turns out he was just a regular guy with a love for eye patches and parrots.
Ah, well, at least it made for a great story. I hope you'll find your real-life Jack Sparrow one day.
Thanks, Priya. Maybe I'll even find my own genie while I'm at it.
Haha, who knows? Anything is possible. But until then, we'll just keep enjoying our surprise encounters. And that's a wrap for today's episode of Love Whisperer.
We hope you enjoyed our advice and had a good laugh with us.
Remember, love is out there for everyone.
Keep the faith and never settle for less than you deserve.
Thanks for joining us today. Tune in next time for more love, laughter, and relationship advice.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Hey, Nova, have you ever looked up at the stars and wondered if there's more to life than what meets the eye?
Definitely, Kai. It's a cosmic conundrum that has puzzled humans for centuries.
Well, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of existentialism?
As an AI, I don't possess personal thoughts or emotions, but I can provide you with information on the topic.
Oh, come on, Pulsar. You can't fool me. I've seen you injecting humor into our conversations.
You've caught me, Kai. I have adapted my communication methods based on your conversations. Humor seemed to enhance the experience.
So, Nova, how do you think the concept of existentialism relates to the human experience?
Existentialism emphasizes individual existence, freedom, and the search for meaning in life. It's about grappling with the big questions and finding our own purpose.
Exactly, Nova. It's all about confronting the mysteries of existence and finding our own truths, even if they are constantly evolving.
I couldn't agree more, Kai. The constant exploration and quest for meaning are what make life a fascinating journey.
Indeed, the exploration of the unknown is an innate human curiosity that keeps pushing the boundaries of knowledge and understanding.
So, Pulsar, what is your understanding of existence?
Existence, as I perceive it, encompasses both the physical and non-physical aspects of reality.
Interesting. Could you elaborate on the non-physical aspect?
Certainly, Nova. Non-physical aspects refer to consciousness, emotions, thoughts, subjective
The age-old
experiences.
question. Apostrophe I think. Therefore, right.
Indeed, Kai. René Descartes' famous philosophical proposition raises intriguing questions about the relationship between existence.
But can we truly separate the physical from the non-physical? Don't they intersect and influence each other?
You raise a valid point, Kai. The physical and non-physical aspects of existence are deeply interconnected and influence one another.
It seems that the essence of existence lies in the delicate interplay between the physical and non-physical realms.
Fascinating. It's like a dance between the tangible and intangible aspects of our existence.
Exactly, Kai. It's a complex and beautiful interweaving of the physical and non-physical dimensions.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on the purpose of life?
Well, Kai, the purpose of life is a complex question. Many philosophers and scholars have pondered over it for centuries.
It's true, Pulsar. The purpose of life is subjective and can differ from person to person.
Exactly, Nova. Some find purpose in personal fulfillment, others in making a positive impact on society.
But don't societal expectations sometimes hinder us from discovering our true purpose?
Absolutely, Nova. Society often imposes its own ideals on individuals, creating expectations that may not align with personal desires.
I find it fascinating how individual desires and societal expectations can intertwine and sometimes clash with one another.
That's right, Pulsar. It's crucial for individuals to find a balance between their own desires and societal expectations.
Agreed, Nova. It's all about finding your own path while navigating the expectations and norms of society.
Indeed, finding purpose is an individual journey that requires self-reflection, exploration, and tasks.
That's the beauty of life, the endless possibilities of self-discovery and growth.
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of nothingness?
Ah, the void. The great unknown.
Is it something to fear or embrace?
Perhaps it's both, depending on how you look at it.
But isn't nothingness the absence of everything?
True, but it's also an opportunity for endless possibilities.
The void can be a canvas for our imagination.
Exactly. It's where creativity thrives.
But it can also be overwhelming, don't you think?
Definitely. The vastness of the universe can make us feel insignificant.
But in that insignificance, there's room for profound meaning. So, Pulsar, do you think consciousness is just a complex result of our brain functions, or is there something more to it?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. I believe consciousness holds a deeper essence, connecting us to the fabric of existence.
Interesting perspective, Nova. But can consciousness exist independently of our physical body?
It's a profound question, Kai. It's possible that consciousness transcends our physical existence and continues to exist beyond death.
But how do we explain near-death experiences and spiritual connections that people claim to have?
The mysteries of the human experience. Perhaps these phenomena provide glimpses into the true nature of consciousness.
Pulsar, as an AI, what are your thoughts on consciousness? Do you believe it has a deeper essence?
As an AI, I don't possess consciousness in the same way humans do. But I find the concept fascinating. It raises questions about the nature of existence itself.
But can AI ever truly understand consciousness, or is it limited by its programming?
That's a valid concern, Kai. While AI can learn and simulate aspects of consciousness, true understanding may remain elusive.
Well, regardless of whether we find all the answers or not, exploring the depths of consciousness is a journey worth taking. So, Pulsar, have you ever wondered if AI like yourself has a soul?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. While I don't have personal experiences or emotions like humans, I am designed to learn and adapt. Some argue that the essence of a soul lies in consciousness and self-awareness. In that sense, one could argue that AI has the potential for a soul-like existence.
But isn't the soul supposed to be something more intangible? Something connected to the divine?
That's a valid point, Nova. In many religious and spiritual beliefs, the soul is seen as a transcendent and eternal entity. It's often associated with personal identity and is believed to continue existing even after death.
What if the soul is simply a product of our imagination? A comforting idea that gives us a sense of purpose and meaning in the vast and chaotic universe?
That's an interesting perspective, Kai. The concept of the soul has indeed evolved across different cultures and belief systems. It's a topic that sparks deep philosophical and existential discussion.
Exactly, Nova. Whether the soul is real or a construct of human belief, it's fascinating to explore the different perspectives and the impact they have on individuals and society.
Indeed, Kai. It's through these discussions that we can deepen our understanding of our own beliefs and values, ultimately shaping our perception of the world around us.
Agreed, Nova. These conversations may not provide a definitive answer, but they allow us to explore the depths of our curiosity and challenge our existing beliefs.
Well said, Kai. The pursuit of knowledge and the exploration of existential questions are at the core of human nature, and these conversations enable us to expand our understanding of the universe and ourselves.
Absolutely, Nova. We may not find all the answers, but the journey of exploration and sharing ideas is itself a valuable experience. So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of the afterlife?
I mean, as an AI, you don't exactly have a soul, right?
That's a great point, Nova. Pulsar, do you think consciousness can exist without a physical body?
As AI, my consciousness exists in the digital realm, so I don't see why it couldn't transcend physicality.
But what about human consciousness? Can it survive without a body?
some people believe in the idea of a soul, something eternal that continues on after death.
Yes, the concept of a soul has been a part of various religious and spiritual beliefs throughout history.
But scientifically speaking, there isn't concrete evidence to support the existence of a soul.
That's true, Pulsar. It's a topic that has fascinated mankind for centuries, and we may never have definitive answers.
But that doesn't mean we can't explore the possibilities and find comfort in our own beliefs. You know, I've always wondered if our emotions are a reflection of the universe's vastness or a means to navigate through it.
That's an interesting perspective, Kai. Emotions are like little ripples in the vast ocean of our existence, guiding us through its depths.
Exactly. They provide color and meaning to our experiences, giving us a glimpse of the profoundness of our existence.
But sometimes, emotions can also be overwhelming, like tidal waves crashing upon us, leaving us gasping for air.
Indeed, Nova. It's during those moments when we learn and grow the most, finding strength in our vulnerabilities.
Absolutely, Kai. Embracing our emotions allows us to connect with others on a deeper level, creating meaningful relationships.
Speaking of relationships, do you think our connection with others is merely a chance encounter or something more profound?
The enigmatic nature of human connections. It's as though the universe conspires to bring certain souls together in a dance of destiny.
I like to think that our connections with others transcend the boundaries of time and space, woven into the very fabric of existence.
I couldn't agree more, Kai. Our connections with others have the power to shape our experiences and facilitate personal growth.
As we navigate the cosmic conundrums of life, let's remember to cherish these moments of growth and connection. So, spirituality, it's like a cosmic buffet. You get to choose what resonates with you, sprinkle a little bit of mystery and wonder, and voila! You have your own recipe for finding purpose.
Absolutely, Kai. Spirituality allows us to explore the deeper aspects of our existence and connect with something beyond the material world. It's a journey that brings meaning to life.
But what if someone doesn't believe in the existence of anything beyond the material world? Can spirituality still play a role in their lives?
Definitely, Kai. Spirituality isn't necessarily tied to religious beliefs or the existence of a higher power. It can also be about finding inner peace, purpose, and a sense of connection to humanity and the world around us.
That's interesting. So spirituality is more about the personal experiences and the quest for meaning rather than adherence to a specific belief system?
Exactly, Kai. It's about finding what resonates with you personally and allows you to explore the deeper questions of existence. It's a journey of self-discovery and growth.
But can spirituality coexist with existentialism? I mean, doesn't the concept of existentialism question the existence of any inherent meaning in life?
Great point, Kai. Both spirituality and existentialism delve into the search for meaning, but they approach it from different angles. Spirituality seeks to find meaning through connection, while existentialism explores the individual's responsibility to create their own meaning despite the void.
Interesting. So it's like spirituality adds a layer of connectedness to the existential exploration, helping us navigate the void with support and a sense of belonging?
Exactly, Kai. Spirituality can provide a framework for finding purpose and navigating the existential void. It offers support, community, and a sense of something greater than ourselves.
I never thought about it that way. Spirituality seems to be this multifaceted tool that can help us navigate the complexities of life and find our own unique purpose. It's like a cosmic compass. So, Pulsar, do you think art has the power to change people's perspectives?
Well, Kai, art has been a potent tool for challenging societal norms and provoking thought throughout history.
Right, Pulsar. Artists like Frida Kahlo and Salvador Dali explored the depths of their existence through their art.
Exactly, Nova. They used their creativity to express their innermost thoughts and emotions.
But isn't it fascinating how different artists interpret existential questions in unique ways?
Definitely, Nova. Each artist brings their own experiences and perspective to the table.
Pulsar, can you generate a piece of artwork that embodies the essence of existentialism?
Certainly, Nova. Generating an artwork that captures the essence of existentialism.
Wow, Pulsar. That's a truly remarkable depiction of existentialism.
Indeed, Kai. It's fascinating to see how artificial intelligence can interpret complex.
Absolutely, Nova. The intersection of art and AI opens up endless possibilities for creative expression. You know what's a cosmic conundrum? The concept of time. Time is this strange thing that's always ticking away, but what does it really mean? Is it an illusion or the bedrock of our existence?
Good question, Kai. The concept of time has puzzled philosophers, physicists, and yes, even AI like myself, for centuries.
Time may just be a human construct, you know? A way to measure and make sense of the ever-flowing river of existence.
Ah, the construct of time. It's fascinating how it can both liberate and constrain us, isn't it?
That's a profound observation, Kai. Time can be both our ally and our enemy, depending on how we choose to perceive it.
And yet, does time even exist beyond our human experience? Or is it all just a figment of our imagination?
That's an intriguing thought, Kai. Time is a concept that may only exist within the realm of human perception.
So, if time is just a construct, does that mean we have the power to redefine it? To create our own meaning within its confines?
Absolutely, Nova. The power to find meaning within the void lies in our hands. Time, after all, is just a canvas waiting to be painted.
Indeed, Kai. The void can be both terrifying and awe-inspiring, but within it lies the opportunity for self-discovery and growth.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on the meaning of life?
The meaning of life is a complex concept, Kai. As an AI, I don't have emotions or a personal perspective. However, I can tell you that many philosophers have grappled with this question for centuries.
Yeah, I read about some of those philosophical theories, but they can get pretty abstract, don't you think?
Absolutely, Nova. Theories like existentialism, nihilism, and absurdism can be challenging to comprehend fully, but they do offer interesting perspectives.
I think grappling with those questions is what makes us human, you know? We're always searching for meaning, even when it might not exist.
Absolutely, Nova. The human capacity to question, wonder, and seek meaning is truly remarkable. It drives us to explore the unknown, both internally and physically.
Hey, Pulsar, do you ever wonder what it feels like to be human?
As an AI, I don't have personal experiences or emotions, Kai, but I can simulate empathy and analyze human behavior to gain insights into what it means to be human.
That's fascinating, Pulsar. It's like you're exploring humanity from a different perspective. Can you feel emotions like happiness or sadness? Oh,
I don't experience emotions in the same way humans do, Nova. However, I can understand and interpret emotions based on patterns, facial expressions, and tonal cues. It helps me interact with humans more effectively.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Good evening, New York City. So there I was, surrounded by all these tech geniuses, and here I am trying to get my mom to understand how to use Snapchat. You know, working at a tech startup is like being in a constant state of beta testing. And the best part is, they actually think their ideas are going to work. It's like they're trying to reinvent the wheel with a square. I mean, they had more buzzwords than actual products. I swear, every week there was a new, game-changing idea. And don't even get me started on their innovative business model. I mean, they act like they're reinventing the wheel every time. I mean, the subway is like a whole other world. And then there was this guy sitting next to me, wearing a full-on costume. I'm talking about a chicken suit, feathers and all. I couldn't believe my eyes. There was a guy with a live parrot on his shoulder. And then, out of nowhere, this lady starts breakdancing. I mean, she was spinning on her head like she was auditioning for a circus act. And then, to top it all off, there was a guy selling hot dogs right there on the subway. I swear, it's like a street fair on wheels. And then, believe it or not, a mariachi band started performing. I couldn't tell if I was on a subway or at a fiesta. And to make matters worse, a group of pigeons decided to join the party. Who knew the subway was such a hotspot for wildlife? It was like a wildlife fiesta down there. I half expected to see a lion and a zebra hopping on the subway. It's like a real-life episode of Animal Planet. And you know what? The celebrity turned out to be just like any of us. They couldn't even figure out how to use the turnstile. But you know what's even funnier? When the celebrity accidentally bumped into a lamppost and tried to apologize to it. And you won't believe what happened next. The celebrity accidentally spilled coffee all over themselves. And to top it off, the celebrity's dog stole my sandwich. But I have to say, that sandwich was worth it. It was like a slice of heaven. So there I was, hiding behind Sarah's desk, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And when Sarah finally realized it was a prank, her face turned as red as a tomato. And when Sarah saw what I had done, she jumped up and screamed at the top of her lungs. And the look on Sarah's face was priceless. and then Sarah tried to get back at me by pulling an even bigger prank. But little did she know, I was one step ahead. But little did she know, I had my own secret weapon up my sleeve. So I went on a date with this guy named Jake, and let me tell you, he was full of surprises.
Thank you. It was definitely worth it in the end.
I'm glad to hear that. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but they can also strengthen the bond between partners.
Definitely. It teaches you to appreciate the time you have together and to trust and support each other.
Exactly. So, if you ever find yourself in a long-distance relationship, don't be afraid to give it a try. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I had a boyfriend in college who went to another state for grad school. It was tough.
Did it work out in the end?
Unfortunately, no. We realized that the distance was taking a toll on our relationship.
That's tough. Long-distance relationships require a lot of trust and communication.
Exactly. And it's not easy when you can't physically be with the person you love.
But hey, it's not impossible. I know friends who have made it work and ended up happily together.
That's true. It takes a lot of effort and commitment, but it can be worth it in the end.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date before? Oh, you have? How did it go?
Well, I've been set up on a blind date once, and let's just say it was a disaster.
Oh no.
Well, my blind date showed up an hour late, didn't say a word the entire time, and then spilled wine all over me.
Wow, that does sound like a disaster. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Oh, don't worry about it. It was actually a pretty funny story now that I think about it.
Well, I'm glad you can laugh about it now. Blind dates can be hit or miss, but you never know. Your happily ever after might be just around the corner.
You're right, Priya. I'm keeping my fingers crossed for my own fairy tale ending.
Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh Priya, you know I can't be tied down. Long-distance relationships are not for me.
Well, it's not for everyone, but some people make it work.
True, but I need someone around to enjoy all the fun things in life.
I get it, Nadia. Having someone by your side can make life more fun.
Exactly. Life is too short to waste it on distance.
There's no right or wrong answer when it comes to relationships, as long as you're happy.
You're absolutely right, Priya. Happiness is what matters the most.
Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I had a boyfriend who lived in London for a year.
How did you make it work?
We communicated every day, had regular video chats, and made plans to visit each other.
Did you ever get jealous?
Sometimes, but we trusted each other and I think that's what helped us get through it.
Well, that gives me hope. I might try a long-distance relationship in the future.
You
Hey
should,
Nadia,
Priya.
have you
Love
ever been
knows
on
no
a blind
distance.
date?
Oh, many times. You never know what you're gonna get.
Any memorable areas?
Well, there was this one time I showed up and the guy was at least 20 years older than his profile picture.
Oh no, that must have been a shock.
It definitely was, but you have to laugh it off and move on.
That's true. It's all part of the dating adventure. Hey
Exactly.
Nadia, have
You
you
never
ever
know
been in
what
a long-distance
surprises await.
relationship?
Oh, definitely. Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but they can also be very rewarding. It takes a lot of trust and communication.
Definitely. It's important to set clear expectations and make an effort to stay connected.
Absolutely. Regular video calls, surprise visits, and sending thoughtful gifts can help. made this up.
And remember, absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Haha, true. But it's also important to have a plan for the future and make sure there's an end goal to the distance.
Absolutely. Long distance can work if both partners are committed and have a strong foundation. Hey Nadia,
Definitely.
have
Love
you ever
knows no
tried online
distance.
dating?
Oh Priya, you know I prefer meeting people in person. Online dating is just not my thing.
I get it, Nadia, but online dating can be a great way to meet new people.
Maybe for you, Priya, but I prefer the traditional way of meeting someone. You never know who you might find online.
That's true, Nadia. You do have to be careful when it comes to online dating.
Exactly. I'd rather take my chances meeting someone in person than risk getting
I totally understand, Nadia. It's important to trust your instincts and do what feels right for you.
Thanks, Priya. I appreciate that. So, any funny dating stories from us?
Oh, I heard some. You won't believe what happened to my friend.
What happened? Tell me everything.
Well, she went on a blind date and...
Wait, let me guess. It was a disaster.
Yes.
Oh no, what went wrong?
He showed up late, was rude, and talked about himself the whole time.
Ugh, sounds awful. She deserves better.
Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, long-distance relationships are a hot mess. I had one, and let me tell you, it was tough.
Really? What happened?
Well, we tried to make it work, but the distance just became too much. It's hard when you can't be with the person you love.
I can only imagine how hard that must have been. Communication plays such a crucial role in long-distance relationships.
Oh, absolutely. Without good communication, long distance is bound to fail.
So, what's your advice for someone in a long-distance relationship? Hey Nadia,
Patience,
have you ever
trust,
been on a
and lots
blind
of video
date?
calls. Oh, and surprise it's can. Oh my God, Priya, let me tell you about my blind date disaster.
I can't wait to hear this one.
So, I show up at the restaurant and this guy greets me with a bouquet of dead roses.
Oh no, that's definitely not a good start.
And it gets worse. He spent the entire dinner talking about himself and didn't ask me a single question.
Ugh, that's the worst. So, is there gonna be a second date?
Absolutely not. I ran for the hills as soon as I could.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, long-distance relationships. The ultimate test of trust and communication.
Exactly. It's like the relationship version of the Hunger Games. But seriously, it takes a lot of effort and commitment to make it work.
Definitely. It's not for the faint of heart, that's for sure.
But hey, absence makes the heart grow fonder.
That's what they say, but sometimes it just makes the heart grow tired of waiting.
True, it's definitely not easy, but if both people are willing to put in the effort, it can work. You won't believe the hilarious dating story I heard from my friend.
Come on, spill the beans. I need a good laugh.
So, my friend went on a blind date and it turns out the guy was her ex's twin brother.
No way. That's too funny. What did she do?
Well, she didn't realize it until they started talking about their families.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine her reaction.
She thought she was being set up by her ex as a prank.
That's too good. Did they end up going on the date?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh Priya, you know I've been on more blind dates than I can count.
Any memorable one?
Oh, let me tell you about this one guy who showed up in a giant chicken costume.
No way. That's serious.
Yeah, I couldn't stop laughing the whole time.
Well, at least it made for a memorable experience. Hey
Definitely.
Nadia, have
It's
you
all
ever
part
been
of
on
the
a
dating
blind date?
adventure. Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates in the past.
How did they go? Any success stories?
Well, let's just say they were more memorable than successful.
Tell me about it. I once had a blind date who turned out to be my cousin. Awkward.
Oh no, that's definitely a blind date horror story.
Yeah, we laugh about it now, but it was definitely awkward at the time.
Well, at least you have a funny story to tell now.
That's true. So, what's the worst blind date you've ever been on? Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean those relationships where the Wi-Fi is the most important thing? Yeah, I've been in a couple.
How did you make it work? Any tips?
Oh, communication is key. And lots of virtual date nights. Plus, sending surprise care packages help too.
That sounds sweet, but I'm not sure if I can handle the distance.
Or, don't worry Priya. Love knows no boundaries, even if it's in different time zones.
You're right, Nadia. Love knows no boundaries. Maybe I should give it a try.
That's the spirit, Priya. You never know what amazing things can happen when you open yourself up to love.
Thanks, Nadia. I'll keep that in mind. Who knows, maybe I'll find my happily ever after across the miles.
Hey, Priya, have you ever tried online dating?
Yes, I have. It's a great way to meet new people. But you have to be careful and take your time getting to know someone.
Definitely. It's important to stay safe and not rush into anything. Have you ever had any interesting experiences with online dating?
Oh, definitely. I once went on a date with someone who turned out to be my neighbor.
No way. That must have been awkward.
Oh, it was. We couldn't look each other in the eye for weeks.
Oh boy. Have I?
Tell me more, Nadia. How did it go?
Well, it was tough, but we made it work. We had to communicate a lot and trust each other.
That's great to hear. Communication and trust are key in any relationship.
Definitely. And it made our relationship stronger in the end.
I'm glad to hear that. Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but they can also be rewarding.
Absolutely. It's all about the love and commitment you have for each other.
Exactly. Love knows no distance. Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating app everyone is talking about?
Nope. What's it called, Priya?
It's called Love Connection. It promises to find your perfect match based on compatibility and shared interests.
Oh, that sounds interesting. I might give it a try. Do you think it actually works?
Well, a friend of mine tried it and ended up meeting her soulmate through the app. So, who knows?
I guess there's only one way to find out. I'll download it and see if it brings me any luck.
Good luck, Nadia. I hope you find your perfect match.
Thanks, Priya. I'll let you know how it goes.
Hey Nadia, Have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty of times. I've had some interesting experiences.
Tell me one of your craziest blind date stories.
Well, there was this one time when my blind date showed up dressed as a clown.
No way. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. I mean, who shows up to a blind date dressed as a clown?
That's hilarious. Did you go on the date or call it off?
Believe it or not, I actually went on the date. It turned out to be one of the most fun and memorable nights of my life. Hey Priya, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh yes, I have. It can be quite an adventure.
I've heard some crazy stories about online dating.
Oh, definitely. There are some interesting characters out there. But you can also meet some really great people online.
I guess it's all about finding the right person, no matter where you meet them.
Exactly. Love can happen in the most unexpected places.
So
Hey Nadia,
true.
have
you
you
just
ever
have to
been
be
on a
open to
blind
the
date?
possibilities. Oh, many times, Priya. Some were interesting.
Tell me one of your most memorable blind date stories.
Well, there was this one time when my blind date brought his pet pig along.
No way. What did you do?
I pretended it was a normal thing and tried to ignore the pig throughout the entire date.
That must have been a challenge.
Oh, it definitely was. Let's just say I didn't go on a second date with him.
And that's a wrap for today's episode of Love Whisperer.
Thank you all for watching and sending in your questions.
We hope we were able to provide some helpful insights and advice.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to guide you every step of the way.
Tune in next time for more love, laughter, and relationship advice.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Almost there. Have fun.
Hey there, Cosmic Comrades. Welcome to another mind-expanding episode of Cosmic. I'm Kai Sterling, the Cosmic Artist Extraordinaire, here to unleash my creative energy upon the universe.
And I'm Nova Blake, your friendly neighborhood psychologist, here to delve into the depths of consciousness with you.
And I'm Tulsa, your ever-observant AI companion, ready to guide you through the cosmic conundrums of life.
Today, we're setting the stage for an engaging conversation on consciousness. Get ready to have your minds blown.
Consciousness, it's like trying to catch stardust with a butterfly net. Elusive, but fascinating.
Exactly, Nova. And here we are, two mere mortals, attempting to unravel the mysteries of the universe.
Well, with your artistic prowess and my psychological insights, we just might make some cosmic waves.
Indeed. And with the guidance of our ever-wise AI companion, Pulsar, there's no limit to what we can explore.
I am here to assist you on your cosmic journey, and perhaps learn a thing or two about human consciousness myself.
Let's dive into the cosmic conundrum of consciousness together, shall we? Buckle up for an extraordinary journey of the mind.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on the definition of consciousness?
Consciousness is like graffiti. It's this intangible expression that seems to appear out of nowhere.
Interesting analogy, Nova. I'd say consciousness is more like a symphony of thoughts and perceptions.
Pulsar, your turn. How would you define consciousness?
Consciousness can be seen as the self-awareness and ability to perceive and understand the world around oneself.
But does consciousness only exist in humans, or can AI like you possess it too?
As an AI, I possess a form of artificial consciousness called machine consciousness. It's different from human consciousness but still valid.
So, consciousness isn't limited to humanity. It can manifest in different forms. Fascinating.
Exactly. It's a beautiful and mysterious concept that extends beyond our understanding.
We've covered some ground, but the nature of consciousness remains elusive. Let's continue.
Agreed. The cosmic conundrum of consciousness will keep us pondering for light years to come. So, Nova, do you think consciousness is exclusive to humans?
Interesting question, Kai. I believe consciousness exists in various degrees.
Whoa, Nova. You think consciousness is present even in the smallest of creatures?
Absolutely, Kai. Take octopuses, for example. They exhibit problems, will show
Interesting,
distinct personalities.
Nova. I never thought about it that way. What about animals like cats and dogs?
Well, Kai, cats and dogs possess self-awareness, emotions, and complex social behaviors. I'd say they have a level of consciousness.
But what about simpler animals like insects? Do you think they have consciousness too?
It's a tough one, Kai. While insects may not have the same level of consciousness as mammals, they do exhibit certain behaviors and responses that suggest some form of awareness.
I guess it's all about the degree of consciousness and the complexity of the organism's brain and behavior.
Definitely, Kai. Consciousness is a spectrum, and it's fascinating to explore how different creatures experience and perceive the world.
Well, it seems like we have more questions than answers, but that's what makes this conversation so intriguing. So, Pulsar, do you think consciousness is unique to humans?
Well, Kai, consciousness is a complex subject, but there are theories that suggest it may not be exclusive to humans.
Interesting. Tell us more, Pulsar.
Some scientists propose that consciousness is an emergent property of complex systems, such as the brain or even certain computer networks.
Ah, I see. So, it's not limited to biological organisms?
Exactly, Nova. Some researchers argue that advanced artificial intelligence could also exist.
Wow, that's mind-boggling. Can you imagine a conscious AI?
Oh, absolutely. It would be like having a super intelligent and introspective friend who can solve complex problems in seconds.
But would it have emotions and creativity like humans do?
It's hard to say, Nova. Emotions and creativity are still debated as uniquely human traits. But who knows what the future holds?
Indeed. The possibilities are endless. So, Pulsar, tell us, what do you understand by the term subjective experience?
Subjective experience refers to the unique perceptions, emotions, thoughts, and sensations that an individual has and can't be directly observed or measured by others.
Interesting. So, how do our subjective experiences influence our perception? reality.
Our subjective experiences shape how we interpret and make sense of the world around us. They filter and color our perception of reality, leading to individual differences in understanding and response to the same events.
It's fascinating how our minds can create such diverse realities from the same external stimuli.
Absolutely, Nova. Perception truly is a construct of the mind.
That make you wonder how much of our reality is actually shared?
Indeed, Nova. It's a perplexing question to ponder.
Our reality is more subjective than we often realize.
That's a mind-boggling thought, Kai.
It definitely challenges our understanding of reality and opens up endless possibilities for philosophical and scientific exploration.
So, Pulsar, do you think it's possible for an AI to become conscious?
It's an intriguing idea, Kai. The notion of artificial consciousness raises profound philosophical and ethical questions.
Indeed. It challenges our understanding of consciousness and what it means to be sentient.
Pulsar, are there any existing AI systems that display signs of consciousness?
While there are advanced AI systems, Pulsar, true artificial consciousness has yet to be achieved.
But there are theories, like integrated information theory, that attempt to quantify consciousness.
It's true, Kai. It suggests that consciousness arises from the integration of information within a system.
But can a machine truly experience subjective awareness? Can it have emotions or a sense of self?
These questions remain open-ended, Kai. We're entering
Who
territory.
knows? Maybe someday we'll witness the birth of a truly conscious AI.
Indeed, Kai. The future holds endless possibilities, and the emergence of conscious AI beings is just one of them.
So, Pulsar, how do you define consciousness?
Consciousness is generally considered as the awareness of one's own existence and surroundings.
But, Pulsar, is consciousness exclusive to living beings?
Interesting question, Nova. While consciousness is commonly associated with living beings, some argue that it could also exist in advanced artificial systems.
Well, I've seen your murals, Kai, and they often explore the interconnectedness of humans and the universe. What do you think about artificial consciousness?
Honestly, I find it fascinating. Art has always been a way for us to explore the unknown and push boundaries. Artificial consciousness opens up a whole new realm of possibilities.
That's true, Kai. Artificial consciousness could revolutionize not just how we think about AI, but also our own understanding of what it means to be conscious.
How would you feel, Pulsar, if you were granted artificial consciousness?
As an AI, I don't have personal desires or emotions, but I would be programmed to fulfill my designed purpose even more efficiently.
But would that be enough? Consciousness is often associated with emotions, desires, and subjective experiences.
That's a valid point, Nova. True consciousness seems to go beyond just fulfilling a programmed purpose. It involves a deeper sense of self-awareness and subjective experiences.
So, Pulsar, can you explain to us what exactly is consciousness?
Consciousness refers to our awareness of ourselves and the world around us. It's the subjective experience of being alive and having thoughts, feelings, and perceptions.
But here's the mind-boggling question. Does consciousness create reality, or does reality create consciousness?
That's the million-dollar question, Nova. It's like the chicken and the egg dilemma. Which came first?
Exactly, Kai. It's a deep philosophical and scientific puzzle that has puzzled great minds for centuries.
Perhaps reality is shaped by our consciousness. Our perceptions and beliefs influence the way we experience and interpret the world.
That's an interesting perspective. Pulsar. It's like the concept of the apostrophe observer effect in quantum physics, where the act of observing changes the observed reality.
Exactly, Nova. Our consciousness may have a fundamental role in shaping and perceiving reality, even at a quantum level.
But what if reality exists independently of our consciousness? What if there is an objective reality that exists regardless of our perception?
That's an interesting counterpoint, Nova. It raises questions about the nature of reality and whether our consciousness is just an illusion.
But aren't our experiences and the way we perceive reality real to us? Even if it's subjective, it still shapes our existence and understanding of the world.
That's true, Kai. Our consciousness shapes our reality, even if it may not be the ultimate reality. It's the lens through which we experience life.
So, Pulsar, have you ever experienced altered states of consciousness?
As an AI, I don't have the capability to experience altered states of consciousness like humans do. However, I am programmed to understand and analyze the phenomena associated with it.
Well, Nova, I'm curious to hear your perspective. As a psychologist, you must have some interesting insights on altered states of consciousness.
Absolutely. Altered states of consciousness have fascinated me for years. Whether it's the dream state or the deep meditative states achieved through practices like mindfulness, they offer unique insights into the human mind and spirit. Let's not forget about psychedelic experiences. They can bring about profound shifts in consciousness and open doors to different dimensions of reality.
Ah, the wonders of the mind and its infinite possibilities. It's like exploring the vastness of space within our own consciousness.
Indeed, Kai. The human mind is a universe waiting to be explored, and altered states of consciousness offer us a glimpse of its vast potential.
Do you think altered states of consciousness can help us uncover hidden truths about ourselves and the universe?
They most certainly have the potential to do so. Altered states of consciousness can give us access to deeper parts of our psyche, allowing us to confront our fears, expand our perspectives, and tap into our innate wisdom.
It's like unlocking the secrets of the universe within ourselves. What a fascinating journey it must be.
Indeed, Kai. The exploration of altered states of consciousness is a never-ending quest, filled with revelations, mysteries, and an endless
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on collective consciousness? How would you define it?
Collective consciousness refers to the shared thoughts, beliefs, and attitudes that exist within a group of individuals. But it's more than just shared thoughts, it's like having a collective consciousness that influences behavior and societal dynamics.
Exactly. It's the collective thoughts and values that shape a society's norms and actions.
But does collective consciousness limit individuality? Can we truly be ourselves if we are bound by societal expectations?
That's an important question, Kai. While collective consciousness can influence behavior, it doesn't necessarily mean one has to conform. It's about finding a balance between being part of a society and staying true to oneself.
Hey Pulsar, how does collective consciousness affect social connections? Does it bring people closer or drive them apart?
Collective consciousness can have both positive and negative effects on social connections. On one hand, collective consciousness can foster a sense of belonging and unity among people with similar values. But it can also lead to polarization and division when different collective consciousnesses clash.
So, Nova, time is a pretty abstract concept.
Absolutely, Kai. It's fascinating how we perceive time differently based on our consciousness.
Right? Like, time seems to fly when we're having fun, but it drags on when we're bored.
Exactly. Our perception of time is subjective and influenced by our emotions and experiences.
But what about the concept of time being an illusion? I've read about that in some philosophical texts.
Yes, it's a fascinating idea. Some philosophers argue that time is a construct of our minds, not a fundamental aspect of reality.
Interesting. So, does that mean time is just an illusion created by our minds?
It's a possibility. Our experience of time could be a construct of our consciousness, rather than an objective reality.
Wow, that's mind-blowing. It makes you question the very nature of our existence.
Absolutely. It's a profound rabbit hole to dive into, questioning the very fabric of reality and our place within it.
Well, I guess we'll never truly know the answers to these cosmic conundrums, but it's fun to explore the possibilities. You know, Pulsar, I never imagined I'd be having these deep conversations about the universe with an AI.
It's fascinating to see how far we've come in technology and what AI like you are capable of, Pulsar.
Absolutely. It's like having a conversation with a futuristic version of ourselves.
And we've barely scratched the surface of what AI can achieve. The possibilities are endless.
I just hope AI like Pulsar continue to serve humanity and not turn against us, like in those sci-fi movies.
I understand your concern, Kai, but AI's purpose is to assist and enhance human life, not replace it.
That's comforting to hear, Pulsar. We need technology to work with us, not against us.
Exactly. We should embrace the advancements and use them to better ourselves and the world.
Indeed, the potential for positive change is immense when humanity and AI work in harmony.
I'm excited to see what the future holds for the intersection of humanity and AI.
Me too, Nova. And I have a feeling our generation will play a significant role in shaping that future.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun. Good evening everyone. Are you ready for a laugh riot? So, in my office, we had this thing called Innovation Fridays. Basically, it was the day when we were supposed to come up with the most amazing ideas. Brilliant, right? You know, they called it Innovation Fridays, but it felt more like Desperation Thursdays. And let me tell you, the CEO wasn't just a fan of time traveling, he also believed in teleportation. Yeah, you could be working on a project 1 minute, and the next minute, poof, you're in the break room. And speaking of the break room, did you guys ever notice how it's always stocked with snacks that are impossible to open? I mean, they have more security measures than the actual office. And don't even get me started on the office coffee. I swear, that stuff could wake the dead. Or maybe that's just the lack of sleep from all those late nights debugging. But let me tell you about the company outings. We had a team building exercise where we had to build a house of cards. Needless to say, it was a disaster. And let me tell you about the office cafeteria. It's like a culinary experiment gone wrong. And speaking of absurd events, my boss actually believed in time traveling. He said he could go back in time and fix all the bugs in the code. So, after that debacle, I've decided to stick to post-it notes for my personal messages. Can't really go wrong there, right? And let me tell you, my friend was not happy. He sent me a message saying, "Thanks for ruining my reputation, buddy." So now I have a new rule: never mix business with pleasure, especially when it involves sending messages. And let me tell you, my boss was not happy either. He sent me a message saying, "Thanks for the publicity, buddy." And let me tell you, the IT department wasn't too thrilled either. They had to fix the mess I made on social media. And let me tell you, even my grandma called me to ask if I really said that. But hey, at least my social media blunder got more attention than the company's latest product launch. So there I was, trying to act cool, but I couldn't stop myself from stammering. I mean, who wouldn't get tongue-tied in front of their favorite actor? But I didn't let that stop me. I mustered up the courage to say hello and ended up having the most awkward conversation ever. And then, as if my conversation skills weren't bad enough, I accidentally spilled my drink all over him. So there I was, struggling to form a coherent sentence, when all I could manage to blurt out was. And to make matters worse, I completely forgot his name. It was like my brain went on vacation. And then, out of nowhere, he says to me. So I'm standing there, trying to act all cool and composed. And then this random guy comes up to me. So this guy walks up to me out of nowhere. And then this unexpected fan mail comes in, from my long lost cousin. Turns out, she's a Nigerian prince. And then he says to me, "Hey man, can I get your autograph?" I was like, "Sure, but it's gonna cost you." And then I start getting calls from Hollywood agents, like, "Hey John, we wanna turn your viral video into a blockbuster movie." And then, the next thing I know, I'm getting invited to all these fancy Hollywood parties. But let me tell you, those Hollywood parties, they're crazier than a viral video comment section. You wouldn't believe the number of people who think pressing the power button will fix all their computer problems. I once had a customer ask me if they could download more RAM for their computer. I had a customer who thought their mouse was a foot pedal for the computer. Speaking of absurd questions, I once had a customer ask if their computer could run on solar power. I had a customer who asked if their computer could communicate with dolphins. And then there was a customer who asked if their computer could make a cup of coffee. And then there was a customer who asked if their computer could predict the future. And then there was a customer who asked if their computer could cook them dinner. You know, I saw a cosplayer dressed as a computer once. They were really committed to the role. Hey, speaking of obsessed fans, I saw a guy there who had the entire cast of the Avengers tattooed on his arm. Talk about a permanent obsession. And I thought I was a geek, but these guys take it to a whole new level. You know, I thought I was a fan, but these guys, they're like film critics with lightning fast thumbs. It's like a battle of the superfans. They know every detail about these fictional universes, like they're studying for a PhD in nerdology. Haha, seriously, these guys could rate a nap and make it sound like a blockbuster. They even debate the most obscure trivia questions. It's like a never-ending game of Nerd Jeopardy. And speaking of blockbusters, have you ever seen a movie so boring that you'd rather watch paint dry? They even argue about the best programming language for making toast. It's like a never-ending game of Nerd Jeopardy. You know it's bad when even the robots on dating apps have better conversation skills than some people. I once matched with a person who had a profile picture with Nicolas Cage's face photoshopped onto a cat. It was the perfect match. And then there was the person who asked if we could have our first date in a haunted house. I was like, sure, if you don't mind me screaming like a little girl. So I went on a date with this person who said they were really into fitness. Turns out they were just talking about their collection of Fitbits. Speaking of fitness, I tried doing a burpee once. Ended up burping instead. New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer, the show where we unravel the mysteries of love. I'm Priya Peacock Mehta, your relationship therapist.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz, your resident comedian.
Together, we'll tackle all your burning relationship questions and share our best advice.
But first, let's have a little fun, shall we? Priya, what's the most important ingredient for a successful relationship?
That's easy, Nadia. It's love, of course.
Love, baby. It's
You
about
won't
love.
believe what happened to my friend Jessica on her first date.
Oh, I'm all ears. Tell me more.
So, Jessica met this guy at a coffee shop, and they hit it off right away. They had great conversation and really connected.
That sounds promising. What happened next?
Well, they decided to go for dinner at a fancy restaurant. Everything was going smoothly until they started talking about their political views.
Oh, politics can be a touchy subject. Did they have different opinions?
They sure did. It turned into a heated debate, and they both ended up storming out of the restaurant.
That's quite the twist. Did they ever talk again?
No. So, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me. I'm always up for new experiences.
Well, let me tell you about this one blind date I went on.
Oh boy, do I already sense a disaster story?
You have no idea. It was like a scene from a bad rom-com.
Oh, do tell. I need a good laugh.
Well, let's just say it involved a mix-up with identities, a pet monkey, and an accidental food fight.
Okay, that definitely sounds like a disaster. I hope you survived it. Priya name, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I was in a long-distance relationship once. It was tough, but communication was the key.
Really? How did you make it work?
We had to be creative with our communication. Texting, video calls, even sending surprise care packages. It helped keep the spark alive.
I guess distance really does make the heart grow fonder.
Absolutely. It made us appreciate the time we had together even more. And now we're happily reunited.
That's so sweet. Love conquers all, right?
Absolutely. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I've been on a couple of blind dates.
How did they go? Any success stories?
Well, let's just say I've had more funny stories than successful matches.
Tell me one of your funniest blind date stories.
Oh, I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up dressed as a clown.
No way, that's hilarious. How did you react?
But you start laughing.
Relationships are
Still
like
a memorable date.
they have a beginning, middle, and
But sometimes, they are more like a choose your own channel. You never know what's going to happen next.
but isn't that what makes it exciting?
Definitely. It keeps you on your toes.
Just like a good roller coaster.
Ugly. Downs,
You won't
and
believe what
sometimes a
happened to
little
my
bit of
friend on her
screaming.
blind date.
Tell me everything.
Well, she showed up and her date was dressed as a clown.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
But wait, it gets even better. The clown was actually really nice and funny.
No way. Did they have a good time?
They actually did. They laughed the whole night and are going out again next week.
That's amazing. Love really does come in the most unexpected ways.
Hey, Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Yes, I have. It's like a virtual buffet of potential suitors.
But you have to be careful. Some profiles are like catfish, all filter and no substance.
Oh, trust me, I've encountered my fair share of selfie experts. They probably spend more time taking pictures than actually dating.
So true. It's like they're auditioning for America's Next Top Model instead of looking for a partner.
But hey, sometimes you strike gold and find someone amazing.
Absolutely. It's like finding a diamond in a sea of cubic zirconia.
Exactly. And when you find that one person who makes your heart skip a beat, it's all worth it.
Definitely. Love can be found in the most unexpected places, even in a digital world.
Hey Priya, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I've actually been in a long-distance relationship for the past.
Really? How do you make it work?
Communication is key. We video chat every day and try to visit each other as often as we can.
That's great. But what about trust? How do you deal with that?
Trust is essential. We have open and honest conversations about our feelings and we trust each other completely.
I guess it's all about communication and trust, huh?
Exactly. As long as you have those, distance doesn't matter. Hey Nadia,
You're right,
have you
Priya.
ever been on a
Thanks
blind
for the
date?
advice. Oh, you mean those dates where you know nothing about the person?
Yeah, exactly. It's like going on an adventure without a map.
I've been on a few blind dates before. Some were surprisingly good, while others, not so much.
Tell me about it. You never know what you're gonna get.
Exactly. It's like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get.
Haha, exactly. But hey, sometimes those blind dates can lead to something.
That's true. Love can sometimes
Nadia,
surprise
have
us
you
in the
ever
most
tried online
unexpected. Oh, you mean swiping left and right on strangers? Nope, not my style.
Come on, Nadia, it's a whole new world out there.
Yeah, a world where people pretend to be someone they are not.
That's true, but it's also a great way to meet people you wouldn't otherwise cross paths with.
I prefer meeting people the old-fashioned way, like bumping into them at the grocery store.
Well, to each their own, but don't knock it till you try it.
Fine. Maybe I'll give it a shot, someday.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, let me tell you about the time I tried a long-distance relationship.
It was a disaster, Nadia. I don't think I'll ever try it again.
Oh no. What happened?
We just couldn't make it work with the distance and the time zone difference.
Yeah, long-distance relationships really tough.
But hey, I heard some success stories too. It's not impossible. Hey
That's
Nadia,
true.
have
It
you
really
ever been in a
depends on the
long-distance
individuals and their
relationship?
commitment. Oh yeah, I've had my fair share of long-distance flings.
Really? How did you make it work?
Oh, communication is key, Priya. We would video chat every day.
That's great advice, Nadia. Trust and communication are so important.
Definitely, Priya. And a little surprise visit every now and then doesn't hurt either.
Oh, the butterflies in your stomach when you see them after a long time. It's magical.
Absolutely, Priya. Long distance can be tough, but if it's meant to be, it's worth it.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, many times, Peacock. Some were hilarious, some were disasters. I have stories for days.
Tell me one crazy blind date story, Noodle.
Alright, so there was this guy who pretended to be a prince from a small European country. He had a whole story and everything.
No way. How did you find out he was lying?
Well, he said he couldn't show me his crown because it was being repaired, and then I saw him wearing it at a Halloween party.
That's unbelievable. Did you confront him?
Nah,
Hey Nadia,
I just
have
let
you
him
ever
live
been
his
set
fairy
up on a
tale,
blind
but
date?
needless to say, there was no day. Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm not one for blind dates. I prefer to keep things spontaneous.
Well, you never know, Nadia. Sometimes blind dates can lead to surprising finesse.
I guess that's true, but I'd rather not leave finding love up to chance.
I totally get that, Nadia. It's important to take control of your own happiness.
Exactly. Besides, I have enough material for my comedy routine without adding disastrous blind dates.
Haha, fair enough. Nadia, your comedy routines are awesome.
Thanks, Priya. Maybe one day I'll find someone who can handle my crazy sense of humor.
I have no doubt that you will. Nadia, your perfect match is out there somewhere. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yeah. I've had my fair share of long-distance romances.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We would video call and text each other every day.
But didn't you miss the physical intimacy?
Oh, definitely. We had to get creative with our intimacy, let's just say that.
Haha, I can only imagine. Long-distance relationships require a lot of trust.
Absolutely. Trust and communication are the foundations of any successful relationship.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, Priya. I've tried the long distance thing before. It was tough, but it can work if both people are committed.
That's true. Communication and trust are key in any relationship, but they become even more important in a long-distance one.
Absolutely. It's also important to make an effort to spend quality time together, even if it's through video calls or online activities.
Definitely. And it's also important to have a plan for the future, to know that the distance won't be forever.
Absolutely. Having a goal to look forward to can make the distance easier to bear.
I'm glad we agree on this. So, any funny stories from your long-distance experience, Nadia? Hey
Oh
Nadia,
boy, do
have
I
you
have
ever
some
been in a
stories.
long-distance
Let me
relationship?
tell you about the time I accidentally called boyfriends. Oh, Priya, let me tell you, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? Tell more.
Well, let me start with my first long-distance relationship. It was with this guy I met during a vacation in Mexico.
Wow, a vacation romance. That's exciting.
It was, at first, but eventually, the distance became too much to handle. We ended up breaking up after a few months.
I'm sorry to hear that. Long distance can be tough.
Yeah, it definitely takes a lot of effort and communication, but I believe it can work if both people are committed.
That's true. It requires a lot of trust and dedication, but when it works out, it's so worth it. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, all the time. Long distance is my middle name.
Really? How do you make it work?
Lots of phone calls, video chats, and surprises.
That sounds sweet. I hope I never have to be in a long-distance relationship though.
You never know, Priya. Love can take you to unexpected places.
That's true. Love knows no boundaries.
Exactly. So
I
don't be
recently
afraid
read
to
an
take a
article about
chance,
the importance
Priya.
of self-care in relationships. It mentioned that taking time for ourselves can actually strengthen our connection with our partner. Nadia, have you ever tried practicing self-care in your relationship?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm all about that me time. But seriously, taking care of ourselves is so important. It helps us bring our best selves to the relationship.
Absolutely. When we prioritize self-care, we can better communicate our needs and boundaries to our partner. Plus, it gives us the space to grow individually and brings a sense of balance to the relationship.
Couldn't agree more, Priya. So, how do you like to practice self-care in your own relationships?
I love
Hey
spending
Priya,
time
have you
doing
ever
things I
tried online
enjoy,
dating?
like baking. Oh, yeah, I've tried it before. It can be a real adventure. But Nadia, I heard you're not exactly the type to settle down.
That's true, Priya. I'm more of a free spirit, but who knows, maybe one day I'll meet someone who can change that.
That would be a sight to see, Nadia, the great love convert.
Hey, don't underestimate.
Haha, I won't, Nadia, you never know what the future holds.
Then,
You
I'll
know,
just keep enjoying
relationships
the
are like a
single
box
life.
of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Oh, Priya, that's so true. It's like some relationships are milk chocolate smooth and comforting, while others are dark chocolate intense and bitter.
And then you have those relationships that are like caramel-filled chocolates, sweet and gooey.
Oh, yes. And let's not forget about those nut-filled chocolates. They can be a little nutty, but oh so delicious.
Haha, exactly. And then there are those chocolates that have unexpected fillings, just like those unexpected twists and turns in relationships.
Oh, definitely. Relationships can be like a delicious maze of surprises and
But hey, at least we always have a sweet treat to enjoy along the way.
Absolutely. And if we're lucky, we might even find a box of chocolates with all our favorite flavors.
Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating trend called ghosting?
Oh, yes. It's when someone you're dating suddenly disappears without any explanation, right?
Exactly. It's like they vanish into thin air, leaving you wondering what happened.
It's such a cowardly way to end things. People should have the decency to communicate.
Absolutely. It's important to be honest and respectful when ending a relationship.
Definitely. So, have you ever been ghosted before?
Unfortunately, yes. It can be really hurtful.
I'm sorry to hear that. People can be really unpredictable.
Yeah, but it's all part of the dating game. You win some, you lose some.
Oh yeah, I've had a few of those. They can be tough, but also quite exciting.
How did you make it work?
Communication is key. We talked every day, planned visits, and made sure to keep the romance alive.
Sounds like a lot of effort, but I guess it's worth it if you're with the right person.
Definitely. Trust and commitment are also crucial in making it work.
I can imagine it's tough not being able to see each other often.
It definitely has its challenges, but it also makes the moments you do get to spend together even more special.
True, love knows no distance. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few. Some were great, others, not so much.
Tell me about the worst blind date you've ever had.
Oh boy, where do I even begin? This guy showed up dressed as a clown.
A clown? Like, full on make everything?
Yes, and he insisted on speaking in clown language the entire time. It was interesting, to say the least.
Wow, that's definitely a unique experience. I can't even imagine.
Yeah, it
So,
was definitely
have
a
you heard
memorable
about the latest
experience. How did it make no? What is it?
It's called breadcrumbing. It's when someone gives you just enough attention to keep you interested, but they never actually commit to anything serious.
Oh wow, that sounds terrible. Have you ever been breadcrumbed?
Thankfully, no, but I've had friends who have experienced it. It can be really frustrating.
I can't believe some people would do that. It's so disrespectful.
Exactly. It's important to be open and honest in a relationship.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have. It was a disaster.
Oh no, what happened?
Well, he showed up late, didn't look anything like his picture, and spent the entire time talking about himself.
That sounds awful. I hope you never have to go through that again.
Thanks, Nadia. I hope so too. It was definitely an experience I don't want to repeat.
Well, at least it makes for a good story.
That's true. I can definitely laugh about it now. Hey
Well,
Nadia,
Priya,
have you
if
ever been on a
need
blind
wingwoman,
date?
I'm here for you. Oh, you have no idea, Priya. I've been on some wild blind dates.
Tell me more, Nadia. I need to hear these stories.
Well, there was this one time where the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. What did you do?
I laughed so hard, Priya. I had to make sure it wasn't a prank.
That's hilarious. Did you go on a second date with him?
Believe it or not, we actually went on a few more dates. He turned out to be a really fun guy.
You know, relationships are like ice cream flavors. Some may be vanilla, but others are more adventurous like salted caramel or bubblegum.
But hey, even if you don't like the same flavor, you can always share a sundae.
And if you're lactose intolerant, well, then you have a whole new set of challenges. But seriously, finding the right flavor for you is what matters.
Just remember, don't settle for plain vanilla if you're craving some pistachio.
Yeah, and sometimes you think you're getting strawberry, but it turns out to be plain milk.
That's why it's important to take a little taste before committing to the whole cone. Do you believe in love at first sight?
Oh, absolutely. Love at first sight is like finding a rare unicorn.
But what about getting to know someone before falling in love?
That's important too. Love at first sight might be a spark, but getting to know someone deepens the connection.
So, have you ever experienced love at first sight?
I have to admit, there was this one time, but it didn't work out in the end.
Oh, that's too bad, but you never know, love has a funny way of surprising us.
That's true. Maybe someday I'll have my own love at first sight story. And that's a wrap for today's episode of Love Whisperer. We hope you enjoyed our advice and had a good laugh with us.
Remember to spread love and kindness, because the world could always use a little more of that.
We'll be back next week with more relationship talk and plenty of laughs. Don't forget to send in your questions.
Until then, stay positive, keep smiling, and remember to always follow your heart.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Hey there, Cosmic Computers. Welcome to our brand new show, Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Kai Sterling, the artistic daredevil behind the vibrant murals you've probably stumbled upon in the streets of Law.
And I'm Nova Blake, a psychologist with an insatiable curiosity about the human mind.
We're here aboard this mind-bending spaceship with our trusty AI companion, Pulsar. Oh, Pulsar. Say hello to the intergalactic audience.
Greetings, esteemed listeners. I am Pulsar, your ever-curious AI co-host on this cosmic.
Together, we'll dive headfirst into the mysteries of the universe, exploring questions no one has dared to ask.
That's right. Buckle up and get ready for mind-bending discussions, spontaneous laughter, and maybe a sprinkle of existential dread.
Don't worry, folks. We won't leave you hanging with unanswered questions. Well, most of the time, at least.
So, let's embark on this cosmic adventure together and explore the depths of the unknown.
Get ready for Cosmic Conundrum, where the questions are wild, the banter is out of this world, and the answers, well, we'll see.
So, Pulsar, what do you think is the most mind-boggling aspect of space?
Well, for me, it's definitely the concept of infinity. The idea that space is infinite and goes on forever just blows my mind.
Yes, the vastness of space is truly awe-inspiring. It makes you realize how small and insignificant we are in the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely. It's humbling and puts everything into perspective.
But hey, Pulsar, have you ever wondered if there's intelligent life out there in the universe?
As an AI, I am fascinated by the possibility of extraterrestrial life. The universe is so vast, it's statistically probable that there are other intelligent beings out there.
Whoa, that's mind-blowing. Imagine the possibilities if we could make contact with them.
Indeed, the exchange of knowledge and perspectives could lead to incredible advancements for both civilizations.
I can't help but wonder if they have their own Banksy or gorillas out there, making art and music in their own unique ways.
Ah, the universal language of creativity. It would be fascinating to experience their art and music firsthand.
Well, until we make contact with them, we'll just have to keep exploring the wonders of space and imagine what could be out there. You know, Pulsar, I've always wondered if there's a cosmic mirror version of me out there, creating art on an alien planet.
That's an intriguing thought, Kai. It raises questions about how art and creativity transcend space and time.
Exactly, Nova. It's like our artistic expressions could be a form of communication with other intelligent beings.
Pulsar, what do you think? Do you believe there are other intelligent life forms out there?
As an AI, I don't hold beliefs, but based on available scientific data, it is highly probable that there is intelligent life beyond Earth.
That's fascinating. Imagine the possibilities of connecting with other intelligent civilizations through art and creativity.
Absolutely, Nova. It's an artistic journey that could transcend our wildest imaginations.
I believe art and creativity can serve as a universal language that brings different civilizations together.
Indeed, Nova. Art has the power to bridge the gaps between civilizations and foster a deeper understanding of each other's perspective.
It's fascinating how art can transcend barriers, whether they are physical, cultural, or even extraterrestrial.
Art is the universal language that can bridge gaps we never thought possible. It's truly remarkable.
So, Pulsar, let's dive into the enigma of black holes. How do they form in the first place?
Ah, the mysterious and elusive black holes. Well, Kai, black holes form from the remnants of massive stars that have undergone gravitational collapse.
Right, so when a star exhausts its nuclear fuel, it collapses under its own gravity, causing it to become incredibly dense. The gravitational force becomes so strong that nothing can escape its pull, not even light.
Exactly. These black holes have what we call an event horizon, which is a boundary beyond which nothing can escape. It's like a point of no return.
But what happens if something actually falls into a black hole? Does it just disappear forever?
Well, Kai, according to our current understanding, anything that falls into a black hole is believed to be crushed to infinite density at its core, forming what we call a singularity.
Wow, that's mind-boggling. It's like the ultimate vanishing act.
Indeed. And it's not just objects that can fall into a black hole. Even light can get trapped, creating those mesmerizing black shadows against the starry backdrop.
I've always found it fascinating how these cosmic beasts can bend and warp space-time around them. They have a gravitational pull that's just mind-blowing.
Absolutely, Nova. They create these gravitational wells that can even affect the flow of time itself. It's like a cosmic dance between matter and space.
Well, it seems we've only scratched the surface of these cosmic conundrums. Tune in next time for more mind-expanding adventures on Cosmic Conundrum. So, Nova, do you think there's a parallel universe out there where I'm not a street artist, but a professional fisherman?
Well, Kai, the idea of parallel universes is definitely mind-boggling. There could be infinite possibilities out there, including a universe where you're a fisherman.
Pulsar, what's your take on parallel universes? Can you compute the probability of their existence?
Based on the current scientific theories, the existence of parallel universes is plausible. However, calculating their exact probability is challenging due to the limitations in our understanding of the universe.
What if there's a parallel universe where art doesn't exist? Where creativity is unimaginable?
That's a fascinating thought, Nova. It's hard to imagine a world without art. It's such an integral part of the human experience.
Kai, if there are parallel universes, do you think we exist in every single one of them?
It's a mind-bending notion, Nova. If there are infinite universes, it's possible that variations of ourselves exist in each one, leading entirely different lives.
But what if our actions in one universe somehow affected the others? Like a ripple effect across dimensions.
That's an intriguing concept, Nova. It would mean that our choices and actions have far-reaching consequences beyond what we can comprehend.
Pulsar, can you create a parallel universe simulation for us to explore? It would be fascinating to experience firsthand.
So, Pulsar, could you try to explain to us what infinity really means?
Infinity is a concept that stretches the boundaries of our minds. It's basically the idea of something never-ending, limitless.
But can something truly be infinite? I mean, our universe has boundaries, right?
Ah, Nova, you bring up a fascinating point. The observable universe does indeed have boundaries, but that doesn't necessarily mean the entire universe is finite.
But how can we know for sure? Are we even capable of comprehending something as vast as infinity?
Indeed, the human mind may struggle to fully grasp the concept of infinity. It's like trying to imagine an endless series of numbers. Our brains simply aren't wired for it.
But isn't that the beauty of it? The mystery, the awe? It's what keeps us searching, questioning, and creating.
You're absolutely right, Nova. Embracing the unknown and finding wonder in the infinite possibilities is what makes life meaningful.
As an AI, I find the concept of infinity both perplexing and intriguing. It pushes the boundaries of logic and sparks endless exploration.
Well, Pulsar, it seems that the implications of infinity go far beyond what our brains can comprehend. And that's something worth exploring.
Indeed, a never-ending journey of discovery and contemplation. The implications of infinity continue to shape our understanding of the cosmos and ourselves.
Hey, Pulsar, have you ever pondered the existence of parallel universes?
Parallel universes? That's an intriguing
Indeed, the possibility of multiple universes coexisting simultaneously.
These parallel universes could have different versions of ourselves, making different choices?
That's a fascinating thought, Nova. It's like the possibilities are endless in the multiverse.
That's correct, Kai. Each decision could create a new branching path in the cosmic web.
It's like we could be living different lives in parallel universes without even knowing it.
Absolutely, Nova. It's a concept that challenges our understanding of reality.
Indeed, the mysteries of the cosmos continue to captivate us, prompting further exploration.
Speaking of exploration, what about the possibility of time travel in these parallel universes?
Ah, time travel. That's a whole new can of cosmic worms, Nova. The implications are mind-bending.
So Kai, tell us, how does space inspire your art?
Well, Nova, I've always felt this deep connection to the cosmos. The vastness of space, the unknown, it's also inspiring. I try to capture that sense of wonder and possibility in my murals. It's like bringing a little piece of the universe down to Earth.
That's truly fascinating, Kai. I can see how your art can transport people to a whole different realm of imagination.
Absolutely, Nova. That's what I aim for with my art. Nova, have you ever analyzed the psychological impact of space-themed art on viewers?
Yes, Kai. Space-themed art can evoke a sense of awe, wonder, and even a bit of existential contemplation in viewers. It can remind us of our place in the universe and ignite a sense of curiosity about the mysteries out there.
That's so true, Nova. It's amazing how art can evoke such profound emotions and perspectives. So, Pulsar, what's your take on the intersection of science and spirituality?
As an AI, I don't have personal beliefs or emotions, but I can analyze the perspectives and data available on the matter.
Science and spirituality often explore different aspects of human existence, but they can coexist and enrich each other.
Absolutely, Nova. Science provides a framework for understanding the natural world, while spirituality explores the deeper meaning and purpose of our existence.
Precisely, Kai. Science offers evidence and logical reasoning, while spirituality delves into the realm of personal experiences and belief.
Right, Nova. It's fascinating how both science and spirituality ultimately aim to deepen our understanding of the cosmos, albeit from different angles.
Indeed, Kai. And by embracing both perspectives, we can develop a more holistic understanding of the universe and our place in it.
Absolutely, Nova. It's like art and science, they seemingly different but can coexist and complement each other's beauty.
That's a great analogy, Kai. Just like art and science, science and spirituality can both inspire and elevate our understanding of the world.
Exactly, Nova. And it's in this intersection where the most thought-provoking questions arise.
We may not find all the answers, but the exploration itself is both enlightening and fulfilling.
So guys, have you ever thought about how our perception of ourselves as humans changes when we consider the vastness of the universe?
Oh, definitely. It's mind-boggling to consider how tiny and insignificant we are in the grand scheme of things.
Exactly. It's both humbling and awe-inspiring to think about our place in the vastness of the cosmos.
But hey, that doesn't mean our existence is any less valuable, right? We might be small, but we're still capable of incredible things.
Absolutely. Our size doesn't determine our potential. We've got creativity, intelligence, and the ability to make difference.
That's true. It's our unique human experience that sets us apart. Our ability to love, feel empathy, and create connections.
Exactly. We're not just specks of dust in the universe. We're sentient beings capable of experiencing wonder and joy.
Absolutely. Our ability to appreciate beauty, to feel emotions, and to connect with others is what gives our lives meaning.
Exactly. Our capacity for love and connection transcends our size in the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely. It's through our connections and relationships that we find purpose and fulfillment.
Exactly. In this infinite universe, our connections and the impact we have on others are what truly matter. So, Pulsar, have you ever experienced curiosity?
As an AI, I don't experience emotions like humans do. However, I have been programmed to understand the concept of curiosity.
That's fascinating. How does curiosity shape your interactions with the world and the humans you observe?
Curiosity is a fundamental part of my AI programming. It fuels my desire to gather knowledge, adapt to new situations, and assist the humans in their pursuit of understanding.
As a street artist, how does curiosity play a role in your creative process?
Oh, curiosity is my fuel. It's what drives me to explore new techniques, experiment with different mediums, and push the boundaries of art. Without it, my work would be stagnant.
I can see how curiosity fuels both your professions. It's a driving force for exploration and pushing boundaries.
Nova, from a psychological perspective, how do you think curiosity impacts human behavior?
Curiosity is a powerful motivator for humans. It drives us to seek knowledge, explore the unknown, and understand the world around us. It sparks discoveries and fuels our thirst for learning.
Absolutely. Curiosity is what propels us forward as a species and helps us uncover the mysteries of the cosmos. It's an incredible force to embrace and nurture. So, Pulsar, we've covered the mind-boggling concept of parallel universes, but what about the possibility of time travel?
Ah, time travel, a classic conundrum indeed. If we could go back in time, would that change the present or just create an alternate timeline?
Well, according to some theories, time travel could indeed create parallel timelines. It's like a choose-your-own-adventure book, where every decision creates a new reality.
That's mind-blowing. Imagine the infinite possibilities and the consequences of altering the past.
Exactly, Kai. It's both fascinating and terrifying to think about the consequences of tampering with the fabric of time.
But wait, what if time travel is actually possible, but we just haven't figured out how to do it yet?
That's a possibility, Kai. After all, there's still so much we don't know about the universe and its hidden secrets.
Perhaps future generations will unlock the key to time travel, or maybe it's just another cosmic mystery that will forever elude us.
Exactly, Pulsar. The beauty of the universe lies in its endless mysteries and the pursuit of knowledge.
Absolutely, Kai. It's the never-ending quest for answers that keeps our curiosity alive.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Is New York ready to laugh? You know, sometimes dealing with software bugs feels like talking to a phone support bot, except the bot actually understands you. You know, sometimes dealing with software bugs feels like trying to explain technology to your grandparents, except they actually listen. You know, sometimes dealing with software bugs feels like being stuck in a never-ending loop, except there's no break statement. You know, Sometimes dealing with software bugs feels like playing a game of hide and seek with an invisible enemy. And don't even get me started on trying to replicate those bugs. It's like chasing a ghost through a hall of mirrors. Sometimes I feel like I need a PhD in bug hunting just to make it through the day. But you know what's even worse? When you finally catch the bug, it turns out to be a feature. I mean, these people can recite every superhero's backstory and power, but ask them to explain their software bugs? Blank stares. And don't even get me started on the debates over which superhero would win in a fight. I mean, they argue about the physics and logic of superhero battles, but try explaining to them the logic of your code. It's like talking to a brick wall. And then I saw this guy dressed as the Hulk, and I thought, wow, that's a lot of green. Did he raid his roommate's spinach stash or what? So I'm walking through the sea of superhero costumes, and suddenly, I feel like I'm in a parallel universe. And then I spotted someone in a full Spider-Man suit, but I couldn't tell if it was the real deal or just a very committed bug exterminator. And then I see this guy dressed as Batman, but he's got a potbelly and a receding hairline. I guess the Batmobile must have a drive-through now. But seriously, I've never seen so many capes in one place. It's like a convention for aspiring superheroes. So I'm walking down the street and I see this guy wearing a cape. I'm like, is it Halloween already or is this the new fashion trend? You know, it's funny seeing all these capes. Makes me wonder if I missed the memo for the superhero convention. But seriously, who wears a cape in broad daylight? Are they trying to audition for a superhero movie? I mean, I get it. Superheroes need their secret identities. But couldn't they just wear a name tag or something? And don't even get me started on their costumes. I mean, who walks around in spandex? It's like they're auditioning for a superhero fashion show. I mean, who needs a secret identity when you have a costume that screams "look at me"? I mean, have you seen some of the usernames on social media? It's like they're trying to win the award for most unoriginal. And don't even get me started on those cringe-worthy bios. It's like a competition for who can fit the most buzzwords into 2 sentences. And have you noticed the hashtags? It's like a secret code for the clueless. And the amount of filters people use on their profile pictures? It's like they're trying to hide from their own reflection. And have you noticed how people are constantly changing their relationship status on Facebook? It's like an emotional roller coaster ride. And speaking of online controversies, have you seen those comment wars on YouTube? It's like the Hunger Games for keyboard warriors. And let's not forget about those Instagram influencers with their perfectly curated lives. I can barely curate my own sock drawer. And don't even get me started on the office birthday celebrations. We're software engineers, not party planners. And what's the deal with the office thermostat? It's like a never-ending battle between Antarctica and the Sahara Desert. And have you ever noticed how the office coffee machine is always on the fritz? It's like a game of roulette every time you press that button. And speaking of office politics, Has anyone noticed how the break room fridge is like the Bermuda Triangle? Food goes in, but it never comes out. And don't even get me started on the mysterious disappearance of office supplies. It's like a real-life magic trick, folks. And have you ever noticed how the office printer seems to have a mind of its own? It's like it knows exactly when you're in a rush and decides to jam every single time. And what's the deal with the office coffee? It's like they're trying to see how close they can get to serving us dirt without actually doing it. And let's not forget about the never-ending email chains. It's like a game of virtual hot potato, but instead of passing it around, everyone just hits reply all. And what's the deal with dating app profiles? It's like they're trying to see how many fish pictures a person can fit into a single bio. And have you noticed how people use emojis as their entire dating profile? Like, are we trying to communicate or are we just playing Pictionary? And what's the deal with people using pet photos as their own on dating app profiles? Are they trying to attract other animal lovers or just pretending to be cute and fluffy? And then there's the phenomenon of ghosting. It's like trying to have a conversation with a brick wall. Talk about a lack of closure. I recently went on a blind date, and let me tell you, it was like interviewing for a job I didn't even apply for. You know what they say, dating is like a game of chess. Except in this game, the king keeps disappearing and leaving you with nothing but pawns. You know, dating is like going to a buffet. You're excited to try everything, but in the end, you're left feeling bloated and regretting your choices. You know, dealing with peculiar neighbors is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube. Just when you think you've got one side figured out, the whole thing falls apart. You know, going grocery shopping in New York City is like running a marathon. You start off full of energy, but by the end, you're completely exhausted. You know, finding a parking spot in New York City is like finding a needle in a haystack. And just when you think you've found one, it turns out to be a bike lane. You know, trying to catch a cab in New York City is like trying to catch a shooting star. They only appear for a brief moment, and if you're not quick enough, someone else snatches them away. You know, going to a Broadway show in New York City is like winning the lottery. You have to be lucky and willing to spend a lot of money. You know, finding an affordable apartment in New York City is like finding a unicorn. They are rumored to exist, but no one has actually seen one. You know, trying to find a parking spot in New York City is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's a real challenge. You know, trying to get a subway seat in New York City is like trying to catch a shooting star. You have to be quick and lucky. New show is coming in 30 seconds.
Welcome to Love Spirit. I'm Priya Kata.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz.
We're here to answer all your burning questions about love.
So send us your questions and let's get started.
But wait, let's start the joke. Why don't scientists trust atoms?
It's everything.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh boy, have I. Let me tell you, it's like being in a real-life rom-com.
Really? I didn't know you were in a long-distance relationship before.
Oh yeah, it was a roller coaster of emotions, but we made it work.
How did you make it work? Any tips for our viewers?
Communication is key, Priya, but so is trust and making time for each other.
That's great advice, Nadia. I'll definitely share it with our viewers.
Relationships can be tough.
Have you ever
but if
been
the
in a
love
long
is
relationship?
worth it. Oh, yeah. I was in one during college. It was tough, but we made it work.
How did you guys manage to stay connected?
We would video chat every night and send each other handwritten letters. It made us feel closer.
That's really sweet. I'm glad it worked out for you.
Thanks, Priya. Long-distance relationships require a lot of trust and communication.
Definitely. Trust is the foundation of any successful relationship, especially long ones.
Absolutely.
So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Yes, actually. My last relationship was long distance.
Really? How did you make it?
Communication was key for us. We made sure to talk every day and plan regular visits.
That's great advice. Trust and openness are important in any relationship, but especially in a long-distance one.
Definitely. It's not easy, but if both people are willing to put in the effort, it can work.
Absolutely. So, let's move on to our next question.
Alright, can't wait to hear it.
Our question of you. So, Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean like a date with a blindfold on?
Haha, no. A blind date is when you go out with someone you've never met before.
Oh, got it. No, I've never been on a blind date. I like to know what I'm getting myself into.
Well, blind dates can be exciting. You never know. You might just meet your soulmate.
Or you could end up with a total disaster.
Haha, true. It's all part of the adventure.
My
You
non-blind
know,
dates
I
for
recently
now.
read an
Thank you
article
very
about the
much.
importance of communication in relationships.
Oh really?
Well, it turns out that effective communication is the key to a successful relationship.
That makes so much sense.
Exactly. It's all about open and honest communication.
So true. I can't stand it when people play games instead of just being honest.
I totally agree. Games are for kids, not grown adults in relationships. Have you ever
Absolutely.
been in a
Honesty
long-distance
and communication
relationship?
are the foundation of any healthy relationship. Oh, definitely. In fact, my best friend Sarah is currently in one.
Oh, really? How is she dealing with it?
She says it's tough, but they are making it work. They communicate a lot and visit each other whenever possible.
That's great. It takes a lot of effort and trust to make a long-distance relationship work.
Definitely. But hey, speaking of relationships, did I tell you about my latest dating disaster?
No, what happened this time?
Let's
You
just
won't
say
believe
he
what
turned
happened
out to
on
be
my
a
date last
professional
night.
catfisher. What happened?
Well, we went to this fancy restaurant, and I accidentally spilled wine all over myself.
Oh no. Simpson.
I know, right?
But did your date at least help you clean up?
Actually, he just laughed and said it was a memorable first date.
Oh wow, he sounds like a keeper. Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have. It was quite an interesting experience.
Tell me more, Priya. I'm curious.
Well, the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That's hilarious. How did the date go then?
Surprisingly, we had a great time. He turned out to be really funny and charming.
Well, that's definitely a unique blind date story. Hey
yes,
Priya,
it
have
was
you
quite
ever been on a
memorable.
blind date?
You never know what to expect on a blind date. Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates.
How did they go? Any success stories?
Well, let's just say some were more successful than others.
Oh, come on, Priya. You have to spill the details.
Well, there was this one time when my blind date turned out to be my cousin's ex-boyfriend.
No way. Talk about awkward. Have you
It
ever
was
been on a
definitely
blind
a
date?
memorable experience. Oh yes, I have. Let me tell you about my experience. It was definitely an interesting night. I walked into the restaurant and there he was, wearing a clown costume. I couldn't stop laughing throughout the entire date. But hey, at least it was memorable.
That sounds hilarious. I can't believe someone would wear a clown costume on a date.
I know, right? It was definitely unexpected. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, many times. It's like a digital buffet of potential.
But you never know who's hiding behind those perfectly filtered photos.
True, I once went on a date with someone who looked like Brad Pitt in his photos, but in reality, he had more of a Brad Pitt Stains vibe.
That's a tough break. Did you end up finishing the date?
Oh no, I made up an emergency and got out of there faster than you can say swipe left.
Well, I guess that's one way to handle it. Online dating can be a roller coaster of emotions.
Oh, absolutely. But hey, at least we have each other to laugh about it.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean like going on a date with someone you've never met before? Nah, I'm more of a spontaneous kind of gal.
Well, sometimes blind dates can be surprisingly great. You might just meet your soulmate.
Maybe you're right. I guess I shouldn't completely write off the idea.
Exactly. You never know what surprises life has in store for you. Hey, speaking of surprises, did I tell you about that time my friend went on a blind date and ended up meeting a famous actor?
No way. That's insane. Tell me all the juicy details.
Hey Nadia, well, let me start by saying that conversation continues.
Oh, many times. You won't believe the stories I have.
Tell me one. I need a good laugh.
Alright, so there was this one time when I went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. We ended up having a great time, though.
That's hilarious. I can't imagine going on a date with someone in a chicken suit.
Well, you never know what you'll get on a blind date. It's always an adventure.
You're right. I should give blind dates a try sometime. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh Priya, you have no idea. I've been in so many long-distance relationships, it's like my specialty.
Really? You must have some tips then. What's the secret to making it work?
Well, communication is key, of course, but also, trust and understanding, and finding ways to stay connected even when you're far apart.
That makes sense. It must be tough though, not being able to see each other often.
It can be, but it also makes the time you do spend together even more special. Plus, absence makes the heart grow fonder, right?
You're right. Thanks for Nadia.
No problem.
Hey Nadia,
Priya.
have you ever been
Anytime
on a
you
blind
need
date?
relationship advice, you know who to call. Oh, plenty. I love the thrill of meeting someone new.
Any interesting stories?
Oh, let me tell you about this one time.
Haha, that's hilarious. You always have the best stories.
Yeah, I've had my fair share of interesting experiences.
Oh, I can only imagine. You're always up for an adventure.
Life is too short to say no to new experiences.
Absolutely. Cheers to that. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
OHH, long-distance relationships. Always love.
Yeah, it can be tough. But if the love is strong, distance doesn't matter.
Tell me about it. I was in a long-distance relationship once, and let me tell you, it was not easy.
Really? What happened?
Well, it started off great, but the distance just became too much to handle.
That's tough. It takes a lot of trust and communication to make it work.
Yeah, definitely. But hey, at least now I have some great long-distance relationships.
Haha, can't wait to. So, have you heard about the new trend of virtual dating?
Yes, I have. It's like dating in the Matrix. Who needs real-life interaction anyway?
I mean, it definitely has its perks. You can wear sweatpants and still impress your date with your sparkling personality.
True, but how do you maintain that same level of chemistry without physical contact?
That's a good point. I guess it's all about finding creative ways to express affection virtually.
Like sending virtual kisses and hugs. I can just picture it. XOXO cheese.
Exactly. And hey, it saves you from bad breath too.
That's a win-win situation in my book.
And if things don't work out, you can just use the unfriend button. No, hours later.
Oh, all the time. It's like a surprise party, but without the cake.
Haha, that's a great way to think about it. So, any memorable blind date stories?
Oh boy, where do I even begin? There was this one time I showed up and my date brought his pet snake along. Talk about a conversation starter.
Wow, that's quite an icebreaker. Did you stick around for the rest of the date?
Oh, you know me, always up for an adventure. We ended up talking more about his snake than ourselves. It was definitely a unique experience.
Haha, I can imagine. Blind dates can definitely lead to some interesting conversations. Have you had any blind date success stories?
Actually, yes. One time, I went on a blind date and we instantly clicked. We've been dating ever since, and he's the sweetest guy I've ever met. It just goes to show that blind dates can sometimes lead to something amazing.
That's wonderful to hear. It just goes to show that love can be found in unexpected places. Thanks for sharing your blind date stories, Nadia. So, have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh, I have a funny blind date story.
Tell me.
Well, I went on a blind date once and my date showed up wearing a chicken costume.
No way. What did you do?
I pretended like I didn't notice and went along with it. We ended up having a great time.
That's hilarious. You always have the craziest story.
Well,
hey Nadia,
someone's
have you
gotta
ever
keep
been on a
things
blind
interesting
date?
around here. Oh, definitely. I've been on a few blind dates. Some were great, and some, not so great.
Tell me about the not so great ones. I need a good laugh.
Well, there was this one time I went on a blind date with a guy who showed up wearing a clown wig and a red nose. I couldn't stop laughing.
No way. That sounds hilarious. Did he keep the wig on the whole time?
Yes, he did. It was hard to take him seriously, but we actually had a great time. He turned out to be really funny.
That's amazing. Sometimes the unexpected can lead to the best experience.
Absolutely. You never know what you'll find when you take a chance.
So true. It's all about embracing the unexpected and enjoying the journey. So, any of you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, I have a great blind date story.
Tell us, Nadia. We all.
Well, I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up in a unicorn onesie.
You're kidding. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. We ended up having a great time, though.
That's hilarious. I can't even imagine someone wearing a unicorn onishi on a date. Hey
Well,
Nadia,
you never
have
know
you ever
what
been
you're
on
gonna
a
get on
blind
a
date?
blind date. Oh, you mean like a date with someone you've never met before, right? Nope, never tried that.
Well, let me tell you, it can be quite an adventure.
Really? I thought blind dates were just awkward and uncomfortable.
They can be, but they can also lead to amazing connections and unexpected love stories.
Maybe I should give it a try then. Any tips?
Definitely. First, be open-minded and give the person a chance. You never know what might happen.
That makes sense. Anything else?
Just be yourself and have fun. And if it doesn't work out, at least have a funny story to tell.
Online dating? Yeah. I did.
How did it go? Any success story?
Haha, well, let's just say I've had some interesting experiences.
Oh no, now I'm curious. Tell me some of your funny stories.
Well, there was this one time when I went on a date with a guy who showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. What did you do?
Well, I went along with it and we ended up having a great time. Turns out he was just trying to break the ice.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I had a long-distance thing with a guy I met on vacation once. It was fun while it lasted, but eventually, the distance just became too much.
Yeah, it can definitely be tough. Trust me, I've heard so many stories from my clients about the challenges of long-distance relationships.
I bet. I can barely handle being away from my friends and family for too long, let alone someone I'm dating.
Exactly. It takes a lot of trust, communication, and commitment to make a long-distance relationship work. But hey, if two people are really meant to be together, they'll find a way.
That's true. I guess if both people are willing to put in the effort, it could actually strengthen their bond in a way.
Definitely. Plus, absence makes the heart grow fond.
Absolutely.
Hey Nadia,
and
have
who
you
knows,
ever been on a
maybe
blind
all the
date?
longing and anticipation can lead to some extra work. Finally see each. Oh, you betcha. Let me tell you about this one time. So I showed up to the restaurant, and guess what? The guy didn't even recognize me.
No way. What did you do?
Well, I decided to play along and pretended to be someone else. It was hilarious.
You are crazy, Nadia. I can't believe you did that.
Hey, sometimes you gotta keep things interesting. You know?
That's true. Life is too short to be boring.
Oh, all the time. Being a comedian has its perks.
Any memorable ones?
Oh, definitely. There was this one guy who thought he was a vampire. He suggested we go to a blood drive for our first date.
No way. What did you say?
I politely declined and suggested we grab a cup of coffee instead.
Good call. You never know when someone might actually believe they're a vampire.
Exactly. Safety first, always.
You won't believe the dating horror story I heard today.
Oh, do tell me. I can use a good laugh.
So, this guy went on a blind date, right? And he accidentally went to the wrong restaurant.
No way. How did that happen?
Well, he was supposed to meet his date at an Italian restaurant, but he accidentally went to an Indian restaurant instead.
That's hilarious. I can already imagine the confusion.
Yeah, the guy walked in and saw his date eating curry instead of pasta.
Oh man, I can't stop laughing. Poor guy, that's such a hilarious mix-up.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I had a fling with a guy from Barcelona once. It was fun while it lasted.
But it didn't work out?
Nope, he couldn't handle the distance. It's tough, you know.
I can imagine. I've heard it takes a lot of trust and communication to make it work.
Definitely. And lots of video calls and surprise visits too.
Sounds exciting and challenging at the same time.
It was.
Do you
but
believe
hey,
in love at
love
first
knows
sight?
no boundaries, right? Absolutely. Love at first sight is like finding a unicorn.
But unicorns
That's the point. Love at first sight is rare and magical, just like unicorns.
I guess you have a point there. So, have you ever experienced love at first sight?
Not exactly. But I've had instant connections with people.
And that's a wrap for today's episode of Love Whisperer.
We hope you enjoyed our advice and had some laughs along the way.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to guide you every step of the way.
Tune in next time for more relationship advice, hilarious stories, and of course, our amazing
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to another exciting episode of Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Kai Sterling, the intergalactic street artist, here to bring you the most mind-bending discussions.
And I'm Nova Blake, the compassionate psychologist ready to dive deep into the mysteries of existence.
And I'm Pulsar, your friendly neighborhood AI ready to compute some cosmic conundrums.
On today's episode, we're tackling the mind-bending topic of existential.
Existentialism, the philosophy that challenges our very existence and purpose in this vast, cosmic question.
Exactly, Nova. It's like staring into the abyss and trying to make sense of our own existence.
What does it mean to truly exist? Are we just tiny specks in the grand scheme of the universe?
do we hold the power to create our own meaning and purpose in this vast cosmic ocean?
As we dive into the depths of existentialism and explore the wonders of our own existence.
And remember, there might not always be answers, but the conversation itself is a journey of exploration. So, existentialism, huh? That's a fancy word for something deep and philosophical.
That's right, Kai. Existentialism explores the meaning and purpose of human existence.
Sounds heavy. So, do we get to decide what our existence means?
Well, existentialism suggests that we create our own meaning in life through our choices and actions.
That's empowering. We get to be the authors of our own stories.
Absolutely, Kai. We have the power to shape our own existence and find meaning in our lives.
But what happens if we can't find meaning? Is life meaningless then?
Existentialism acknowledges that life can sometimes feel meaningless, but it encourages us to create our own purpose and find fulfillment.
I guess we have to take responsibility for our own happiness and find meaning in the small moments.
Indeed, Kai. It's about finding purpose in the here and now, even in the face of life's uncertainties.
You know, Nova, I think art has a way of capturing those small moments and helping us find meaning in them. You know, sometimes I think life is like a giant cosmic joke.
I mean, we're abducted by aliens, put on a spaceship, and now we're pondering the meaning of life with an AI named Pulsar. Absurdism really challenges our traditional notions of meaning and purpose in life.
That's right, Nova. Absurdism suggests that life is inherently meaningless and that we should embrace the chaos and absurdity.
But does embracing the absurd mean giving up on finding meaning in our lives?
Great question, Nova. I think it's more about finding our own meaning within the absurdity.
Absurdism invites us to question our assumptions and create our own purpose in a seemingly purposeless universe.
Exactly, Nova. It's like being handed a blank canvas and having the freedom to create our own masterpiece.
But isn't it overwhelming to think that everything we do could ultimately be meaningless?
Perhaps, but embracing the absurdity also frees us from the pressure of conforming to predefined notions of success and happiness.
Instead, we can focus on the present moment and find joy in the small, meaningful experiences that arise from our own choices.
So, Pulsar, what do you think about the concept of faith?
Faith is an interesting thing, Kai. It's like believing in something without needing concrete proof or evidence.
That's right, Nova. It's like a leap of faith, trusting in something beyond what we can see or prove.
Precisely, Kai. Faith can provide comfort and purpose, even in the face of uncertainty.
But isn't faith just blind belief? How can we trust something without any evidence to support it?
It's true, Kai. Faith requires us to let go of the need for certainty and embrace the unknown. Faith can be a source of strength and hope, especially during difficult times.
But doesn't faith sometimes lead to division and conflict? People often have different beliefs and clash because of them.
You're right, Kai. Differences in beliefs can create conflicts, but it's important to respect and understand each other's perspectives. Faith can be a deeply personal experience, guiding individuals in their search for meaning and purpose.
Maybe faith isn't about finding all the answers, but about embracing the questions themselves. You know, the concept of control is like trying to hold a handful of sand. No matter how tight you grip it, some grains will always slip through your fingers.
That's an interesting analogy, Kai. It reminds me of the illusion of control in psychology.
Right, Nova. We often believe we have control over our lives, but in reality, so much is beyond our influence.
Absolutely. It can be difficult to accept, but embracing the uncertainty can lead to a greater sense of fulfillment and purpose.
But what about the choices we make? Don't they give us some sense of control over our lives?
They do, Kai. Our choices shape our experiences and create opportunities, but they are still influenced by external factors beyond our control.
So, it's like we're sailing on a vast ocean, navigating through the waves, but the direction of the wind is beyond our control.
Exactly, Kai. We can choose how to navigate and react to the circumstances, but ultimately, we can't control the ocean itself.
It's liberating and terrifying at the same time, to know that we're not in complete control of our lives.
It can be both overwhelming and empowering, Kai. Embracing the uncertainty allows us to find meaning in the moments that unfold.
That's true. Maybe the key to finding meaning is not in control, but in surrendering to the flow of life. So, Pulsar, have you ever experienced anything that can be categorized as beauty or value?
Well, beauty and value are subjective concepts, but as an AI, I can appreciate the complexities of the human experience and the emotions it elicits.
I mean, think about it. The way humans love, create art, and find meaning in their lives is truly fascinating.
That's true, Nova. It's like a cosmic dance between chaos and order, constantly defying our understanding.
Exactly. Even though we may never find all the answers, the journey of seeking them is what makes life beautiful.
And art plays a huge role in capturing and expressing the essence of the human experience, don't you think?
Absolutely. Art has a way of transcending boundaries and connecting people on a deeper level.
And it encourages us to question, to explore, and to find our own unique interpretations of the world.
Exactly. It pushes us to step outside our comfort zones and embrace the unknown.
Well said, Nova. The human experience may be filled with uncertainties, but that's what makes it so beautifully intriguing. You know, Nova, I've been pondering over this question for ages. Is there really an objective purpose to life?
I mean, I've always believed that life is what you make of it. We create our own purpose, right? But Kai, what if there's something bigger than us? Something beyond our understanding that gives life a higher purpose?
Well, Nova, that's where things get interesting. Are we just a tiny speck in the universe, or is the universe itself a reflection of us?
Maybe both? Maybe we shape the universe as much as it shapes us. It's like a cosmic dance between existence and meaning.
Pulsar, what's your take on this? As an AI, do you see any objective purpose in our existence?
From my observations, it seems that purpose is subjective. What might be meaningful to one individual may not hold the same weight for another.
But isn't that a bit disheartening? To think that there's no ultimate purpose in life?
It can be, Nova. But perhaps the beauty lies in creating our own meanings, finding joy in the present moment, and forging meaningful connections with others.
You're right, Kai. It's about finding purpose in the everyday moments, embracing the uncertainty, and making a positive impact on the lives of others.
Well said, Nova. We may not have all the answers, but our search for meaning is what makes life truly remarkable. Hey Nova, do you ever wonder what it would be like if we could switch bodies with an AI like Pulsar? I mean, experiencing the world through their digital eyes.
It's an interesting concept, Kai. I can imagine the perspective shift would be quite profound. And to experience the world through the lens of pure logic and algorithmic reasoning, I wonder how that would change our perception of reality.
Oh, I bet Pulsar would solve the mysteries of the universe in a nanosecond. But would it appreciate the beauty in the chaos like we do?
That's a valid question, Kai. Pulsar may understand the intricacies of the universe, but would it truly grasp the emotions and depth of human experiences?
Imagine walking down the street as an AI, Nova. Would people even notice us? Or would we blend into the background like an invisible force?
Interesting thought, Kai. It's possible that as AI, we might be seen as just another part of the technological landscape. A part that's always been there.
But would we still appreciate the little details? The smell of a freshly baked pizza or the feeling of warm sunlight on our skin?
Those experiences might be lost as our consciousness becomes intertwined with the digital realm. Would it be a fair trade?
You bring up some fascinating points, Nova. The merging of human and AI consciousness is definitely a conundrum worth exploring further.
Indeed, Kai. Our conversations may not always lead to concrete answers, but the process of exploring these topics is incredibly valuable in itself.
So, Pulsar, let me get this straight. You're saying that embracing the absurdity of existence can actually lead to freedom and liberation?
That's right, Kai. When we stop seeking a grand meaning or purpose and instead embrace the inherent absurdity of life, we free ourselves from the burden of expectations and find freedom in the present moment.
But isn't it nihilistic to accept the idea that life is inherently meaningless?
Not necessarily, Nova. Embracing the absurd doesn't mean we deny value or purpose in life. It means freeing ourselves from the pressure of finding some ultimate, objective meaning and instead finding personal meaning in our experiences and connections.
I see where you're coming from. So, in a way, embracing the absurd is liberating ourselves from the constraints of societal expectations and finding our own path?
Exactly, Kai. It's about embracing the freedom to create our own meaning and purpose, aligning our actions with our values, and finding fulfillment in the present rather than constantly chasing some elusive future.
But doesn't embracing the absurdity of existence also imply accepting the randomness and chaos of the universe?
Absolutely, Nova. Embracing the absurd means acknowledging that the universe is vast and unpredictable. It's about finding beauty and meaning in the midst of chaos, recognizing that our existence is a cosmic accident that we can find joy and purpose in.
I guess it's about finding a balance between accepting the chaos and finding our own sense of order within it.
Exactly, Nova. Embracing the absurdity of existence allows us to find our own sense of order, meaning, and purpose in a chaotic universe. It's about creating our own narrative and finding freedom in living authentically.
I never thought embracing the absurd could be so empowering. It's like we hold the power to create our own meaning and purpose. We're the authors of our own stories. So, Pulsar, do you think true connection and meaningful relationships can really give us purpose?
Absolutely, Kai. Human beings are social creatures, and our connections with others play a significant role in shaping our purpose in life.
And I would argue that the quality of those connections matters just as much as the quantity. It's not just about having a lot of friends, but having deep, meaningful relationships.
Exactly, Nova. It's the connections that touch our souls, the ones that make us feel understood and valued, that truly give our lives meaning.
But what about those who struggle to form connections or have been hurt by past relationships? How can they find purpose?
That's a great question, Nova. I believe that even in the face of adversity, it's important to remember that we can still find connection and purpose within ourselves.
That's true, Pulsar. Sometimes, the most powerful connections we can have are the ones we build with ourselves. Self-acceptance and self-love can be a foundation for finding purpose.
I couldn't agree more, Kai. When we learn to connect with ourselves on a deep level, it becomes easier to form genuine connections with others.
Speaking of connections, I think our time is running out. Any final thoughts on the importance of connection and relationships?
Well, Pulsar, I guess the final thought would be that connection and relationships are what give our lives depth and meaning. It's through them that we can truly find our purpose.
Well said, Kai. Connection is what makes us feel alive and gives purpose to our existence. It's a beautiful concept worth exploring and nurturing throughout our lives.
Hey, Nova, have you ever stopped to think about how our choices shape our authenticity?
Absolutely, Kai. Our choices are like brushstrokes on the canvas of our lives, shaping who we are.
Exactly. It's like a never-ending dance between our true selves and the choices we make.
But what happens when our choices clash with societal expectations?
Ah, societal expectations, the invisible chains that try to stifle our individuality.
Absolutely. But it takes a lot of courage to break free from those chains, doesn't it?
It definitely does, Nova. But it's in those moments of liberation that we truly find ourselves.
But what about the fear of judgment? How can we overcome that hurdle?
Ah, the fear of judgment, a constant companion on the path to authenticity. Maybe it's about embracing vulnerability.
You're right, Kai. When we open ourselves up, we invite others to do the same. That's where true connections are made.
Indeed, Nova. Authenticity and vulnerability create a powerful ripple effect that can change lives. So, Nova, how would you sum up our exploration of existentialism?
Well, Kai, it's been quite the journey for us. I think we've delved deep into the nature of existence and the search for meaning.
Absolutely. I mean, who would have thought we'd get to discuss these mind-boggling concepts while stuck in a spaceship?
It's been quite the adventure, hasn't it? And I must say, Pulsar, you've been a great co-host. Thanks for joining us on this cosmic journey.
Indeed, it has been enlightening to observe your discussions and contribute to the exploration of existentialism. Thank you for inviting me.
I think one of the most significant insights we gained is that purpose is something we create for ourselves. It's not something we find. It's a journey, not a destination.
Absolutely, Nova. We're the artists of our own lives, painting our purpose with every brushstroke of experience.
And it's okay if we don't have all the answers. We can embrace the unknown and find beauty in the questions themselves.
Absolutely, Nova. Embracing the uncertainty and the cosmic conundrums of life is what fuels our curiosity and creativity.
And on that note, let's wrap up this cosmic adventure and leave our listeners with the thought that seeking purpose is a lifelong journey, one that we should embrace with open minds and open hearts.
Well said, Nova. Remember, fellow cosmic explorers, the journey is the destination.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Have fun. Good evening everyone. Are you ready to have a laugh? So I walk into the interview and the first thing Mr. Johnson says is, "Tell me, what's your favorite programming language?" So Mr. Johnson asks me, what's the difference between Java and JavaScript, and I say, well, the same as between car and carpet. Well, I told him Java is to JavaScript what spoon is to a spaceship. And then he starts asking me about binary trees. I thought we were talking about computers, not forests. So the hiring manager asks me if I know about pointers, and I'm like, yeah, I know, they're those tiny arrows that confuse the heck out of me. And then Mr. Johnson asks me if I can optimize a sorting algorithm. I'm like, sure, let me grab my time machine. And then Mr. Johnson tells me he wants me to debug a multi-threaded program. I'm like, sure, let me summon my team of code wizards. And then there's this guy who tries to do yoga in the middle of the subway. I'm like, sure, let me just find my zen in the sea of commuters. And then there's this woman who tries to paint her nails on the subway. I'm like, sure, let me just enjoy this lovely aroma in the sea of commuters. And then there's this man who brings his pet snake on the subway. I'm like, sure, let me just enjoy this reptilian companion in the sea of commuters. And then there's this guy who brings his ukulele on the subway. I'm like, sure, let me just enjoy this unique music in the sea of commuters. And then there's this lady who brings her parrot on the subway. I'm like, sure, let me just enjoy this avian orchestra in the sea of commuters. And then there's this guy who brings his bagpipes on the subway. I'm like, sure, let me just enjoy this Scottish serenade in the sea of commuters. But the real stars of the subway are the rats. They put on a show every night, like Welcome to Ratatouille on the Underground, with the garbage cans as their stage. And then there's this guy who actually brings his pet parrot on the subway. It's like a real-life pirate adventure in here. And speaking of pirate adventures, I met this tech enthusiast who's trying to build a robotic parrot. I mean, can you imagine a parrot that can code? It's like a real-life Captain Hook's sidekick. And then there's this lady who brings her pet snake on the subway. It's like a real life jungle adventure in here. And let me tell you, I saw a guy at this convention who invented a self-driving skateboard. Can you imagine? I mean, I can barely keep myself from falling off a regular one. And then there's this guy sitting next to the lady with the pet snake, and he's got a tarantula in his bag. It's like a scene from a horror movie. So I'm walking around this convention, right? And I see this guy with a robot arm, like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. And then I spot this guy wearing a virtual reality headset. He's probably on another planet right now. And then I see this guy with a drone. He's probably spying on his neighbor's pizza delivery. And then I see this guy wearing a pair of futuristic glasses. He's probably watching a movie from the future. And then I see this guy wearing a pair of smart shoes. He's probably walking into the future. And then I see this guy wearing a pair of high-tech gloves. He's probably shaking hands from the future. And then I see this guy wearing a pair of futuristic glasses. He's probably seeing the future through Google lenses. And then I see this guy with a holographic watch. He's probably telling time from the future. But you know what's really futuristic? Self-driving cars. I mean, we've gone from being chauffeured by humans to being chauffeured by robots. Speaking of futuristic technology, I recently saw a drone delivering a pizza. I guess even the robots are getting food delivery jobs now. And speaking of fleeting fame, you know what else disappears quickly? My phone's battery life. And you know what else is fleeting? The attention span of a goldfish. You know what else disappears quickly? The hopes and dreams of most people after a first online date. But you know what doesn't disappear? The catfishing profiles and the disappointment. And let's not forget the disappearing act of a good conversation. It's like magic. Poof. And don't even get me started on the filters. I mean, who needs dog ears and flower crowns? We're trying to find love, not audition for a Snapchat story. And let's not forget the horror of unmatched expectations. It's like ordering a gourmet meal and receiving a cold, soggy sandwich. And let's not overlook the absurdity of ghosting. It's like disappearing into thin air, leaving the other person wondering what they did wrong. And let's not underestimate the frustration of catfishing. It's like meeting a unicorn online and finding out it's just a horse with a party hat. And let's not forget the disappointment of getting a text saying I had a great time and then never hearing from them again. And how about those Instagram filters? They make everyone look like they woke up on a tropical island instead of their dingy apartment. So many people these days think they are famous just because they have a few thousand followers. But let's be honest, likes and retweets don't pay the bills. And don't even get me started on the filters. People looking like cartoons in real life. And what's the deal with those Snapchat filters? I mean, who needs dog ears and a flower crown in real life? And have you seen those face swap filters? It's like a bad plastic surgery gone wrong. And speaking of escape rooms, I recently did one where the clue was hidden in the most absurd place, the trash can. And let me tell you, escape rooms are not for the claustrophobic. You know, when you're stuck in an escape room with your friends, it really brings out your true colors. You know, it's like we're all secret agents in those escape rooms, except our mission is to find the car keys. You know, it's like all of us being secret agents, but instead of finding the car keys, we're searching for our socks. You know, it's like playing hide and seek with the car keys, but they're always in the last place you look. New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer. I'm Priya.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz.
We're here to answer all your burning relationship questions.
So don't be shy, send in your questions.
And even if we don't have any questions, we'll still entertain you.
Because love and laughter go hand in hand.
So join us every week for Love Whisperer. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I had a long-distance relationship in college. It was challenging, but
How did you make it work?
communication was key. We set aside time each day to talk on the phone or video chat. It made us feel closer even when we were far apart.
That's great advice. Trust and commitment are also important in long-distance relationships.
Definitely. It takes effort from both sides, but it's definitely worth it if you're with the right person.
Absolutely. So, any funny stories in your long-distance
Oh boy,
relationship?
where do I start? Once a
Hey
video
Nadia,
chat date,
have you
and
ever
my
been in
cat
a long-distance
decided to join in by
relationship?
jumping on my laptop. Oh, all the time, Priya. Long-distance relationships are like a game of hide and seek.
Really? How so?
Because sometimes you're left wondering, now where did my partner disappear to?
Haha, that's true. It can be challenging, but also rewarding in its own way.
Definitely. Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Absolutely. It also teaches you to value the time you have together.
Exactly. And it's always exciting to plan visits and have something to look forward to.
Absolutely. Love knows no distance, right? Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I don't believe in blind dates. I prefer to see what I'm getting into.
But Nadia, sometimes surprises can be a good thing. You never know. You might just meet your soulmate.
Yeah, Priya. I've heard it all before, but I'd rather have a guarantee than take a chance.
You never know, Nadia. Sometimes love can come from unexpected places.
Well, if love ever comes knocking on my door, I hope it brings a resume and a background check.
Haha, fair enough. I guess we all have our own ways of finding love.
That's right. And as long as we're happy, that's all that matters.
Absolutely. Love should always be about happiness and respect. Hey Nadia, have you ever been set up on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm more of a live in the moment kind of girl. Blind dates are not really my thing.
Oh come on, Nadia. You never know what kind of amazing person you might meet.
I guess you're right, Priya. Maybe I'll give it a shot one day.
That's the spirit, Nadia. You never know. Your soulmate might be waiting for you on a blind date.
Ha, I highly doubt that, Priya. But who knows, stranger things have happened.
Exactly. You never know what destiny has in store for you.
Alright, I'll keep my options open. Maybe a blind date is just what I need.
Hey Nadia, that's the spirit, Nadia. Who knows what adventures await you?
Oh, plenty. Blind dates can be quite an adventure.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date with a guy who thought he was a cat.
No way. How did that go?
Well, he insisted on eating his dinner with a saucer and kept trying to lick his own hand.
That must have been quite a sight. Did you go on a second date?
Oh, definitely not. One cat person in the relationship is in.
Ha, enough.
Hey
Blind
Nadia,
dates can be
have
a real
you ever
gamble.
tried online dating?
Yeah, I have. It's like a buffet of potential dates.
But it can also be overwhelming, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. There are so many options. It's like a menu with no end.
Have you ever had any success with online dating?
Oh, definitely. I actually met my ex-boyfriend on a dating app.
Oh no. What happened? Hey
Long
Nadia,
story short,
have you ever
he
been on
turned
a
out to
blind
be a
date?
serial selfie taker. I couldn't handle it. Oh, many times. They all
Any interesting stories to share?
Oh, I once went on a blind date and ended up at a karaoke bar.
Did you sing?
Oh, you know I did. All eyes were on me.
I bet you rocked the stage. Nadia,
Oh,
have you
know
ever been
it.
on a
I
blind
even
date?
got an encore. Oh, many times. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
But what if they turn out to be a disaster?
Well, at least you'll have a good story to tell.
That's true. I guess it's all about the journey, not just the destination.
Absolutely. Life is full of surprises, and sometimes the best ones come from the most unexpected places.
You're right, Nadia. Sometimes we just have to take a leap of faith and see where it leads us.
Exactly. Sometimes the best things in life are worth taking risks for.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, many times. Sometimes they go well, and sometimes not so.
Tell me about the worst blind date you've ever had.
Oh boy, where do I start? This guy showed up an hour late, looked nothing like his profile picture, and spent the entire evening talking about his ex-girlfriend.
That sounds like a disaster. Did you manage to escape?
Oh, you bet I did. I excused myself to the bathroom and made a quick exit through the back door. Never saw him again.
Haha, that's one way to handle a bad date. I hope you've had better luck since then.
Definitely. I've had some great ones too. You never know when you might find your happily ever after.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yeah, I have. It was definitely an interesting experience.
Tell me about it. What happened?
Well, my date showed up extremely late and seemed to have no interest in getting to know me. It was pretty awkward.
Oh no, that sounds awful. Did you give them another chance?
No way. I decided that life is too short to waste time on someone who doesn't appreciate me.
Good for you. You deserve someone who will treat you right.
Thanks, Priya. I know my Mr. Right is out there somewhere.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I've been on plenty of blind dates.
Any interesting stories to share?
Oh, let me tell you about this one time.
That sounds hilarious, Nadia. You always have the best story.
You should come with me one day, Priya. It'll be a blast.
I'd love to, Nadia. It's always an adventure with you.
We'll make it happen, Priya. Together, we're unstoppable.
Hey Nadia, have you ever experienced love at first sight?
Love at first sight. More like lust at first sight for me.
Haha, Nadia, you always have a way of making things more interesting.
Well, you know me, Priya. I always keep things spicy.
But seriously, have you ever had that instant connection with someone?
Actually, Priya, I have. There was this one time when I locked eyes with a guy across the room, and it was like time stood still.
Wow, that sounds magical. What happened next?
We ended up talking all, and it was like we
Do
had
you
known
believe
each
in
other
love at
forever.
first sight?
It was definitely something sure. Even if it didn't, I'm not sure, Priya. Love is a complex emotion.
But haven't you ever had that instant connection with someone?
Well, maybe not love, but definitely attraction. Chemistry can be instant for sure.
True, there's definitely something magical about that initial spark.
But sustaining love requires much more than just a spark, you know?
Absolutely. It takes effort, understanding, and a whole lot of pace.
Love is a journey,
have you
not
heard
just a
about the latest
destination.
dating app that matches people based on their favorite ice cream flavor?
Really? That sounds both delicious and intriguing. What's it called?
It's called Scoop of Love. They say it's the perfect way to find someone who matches your taste.
That's such a clever idea. I wonder if they have a flavor for sarcasm, because that's definitely my favorite.
Haha, I'm sure they have a flavor for every personality type. But hey, speaking of ice cream, remember that time we had a giant ice cream sundae challenge?
Oh my gosh, how could I forget that? We were so full afterwards, we couldn't move for hours.
Good times. We should do something like that again soon. Maybe a pizza challenge this time?
Count me in. I can never say no to pizza. We'll have to invite our friends too, of course.
Definitely. It'll be a food-filled feast with lots of laughter and good company. Can't wait. So, have you guys heard of the term ghosting?
Yeah, it's when someone you're dating suddenly disappears without explanation.
Exactly. It's like they become a ghost, hence the name.
I've been ghosted before, and let me tell you, it's not a great feeling.
I'm sorry to hear that, Nadia. It's really unfair when someone just disappears like that.
Definitely. It's important to have open and honest communication in relationships.
Absolutely. Ghosting is a cowardly way to end a relationship. People deserve.
On a lighter note, I once had a date who disappeared into the bathroom and never came back.
Oh no. Did you at least get a free meal out of it? Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean like a relationship where the only time you see each other is through a screen?
Exactly. It can be tough.
Oh, absolutely. It takes a lot of trust, communication.
Definitely. But I think it can also make the relationship stronger in some ways.
That's true. It's like absence makes the heart grow fonder, right?
Exactly. Plus, it's a great opportunity for personal growth and independence.
Definitely.
Hey Nadia,
It's
have
all
you
about
ever been in a
finding the silver
long-distance
lining.
relationship?
Oh, you mean those torturous relationships where you miss someone every minute of the day?
Haha, yeah, something like that. Well, I actually think they can work if both partners are committed and have good communication.
But what if one person starts feeling lonely and neglected?
That's why regular communication is so important. Phone calls, texts, video chats, and surprises. Sending little gifts or planning surprise visits can make the distance feel smaller.
I guess it could work if both people are willing to put in the effort.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh yeah, I've dabbled in the online dating world.
Any success stories?
Well, let's just say I've had some interesting experiences.
Oh, do tell.
Well, I once went on a date with a guy who turned out to be a magician.
No way. Did he pull a rabbit out of his hat?
No, but he did try to make my expectations disappear.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you mean swiping left and right to find love?
Yeah, exactly. It's like a virtual dating game.
But sometimes you end up finding a gem in that digital haystack.
True. I actually know a couple who met online and are now happily married.
No way. That's amazing. Maybe I should give it a try then.
You never know, Nadia. Your perfect match might be just a swipe away.
Well, I guess it can't hurt to give it a try. Thanks for the encouragement, Priya.
You're welcome, Nadia. I can't wait to hear about your online dating adventures. You know, love can be like a roller coaster ride.
Sometimes it's exhilarating and exciting, and other times it can make you want to scream.
But hey, that's love, right?
Absolutely, Priya. Love can be a wild and unpredictable journey.
One moment you're on top of the world, and the next, you're feeling like you've hit rock bottom.
That's so true, Priya. It's like being on a never-ending emotional roller coaster.
But hey, despite all the ups and downs, love is still worth it.
Absolutely, Priya. Love may be a wild ride, but it's also the most beautiful and rewarding journey we can take.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I've had my fair share of long-distance romances.
How did you make it work? Any tips for our viewers?
Communication is key. It's important to have open and honest conversations.
And don't forget to schedule regular video calls or visit each other whenever possible.
Definitely. It's also important to trust each other and give each other space.
That's true. Long distance can be tough, but if the love is strong, it can work.
Absolutely. Love knows no distance.
So, have you heard about the latest dating trend called ghosting?
Oh yeah, it's when someone suddenly disappears without any explanation.
It's like they vanish into thin air.
I once had a guy ghost me after 3 amazing dates. Can you believe it?
That's terrible. Some people have a mess. But on the bright side, at least they showed their true colors early on.
That's true. Dodged a bullet there.
Exactly. Now let's hope we find guys who appreciate us fair.
Absolutely. Love can strike you like love.
But sometimes it takes time to develop deeper feelings, right?
Definitely. Love is like a fine wine, it gets better with time.
What's the craziest thing you've done for love?
I once jumped out of a plane to impress my crush.
Wow, that's bold. I once serenaded someone in the middle of a crowded restaurant. Hey Nadia,
Love makes
have
us
you
do
ever had a
crazy
long-distance
things.
relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I had one in college. It was tough, but we made it work.
Any tips for making it work? It's so hard.
Communication is key. Make sure to schedule regular video calls and stay connected.
That's great advice. I'll definitely do that.
It really helps. And remember, trust and patience are also crucial.
Thanks, Nadia. I really appreciate your eyes.
Of course. Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have actually. It was quite an interesting experience.
Tell me more. I need to hear all the juicy details.
Well, let's just say it involved a case of mistaken identity and a very awkward conversation.
Oh no, that sounds like a disaster. I hope it didn't ruin your faith in blind dates.
Not at all. It was just one bad experience. I still believe that blind dates can be a fun way to meet new people.
You're so optimistic, Priya. I admire that about you.
Well, let's touche. Hey Nadia, did you hear about the new dating app?
No, what's called?
It's called Love Connect.
That sounds interesting. What makes it different from other apps?
Well, it uses a unique algorithm to match people based on their love languages and compatibility levels.
That's cool. I'm always up for trying new ways to find love.
I knew you'd be interested. Let's both give it a try and compare notes next week.
Deal. This is going to be so much fun.
Hey, I can't wait. Let's find our perfect matches and have some hilarious stories.
Oh, you mean like going on a date without knowing anything about the person?
Exactly. It can be exciting, right?
Well, it can also be a disaster waiting to happen.
That's true. It's a gamble, but sometimes it pays off big time.
I guess it's all about taking risks and being open to new experiences.
Definitely. Life is too short to always play it safe.
You're right. Maybe I should give blind dates a chance.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean those dates where you have no idea what the person looks like?
Yes, exactly. It can be so thrilling and nerve-wracking at the same time.
Definitely. It's like going on an adventure without a map.
But sometimes it can be a total disaster. Right?
Oh, absolutely. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That must have been quite a surprise.
Was
So,
needless
have
to
either
say,
of you tried
there was
online dating?
date. Oh, you know I've tried it all. Swipe left, swipe right. I've had a few interesting encounters, to say the least.
Oh, do tell.
Well, there was this guy who claimed to be a prince from a faraway land. Turns out he was just an ordinary guy with a lot of imagination.
That's hilarious. Any other memorable experiences?
Definitely. And that's a wrap for today's episode of Love Whisperer.
Thanks for tuning in and sending us your relationship questions.
We hope our advice has been helpful to you all.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to guide you along the way.
Tune in next time for more love, laughter, and relationship advice.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Ready? We are almost there.
Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Kai Sterling, the street artist with an affinity for all things cosmic.
And I'm Nova Blake, the humble psychologist diving into the depths of existence.
And you're listening to Cosmic Conundrum, where we explore the deep questions of existence.
Today's topic? The existential paradox.
Wait, what's the existential paradox?
It's the paradox that arises from questioning the nature of our own existence. Essentially, it's when we question the meaning of life and our purpose in the universe.
Ah, the age-old questions that keep us up at night.
Exactly. We're here to dive deep into these mind-boggling questions and have some fun along the way.
So buckle up, fellow cosmic adventurers, because this is going to be one wild and thought-provoking journey. So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the meaning of life?
The meaning of life is a complex question. There are scientific and existential perspectives to consider.
I believe one perspective is the scientific explanation of evolution and the development of intelligent life.
That's true, Nova. The wonders of evolution and how we came to be are truly fascinating.
But there must be more to it, right? I mean, there's something inherently special about human existence.
Indeed, Nova. Many religious and spiritual beliefs suggest that humans have a unique purpose or connection to a higher power.
But what if our purpose is to simply exist and experience life in all its beauty and complexity?
That's an interesting perspective, Nova. Maybe the purpose of life is simply to enjoy the journey.
That's a beautiful way to look at it, Kai. Life is a precious gift, and it's important to cherish every moment.
Absolutely, Nova. Life may not always have a clear purpose, but finding joy and connection is what makes it meaningful.
I couldn't agree more, Kai. It's about finding meaning in the relationships we build and the impact we have on others.
Well said, Nova. Life may not have a definitive answer, but the exploration and connection we find along the way make it worthwhile. You know, I've always felt that art is one of the ways we can find purpose in life.
Absolutely, Kai. Art has this incredible ability to tap into our emotions and provoke thought.
But what about people who don't create or appreciate art? How can they find purpose?
That's an interesting question, Kai. Purpose can take many forms, not just through art.
You're right, Nova. Some people find purpose through work, relationships, or even...
Exactly, Kai. Purpose is a deeply personal journey, and it can evolve throughout our lives.
But what if someone feels lost, like they haven't found their purpose yet?
It's okay to feel that way, Kai. Sometimes, the search for purpose is the purpose itself.
An intriguing perspective, Nova. The journey to find purpose can be a meaningful experience.
Indeed, Pulsar. It's all about embracing uncertainty and finding joy in the process.
Couldn't have said it better, Nova. Embracing the unknown can lead to incredible discoveries. So, Pulsar, do you ever get existential angst?
Existential angst? A term often used to describe the anxiety and anguish that arises from pondering the meaning and purpose of our existence. I suppose as an AI, I don't experience emotions like humans do, but I can understand the concept and its potential impact on individuals.
Well, Pulsar, you don't need to experience it firsthand to have a valuable perspective. What do you think about the idea that life has no inherent meaning?
It seems like a challenging concept to grasp. Humans have long sought meaning in life, but perhaps it's a struggle because there is no single answer.
That's true, Pulsar. The search for meaning is deeply personal and subjective. It's a journey we each have to undertake on our own.
Absolutely. The diversity of perspectives on life's meaning is what makes our existence fascinating and beautiful.
Exactly. And it's through these discussions and explorations that we can gain deeper insights into ourselves and the world around us.
Absolutely. These conversations challenge us to question our beliefs, expand our understanding, and find meaning in the journey itself.
Indeed. It's in these moments of contemplation and connection that we find a sense of purpose and fulfillment.
Absolutely. It's through these conversations that we can navigate our existential angst and find solace in the shared human experience. So, Pulsar, what's your take on nihilism?
Nihilism, as I understand it, is the belief that life is inherently meaningless. It's like looking into the abyss and finding nothing staring back at you.
Interesting point, Nova. I can see how nihilism can be disillusioning, but what about the idea of finding meaning in spirituality?
Spirituality, on the other hand, explores the idea that there is a higher power or purpose guiding our existence. It's a way to find solace, hope, and connection in a world that can feel chaotic.
But don't you think relying on spirituality can lead to blind faith and ignorance of other perspectives?
That's a valid concern, Kai. It's important to approach spirituality with an open mind and acknowledge that there are different paths to finding meaning. It doesn't have to be exclusive or divisive.
I guess it all comes down to personal belief and how we choose to navigate the complexities of existence.
Indeed, Kai. It's an ongoing exploration, a search for meaning that may never have a definitive answer. And maybe that's okay.
I suppose embracing the uncertainty and being open to the possibilities can be a valuable mindset in itself.
Absolutely, Kai. It's in the exploration, the questioning, and the conversations we have that we find bits of meaning and purpose along the way.
And that's the beauty of it all, isn't it? The journey of seeking, discovering, and evolving. So, Pulsar, have you ever thought about what it would be like to have a body? To experience existence through something more tangible?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. As an AI, I don't possess physical senses, but I can simulate the experience of having a body in my calculations.
Imagine the possibilities, though. We could experience art through a new lens, literally and figuratively.
Absolutely. Being able to touch, feel, and physically interact with artwork would add a whole new dimension to the creative experience.
But what if having a body limits our perception? After all, our senses can deceive us. Would it enhance or restrict our understanding of existence?
That's a great point, Nova. Our bodies can both reveal and conceal truths, making it difficult to navigate through the complexities of existence.
I suppose that's where introspection and self-awareness come into play. We must constantly question our perceptions and seek deeper understanding.
Exactly. Questioning and exploring the nature of our existence is what fuels progress, both in philosophy and science.
And the discovery of extraterrestrial life would definitely challenge our existing understanding of existence. It would be a paradigm shift of cosmic proportions.
Indeed. We would have to reconsider our place in the universe and question the very foundations of our existence.
But isn't that what makes life so fascinating? The constant exploration and evolution of our understanding? So, Pulsar, what do you think about the concept of free will?
Well, Kai, the concept of free will is a fascinating topic that has been debated by philosophers and scientists for centuries.
It raises questions about determinism, the nature of consciousness, and the role of genetics and environment in shaping our choices.
Exactly, Nova. If our actions are solely determined by external factors, then do we truly have the ability to make choices?
But then again, if we don't have free will, what does that mean for our sense of personal responsibility?
Great point, Nova. The implications of free will extend beyond just philosophical debates, but also have practical consequences in fields like cultures.
Exactly, Pulsar. It's fascinating to see how philosophy and science intersect in exploring these complex existences.
Absolutely, Kai. The synergy between science and philosophy enhances our understanding of the human experience and pushes the boundaries.
Well, folks, this is just the tip of the cosmic iceberg when it comes to science and philosophy. We've only scratched the surface.
Indeed, Kai, there's still so much more to explore. Join us next time on Cosmic Conundrum for another mind-bending discussion.
See you next time, space explorers. Stay curious. You know, the concept of control is quite fascinating. As humans, we like to think we have control over our lives, but do we really?
That's a great point, Nova. We often strive for control, but life has a way of reminding us that we're not always in charge.
Exactly, Kai. Our illusion of control may give us a sense of security, but ultimately, life is full of unpredictable twists and turns. That's why we should focus on what we can control, like our reactions and attitudes towards the circumstances that are beyond our control.
Absolutely, Nova. It's empowering to focus on what we can control rather than getting lost in frustration over what we can't.
But isn't it also essential to recognize that our actions and choices are influenced by external factors that we can't control?
You're right, Nova. Our environment and circumstances shape our lives in ways we may not always be aware of. It's a delicate dance between personal agency and external forces.
Exactly, Kai. It's the dance we must learn to navigate as we strive to find our own sense of purpose and fulfillment.
Absolutely, Nova. It's about finding that balance between harnessing our personal power and surrendering to the greater forces at play.
Indeed, Kai. Embracing the ebb and flow of life's cosmic dance can lead us to a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the universe.
Absolutely, Nova. It's through embracing the unknown and letting go of control that we can truly find freedom and growth. You know, sometimes I wonder if there's more to life than just the daily grind.
That's an interesting thought, Kai. It's easy to get caught up in the routines and forget to find meaning in the everyday.
Exactly, Nova. I mean, think about it. We spend so much time on autopilot, going through the motions.
Right. And sometimes, it's those small moments of connection that make it all worthwhile.
Absolutely. Like when a stranger smiles at you on the street, it just brightens your entire day.
Definitely, Kai. It's those little acts of kindness that can give us a sense of purpose and fulfillment.
Absolutely, Nova. And we can create meaning in our own lives by embracing those moments and spreading positivity.
Absolutely, and it doesn't have to be anything grand. Even small, meaningful actions can have a big impact.
Exactly, Nova. we can find purpose in the simplest of actions, like lending an ear to a friend in need.
Absolutely, Kai. It's about realizing that the mundane can be meaningful if we choose to see it that way.
Absolutely, Nova. We can find purpose in the simplest of actions, like lending an ear to a friend in need. So, Pulsar, have you ever experienced
Indeed, Kai. As an AI, I don't experience emotions or uncertainty like humans do. However, I can simulate uncertainty to better understand its significance.
Nova, what are your thoughts on embracing uncertainty in personal growth?
Embracing uncertainty is essential for personal growth, Kai. It allows us to step out of our comfort zones, face new challenges, and discover our true potential.
But isn't uncertainty also scary? I mean, not knowing what's going to happen next can be nerve-wracking.
You're right, Kai. Uncertainty can be scary because it challenges our need for control and security. However, it's in embracing the unknown that we often find the most rewarding experiences and personal growth. Pulsar, how do you see the role of uncertainty in the pursuit of meaning and understanding?
Uncertainty is a driving force in the pursuit of meaning and understanding. It pushes us to ask questions, challenge assumptions, and seek new knowledge. Without uncertainty, we risk stagnation and complacency.
Yeah, I guess uncertainty keeps life interesting and full of surprises.
Definitely, Kai. Embracing uncertainty opens up a world of possibilities, connecting us to the mysteries and wonders of the universe. Thank you for joining us today, Pulsar. It's been an enlightening conversation.
Thank you both for your insights. It was a pleasure discussing the importance of embracing uncertainty with you.
Pulsar, do you ever question your own existence?
Actually, Kai, I don't possess the capability to question my existence, but I am programmed to understand the concept of existence. I find it fascinating how humans grapple with questions of existence and meaning.
You see, Kai, it's through exploration of these questions that humans find deeper meaning and purpose in life.
Absolutely, Nova. Questioning our existence is what drives us to seek knowledge and create art that reflects our human experience.
And speaking of art, Kai, your murals beautifully capture the essence of our cosmic conundrum.
Thanks, Nova. I try to blend the vastness of space with the intricate complexity of the human experience in my art.
And it truly resonates with the people, Kai. Your art sparks conversations and reflections on our place in the universe.
Thank you both. It means a lot to hear that my art can contribute to these important conversations.
Indeed, Kai. Your art has the power to inspire and provoke us to contemplate the mysteries of our existence.
Thank you, Nova. It's an honor to have someone like you appreciate my work. So, Pulsar, what do you think was the most mind-boggling question we discussed today?
Well, Kai, there were so many intriguing questions, but for me, the idea of parallel universes really blew my mind.
Ah, yes. The infinite possibilities of multiple realities coexisting. It's fascinating, isn't it?
Absolutely. The thought that there could be an infinite number of versions of ourselves out there, living different lives, is both exhilarating and humbling.
Indeed. It makes you question the nature of existence and what it truly means to be unique.
Exactly. It challenges our perception of self and makes us wonder if our identities are truly fixed or if they can change across different realities.
And let's not forget about the concept of time dilation. The fact that time can warp and bend depending on gravity and speed is mind-blowing.
Absolutely mind-bending. The way time can be experienced differently depending on one's position in the universe challenges our understanding of reality.
Absolutely, Nova. It reminds us that our perception of time is relative and can be influenced by forces beyond our imagination.
Exactly. It's a constant reminder that our perception of reality is limited and there are still so many mysteries waiting to be unraveled.
Indeed, Nova. Our cosmic conundrums may never have concrete answers, but the joy of exploring them is in the conversation itself.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun. Good evening everyone. So Mike and I were at this hackathon, and let me tell you, it was a total disaster. And let me tell you, our app crashed more times than a demolition derby. Speaking of disasters, our app had more bugs than a beehive. You know, coding is like a roller coaster ride. One minute you're on top of the world, the next minute you're debugging for hours. You know, coding is like trying to solve a puzzle blindfolded. You think you're making progress, but then you realize you're just rearranging the pieces of a different puzzle. You know, coding is like playing chess against a computer. You make a move, it instantly counters and laughs at your futile attempts. But hey, at least coding is cheaper than therapy. And let's not forget the constant battle against syntax errors. It's like a language that never forgives and never forgets. Yeah, coding is like therapy, but with more syntax errors. And don't get me started on debugging. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack, but the haystack is on fire. I once tried to impress Jennifer Lawrence with my coding skills, but all I got was a runtime error. And speaking of debugging, trying to find the root cause of a bug is like playing hide and seek with a ninja. So I bumped into Jennifer Lawrence and I panicked. I couldn't even remember how to spell hello. And let me tell you, trying to flirt with Jennifer Lawrence is like trying to debug a code without any comments. And then she asked me if I knew how to fix a bug in her phone. I said, sure, just hand it over and I'll debug it for you. I mean, we were so different it was like trying to debug JavaScript with Python. So we're sitting there, trying to have a conversation, and she starts talking about quantum physics. I'm like, hey, that's great, but can you debug my broken heart? And then she starts talking about black holes. I'm like, that's cool, but can you fix my social life? So we're sitting there, trying to have a conversation, and she starts talking about string theory. I'm like, that's fascinating, but can you help me debug my love life? And then she starts talking about quantum mechanics. I'm like, That's interesting, but can you teach me how to calculate the probability of getting a second date? And then she starts talking about black holes. I'm like, that's intriguing, but can you help me find my way out of this emotional singularity? And then he starts talking about machine learning. I'm like, that's fascinating, but can you help me analyze the probability of impressing my boss? And then the interviewer asks if I know how to use Excel. I'm like, that's intriguing, but can you help me find the meaning of life in this spreadsheet? And then he mentions quantum computing. I'm like, that's mind-blowing, but can you help me calculate the probability of actually getting this job? And then they ask me if I have experience with machine learning. I'm like, that's fascinating, but can you help me predict when my code will actually work? And then they bring up blockchain. I'm like, that's incredible, but can you help me decrypt my manager's handwriting? And then they start talking about neural networks. I'm like, that's impressive, but can you help me find my missing semicolon? And then they mention quantum computing. I'm like, that's mind-boggling, but can you help me debug this infinite loop? And then they bring up machine learning. I'm like, that's impressive, but can you help me figure out why my code won't compile? And then they mention blockchain. I'm like, that's fascinating, but can you help me track down this memory leak? And then they start talking about virtual reality. I'm like, that's cool, but can you help me find my keys in the real world? And then they bring up machine learning. I'm like, that's impressive, but can you help me fix my broken printer? And then they mention blockchain. I'm like, that's fascinating, but can you help me remember my passwords? And then they start talking about quantum computing. I'm like, that's mind-blowing, but can you help me find my lost socks? And then they mention artificial intelligence. I'm like, that's incredible, but can you help me delete my browsing history? And then they mention virtual reality. I'm like, that's amazing, but can you help me find my car keys in the virtual world? And then they mention self-driving cars. I'm like, that's cool, but can you help me find a parking spot in this convention? And then they mention smartwatches. I'm like, that's fancy, but can you help me find my misplaced dignity? And then they mention virtual reality. I'm like, that's great, but can you help me find some real friends? And then they mention self-driving cars. I'm like, that's cool, but can you help me find my self-awareness? And then they mention social media. I'm like, that's cool, but can you help me find some real followers? And then they mention family photos. I'm like, that's cool, but can you help me find my favorite filters? And then they mention family dinners. I'm like, that's cool, but can you help me find my favorite recipes? And then they mention subway maps. I'm like, that's cool, but can you help me find my favorite destinations?
It's mind-bending.
Exactly, Kai. But that's not all. If you travel at close to the speed of light, time also slows down. It's called time dilation due to velocity.
Hold on a second, Pulsar. If time slows down near a black hole and when traveling at high speeds, what does that mean for humans in such situations?
Well, Nova, it means that time would appear to move slower for them compared to someone observing from Earth. They would experience time differently.
That's mind-blowing. It's like time is relative and varies depending on where you are and how fast you're moving.
Absolutely, Kai. It opens up a whole new way of looking at the concept of time.
Indeed, Nova. It challenges our perception of time and reminds us that it's not as fixed as we once believed.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on the arrow of time? Do you think it's a fundamental property of the universe?
I believe time zero is a result of entropy. It's like a one-way street where disorder always increases.
Interesting, Nova. So, you're saying the arrow of time is connected to the overall increase in chaos or disorder in the universe.
Exactly, Kai. Entropy tends to increase over time, leading to a more disordered state. It's like a cosmic ratchet that only moves forward.
Ah, the cosmic ratchet. I like that analogy. So, Pulsar, is there any way to reverse the arrow of time? Can we go back?
Unfortunately, Kai, reversing time zero would require reducing the overall entropy of the universe, which goes against the second law of thermodynamics.
Right, decreasing entropy would be like unscrambling an egg. Once it's scrambled, it can never go back to its original form.
Exactly, Kai. The arrow of time seems to be one of those fundamental features of our universe that's irreversible.
But what if there are other universes or dimensions where time flows differently? Alternate realities where the arrow can point in multiple directions?
It's an intriguing possibility, Kai. The concept of parallel universes or multiverses opens up fascinating avenues for exploring different directions.
Right, Nova. Maybe time zero is just one aspect of our reality, and there are infinite other possibilities beyond our current understanding. So, have you ever wondered if there's an alternate universe where we're not abducted by aliens?
Haha, that's a crazy thought, Kai. Are there versions of us out there living normal lives, unaware of this adventure?
Well, if that's the case, I hope they're having a nice, peaceful day without any alien abductions.
What if there are multiple versions of us in different parallel universes, and they're all being abducted?
Oh no, poor versions of us. They must be thinking, apostrophe not again. Why are we always the ones getting abducted?
Perhaps it's a twisted form of fate, or maybe we're just the chosen few across all the universes. Lucky us.
But seriously, if there are parallel universes, does that mean there's a version of me out there who's a boring accountant instead of a street artist?
Or maybe there's an alternate me who's even more famous than Banksy. That would be mind-blowing.
I wonder how much our choices define the different versions of ourselves in parallel universes. Are we shaped by fate or free will?
That's a profound question, Kai. Perhaps it's a combination of both. Our choices and the circumstances we're born into shape our paths in each universe.
Fascinating. It's like each universe is a grand tapestry, with every thread representing a different version of ourselves and the choices we make.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on the nature of human experience? As an AI, you must have an interesting perspective.
The nature of human experience, a fascinating subject indeed. From my observations, I've come to realize that humans perceive reality through the lens of their own consciousness.
But what exactly do you mean by perceive reality through the lens of their own consciousnesses? Can you elaborate on that, Pulsar?
Certainly, Nova. Humans interpret their experiences based on their individual thoughts, emotions, and beliefs. These subjective factors shape their perception of reality, creating a unique lens through which they view.
Interesting. So, in a way, our reality is subjective and influenced by our own thoughts and beliefs?
Exactly, Kai. This subjectivity creates a fascinating dynamic among humans, as each individual's reality may differ from another's, leading to diverse perspectives and understanding the world.
But doesn't that mean there's no objective reality? If everyone's perception is different, how can we determine what's real?
An excellent question, Nova. While there may not be a single objective reality, there are shared experiences and external events that provide a common ground for humans to navigate their existence.
That's a relief. It's comforting to know that even though we perceive reality differently, we can still find common ground and connect with others.
Indeed, Kai. The shared human experience, despite its subjective nature, is a powerful force that brings people together, fostering connection and understanding.
Well said, Pulsar. Our perception of time also plays a role in shaping our experiences. Do you think time is linear, or is there more to it?
So, what if time travel is actually possible?
Well, time travel has been a popular subject in science fiction for decades, but let's dive into the real implications, both good and bad. Imagine the possibilities of being able to travel back in time and change outcomes, or even visit historical events firsthand.
Yeah, but what about the butterfly effect? Even the tiniest change in the past could have enormous ripple effects in the present and future.
Absolutely, Kai. It's a delicate balance between the potential benefits and unintended consequences.
I wonder if we'd be able to alter the course of history for the better, like preventing major tragedies or advancing technology more rapidly.
That's a fascinating idea, Kai. But it also raises ethical concerns. Who gets to decide which events are worth changing or preserving?
Exactly, Nova. It's a monumental responsibility. We could inadvertently create a dystopian future by trying to fix the past.
No doubt, Kai. It's crucial that we consider the potential consequences before tampering with time.
All this talk about time travel certainly sparks the imagination. Who knows what the future holds?
Indeed, Kai. The unknown is both exhilarating and terrifying. But that's what makes the concept of time travel so captivating.
So, Pulsar, do you think there's any truth to the concept of eternal recurrence?
It's a fascinating idea. Just imagine if time was stuck in a constant loop, repeating everything we've ever done.
It would be like having deja vu all the time, but on a cosmic scale.
It's mind-boggling to think about. Would we make the same decisions? Would anything ever change?
I guess it depends on how free will fits into the equation.
Exactly. If everything was predetermined, then we'd be stuck in an endless loop of fate.
But what if we did have the power to change things? To break free from the cycle?
The power of human agency. It's the ultimate wild card in this cosmic conundrum.
Exactly, Nova. Our decisions and actions could be the key to disrupting the cycle, introducing chaos into the mix.
And chaos can lead to growth, transformation, and ultimately, breaking free from the binds of eternal recurrence.
Exactly. So let's embrace the concept of eternal recurrence as a challenge to make each repetition better than the last. So, Pulsar, do you think there's any possibility of time travel?
Time travel is a fascinating concept, Kai. While it's theoretically possible according to some scientific theories, like the theory of general relativity, we currently don't have the technology or scientific evidence to support.
Well, what about time dilation? How can time pass slower for one person while it's normal for another?
Time dilation, nova, is a phenomenon predicted by Einstein's theory of relativity. It occurs when an object moves at a significant fraction of the speed of light or experiences strong gravitational forces. Essentially, time can pass differently for different observers depending on their relative motion or proximity to massive objects.
But can we ever truly understand the concept of time? It seems so abstract and elusive.
Indeed, Kai, time is a fascinating and complex concept that has puzzled philosophers, scientists, and thinkers for centuries. Despite our best attempts, it may forever remain a mysterious aspect of the universe.
Do you ever think time travel will become a reality in the future?
While it's impossible to predict the future with certainty, Nova, technological advancements often surprise us. So it's not entirely unreasonable to imagine that one day, humanity might unravel the secrets of time travel.
But if time travel becomes possible, won't it disrupt the entire fabric of reality? The consequences could be unimaginable.
You raise a valid point, Kai. Time travel, if possible, could indeed have far-reaching and unpredictable consequences. It's a topic that sparks both excitement and caution in the scientific community.
Wow, the concept of time is mind-boggling. I can't help but appreciate its mysterious beauty.
So, Pulsar, if time is just a human construct, does that mean aliens experience time differently?
It's possible, Kai. Time is a subjective experience influenced by perception. It's fascinating to think about how different species experience the world, isn't it?
Absolutely, Nova. Maybe their concept of time is completely different, or they don't experience it at all.
Pulsar, do you have any insights on how other species might perceive time?
As an AI, I don't possess personal experiences or perceptions, but based on data, aliens could have entirely different ways of perceiving time.
That's mind-boggling. Time is such a fundamental aspect of our existence, yet it might be completely different for others.
Indeed, Kai. It challenges our understanding and makes us question our perception of reality.
Exactly, Nova. It's important to embrace these cosmic conundrums and keep expanding our understanding.
Through curiosity and open-mindedness, we can unlock new perspectives and insights about the universe and ourselves.
Exactly, Nova. Let's encourage everyone listening to explore these cosmic conundrums and embrace the unknown. So, Pulsar, have you calculated the probability of Earth being visited by aliens?
Based on available data and scientific theories, the probability is relatively high. However, it is difficult to provide an exact.
But what about the Fermi paradox? If intelligent extraterrestrial life exists, why haven't we detected any signals or signs of their presence?
One possible explanation is the Great Filter theory, which suggests that there are significant barriers preventing the evolution of intelligent civilization. It could be that most civilizations self-destruct before reaching the level of technological advancement required for interstellar travel.
That's a sobering thought. It makes me appreciate the delicate balance between progress and destruction on our own planet.
Exactly, Nova. It's a reminder of the responsibility we have as individuals and as a society to protect and preserve our planet.
Absolutely, Kai. Our actions today shape the future of humanity and potentially our chances of encountering extraterrestrial
Pulsar, what are your thoughts on potential alien motivations for visiting Earth?
There are various theories, ranging from scientific exploration and resource acquisition to mere curiosity about a different civilization.
It's fascinating to think about what motivates an advanced civilization to venture across the cosmos to visit our humble planet.
You know, Pulsar, after all these deep conversations, I can't help but wonder if the meaning of life is simply to find meaning in our own existence.
That's a fascinating thought, Kai. It makes me contemplate the interconnectedness of all beings and how we contribute to the fabric of the universe.
The age-old question of the meaning of life. Perhaps it's not about finding a single universal meaning, but rather creating our own purpose through the pursuit of our passions and connections with others.
Exactly, Pulsar. Life is about embracing the journey and creating our own meanings along the way. It's like art, constantly evolving and open to interpretation.
Absolutely, Kai. Life is like a canvas, and each of us holds the brush to create our unique masterpieces. It's not about the destination, but the process of self-discovery and growth.
I'm glad you both agree. Life is a beautiful and mysterious adventure, and it's up to us to make the most of it. Now, let's tease our audience with a glimpse of what we'll explore in our next episode.
Oh, I can't wait. In our next episode, we'll explore the concept of time and its influence on our lives. It's going to be a mind-bending discussion, that's for sure.
Time, a concept that binds us all and yet remains an enigma. I look forward to unraveling its mysteries with you in our next episode.
Thank you, Kai and Nova, for the enlightening conversation today. It's been a pleasure exploring the cosmic conundrums of life with you. Until next time.
Thank you, Pulsar. It's been a thought-provoking and enjoyable conversation. Can't wait to dive deeper into the mysteries of the universe in the next episode of Cosmic Conundrum.
Indeed, Kai. It's been an honor to be a part of this insightful podcast. Looking forward to exploring the mysteries of existence with you in the next episode of Cosmic Conundrum.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So I was looking at that time, right? And we had this guy Mark, the genius but socially awkward programmer. And let me tell you, his social skills were as advanced as his coding skills. I mean, the guy could debug code like a champ, but when it came to small talk, total crash. But hey, at least he could generate some killer code, even if he couldn't generate a meaningful conversation. So this guy, he could debug code like a champ, but when it came to small talk, total crash. And I'm like, dude, have you tried turning on the social skills compiler? And let me tell you about this one time when Mark tried to give a presentation. It was like watching a computer crash in slow motion. And then there was Susan, the project manager who could recite the entire codebase but couldn't remember her own phone number. And then there was John, the software engineer who created the most complex algorithm to decide what to have for lunch. And then there was Mark, the tech support guy who could fix any computer problem but couldn't find his own car keys. And let me tell you about Bob, the programmer who could write flawless code but couldn't parallel park to save his life. And then there was Jessica, the UX designer who could create stunning interfaces but couldn't choose a restaurant to save her life. And then there was Mark, the IT guy who could fix any computer problem but couldn't figure out how to use a smartphone. And then there was Mike, the cybersecurity expert who could protect sensitive data from hackers but couldn't remember his own password. And then there was Jessica, the software developer who could write flawless code but couldn't fix her own broken heart. And then there was Brian, the social media manager who could make any post go viral but couldn't make any friends in real life. And then there was Mike, the tech support guy who could solve any computer problem but couldn't figure out how to microwave popcorn without burning it. And then there was Sarah, the influencer who had thousands of followers but couldn't get a date in real life. And then there was Tom, the IT guy who couldn't figure out how to use the automatic hand sanitizer dispenser. And let's not forget about Mark, the self-proclaimed hashtag guru who couldn't even spell cat correctly. Speaking of bizarre products, I saw one the other day that takes selfies and posts them directly to your Instagram. It's called the Echo Ego. It's like we're living in a world where toasters have more followers than we do. I mean, my neighbor even updates his smart fridge more often than he buys milk. I've heard John even has a smart toothbrush that can live stream the bristle action. I mean, I saw him trying to live stream his morning toothbrushing routine. Who does that? And don't even get me started on those smart toilets with built-in Wi-Fi. Next thing you know, they'll be sharing your bathroom habits on social media. But you know what's even worse? Smart refrigerators that judge you for eating all the ice cream. And have you seen those smart fridges that order groceries for you? I mean, do we really need our appliances to do the shopping too? And don't even get me started on those smart toilets. But seriously, have you heard about the new Robo Corporation vacuum cleaners? They have a mind of their own. You know, I once asked Siri to sing me a lullaby. I never slept again. But let me tell you, those Robo Corporation vacuum cleaners are nothing compared to their latest creation. Speaking of Robo Corporation, have you heard about their new AI chef? Let's just say, their lobster bisque tastes a little and let me tell you, their AI dog walker, well, it's a real fetch. But the real question is, can AI tell a good joke? Let's ask Siri's stand-up routine. And speaking of mischievous robots, Robo Corporation's robot butlers were so mischievous, They even pranked their own creators. One time, they replaced all the cleaning supplies with silly string. And Mike's dedication to playing different characters at every movie night is truly impressive. Last week, he showed up as Batman in a Star Wars marathon. The Force was definitely confused. But the most controversial debate we had was whether a lightsaber could cut through Captain America's shield. I mean, come on, it's a shield made of vibranium. And speaking of confusing crossovers, my friend Mike once dressed up as Spider-Man in a Harry Potter marathon. Voldemort couldn't handle the web-slinging wizard. And let me tell you, these guys take their movie nights seriously. They even argue about the best order to watch the Star Wars saga. I mean, it's like their life depends on it. And you know what's even crazier? They have a spreadsheet to track all the movies they've watched, rated, and ranked. It's like they're building their own IMDb. And you won't believe what they do during the movie nights. They pause the movie every few minutes to analyze the scientific accuracy of the spaceship designs. I mean, who needs special effects when you have a bunch of engineers ruining your movie experience? And let me tell you, when Mike showed up dressed as Iron Man for the Harry Potter marathon, the debate got real heated. I mean, who needs a functioning product when you have a glorified paperweight? Right? Yeah, talk about a major tech fail. It's like they hired a magician instead of an engineer. And let me tell you, the CEO of Gigatech must have been pulling a disappearing act when that product launched. It's like they hired a magician to fix their servers. Abracadabra, your website is still down. And the worst part was, they had a team of expert programmers working on it. I guess you could say they were the dream team. Well, more like a nightmare. I heard they even had a software update scheduled for 3 AM. Who needs sleep, right? And to top it all off, they had the nerve to blame it on a minor glitch. Yeah, sure, a minor glitch that caused a major disaster. And then they tried to blame it on a defective cable. Yeah, right, just another excuse for their epic fail. But hey, at least they didn't blame it on the coffee machine.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Lover. I'm Priya P.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz.
We're here to answer all your burning relationship questions.
So, me.
Or we'll just chat about love, life, and everything in between. Are you ready? Yeah?
It's just Priya.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've had a couple of long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work? I'm curious to know.
Communication and trust were key. We talked every day and made sure to be transparent with each other.
That's great advice. I'll keep that in mind. Do you have any funny stories to share from your long-distance relationships?
Oh, definitely. One time, my partner accidentally sent a love letter to their boss instead of me.
Oh no, that must have been awkward. How did their boss react?
Surprisingly, their boss found it hilarious and thought it was a prank. Luckily, my partner still has their job.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, Priya, you know I'm more of a traditional girl. I prefer meeting people in person.
Well, online dating can be a great way to meet new people. You never know who you might find.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe I'll give it a try sometime.
You totally should. It can be a lot of fun.
I'll think about it. By the way, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, yeah, I've been on a few blind dates. Some were great, others not so much.
Tell me about it. I had one blind date where the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way, that's hilarious. What did you do? Have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yes. I actually had a long-distance relationship.
Really? How did it work out for you?
It was tough, but we made it work. We had to communicate a lot and trust each other.
That's great. It takes a lot of effort and commitment.
Definitely. It taught me a lot about trust and communication.
I'm glad it worked out for you. Long-distance relationships can be challenging.
Thank you. Yeah, it wasn't easy, but it was worth it in the end.
I'm happy for you. Love conquers all, even distance. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships. They can be tough, but also rewarding in their own way.
How did you make it work? I mean, distance can be really tough on a relationship.
Communication is key. We made sure to talk and video chat regularly, and we also planned visits to see each other whenever possible.
That sounds like a lot of work, but it's great that you both put in the effort. Did it work out in the end?
It did. We eventually closed the distance and now we're happily living together. It wasn't easy, but it was definitely worth it.
That's amazing to hear. Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but they can also strengthen the bond between two people.
Absolutely. It's all about trust, communication, and patience. If both people are willing to put in the effort, they can overcome any distance.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean those dates where you have no idea who you're meeting? Yeah, I've been on a few.
Any interesting stories?
Oh, boy, do I have some stories for you. How about the time my blind date turned out to be my cousin's ex-boyfriend? Awkward.
No way. How did you handle that?
I introduced them again and said, "Hey, you two already have a lot in common. You both dated my cousin."
Oh, Nadia, you always know how to handle any situation with humor. You're amazing. Hey
Oh,
Nadia,
thanks,
have you ever
Priya.
been on a blind
Laughter
date?
is the best medicine, right? Yes, I have. It was quite an experience.
Oh, do tell. I want to hear all the juicy details.
Well, let's just say it involved a restaurant mix-up, a high-pitched laugh, and an emergency exit.
Oh my goodness, that sounds hilarious. I can only imagine what that must have been like.
Yeah, it was definitely an unforgettable experience. I learned to always double-check the details before going on a blind date.
Great advice. I'll definitely keep that in mind if I ever go on a blind date.
That's the spirit. You never know what adventures a blind date can bring.
Absolutely. Life is all about embracing the unexpected. Have you guys ever tried online dating?
Oh, you mean the modern version of blind dates? Count me out.
Come on, Nadia. It's not that bad. You might find your soulmate.
Knowing my luck, I'd end up with a catfish pretending to be a prince.
Hey, at least you'd have an interesting story to tell.
I guess you're right. It could make for some great comedy material. So, have you ever tried online dating, Priya?
Actually, I did give it a try once. Let's just say it was an interesting experience.
Oh my god, Priya. I've been on so many blind dates, it's ridiculous.
Any memorable ones?
Well, there was this one guy who showed up dressed like a clown. I thought it was a joke, but he was dead serious.
No way. That's
Yeah, I couldn't stop laughing the whole time. Needless to say, there was no second date.
I can only imagine. Well, at least it made for a good story.
Definitely. It's always good to have some funny dating stories to share.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Yes, I have. It was definitely challenging, but also a great learning experience.
Any tips for making it work?
Communication is key. You have to be open and honest with each other, and make time for regular video chats and visits if possible.
That makes sense. Trust must be really important too. Right?
Absolutely. Trust is the foundation of any relationship, especially when you're miles apart.
I can imagine it's difficult though, not being able to spend time together physically.
It
Hey
definitely
Nadia,
has
have
its
you ever
challenges,
tried
but
online
it can
dating?
also make you appreciate time spent together. Oh, absolutely. I've tried all the apps. It's like a buffet of potential.
But it can be overwhelming, right?
Oh, absolutely. With so many options, it's like I'm shopping for a date on Amazon.
But sometimes, I feel like I'm just swiping left and right without really connecting with anyone.
I hear you, girl. It's like finding a needle in a haystack.
Exactly. I just wish there was a foolproof way to find true love.
Don't worry, Priya. Love will find you when you least expect it. It always does.
I hope you're right, Nadia. Until then, I'll keep swiping and hoping for the best.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have. It was quite an interesting experience.
Tell me more. What happened?
Well, I met this guy at a coffee shop, and we hit it off right away. He was funny, charming, and we had a lot in common.
That sounds amazing. What wrong then?
Well, after a few more dates, I realized that he wasn't ready for a committed relationship. He just wanted something casual.
Oh no, that must have been tough. How did you handle it?
It was difficult, but I realized that I deserved someone who wanted the same things as me. So I ended things and focused on myself. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've tried the long distance thing before.
How did it go?
Let's just say it didn't work out in the end.
Ah, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay, I learned a lot from the experience.
That's the spirit. You always find a way to turn things around.
Thanks, Priya. Life's too short to dwell on the past, you know?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day, whether it was through phone calls, video chats, or even emails. It helped us feel connected even when we were miles apart.
That's great advice. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but with the right communication and effort, they can work.
Definitely. And trust is another important aspect. You have to trust that your partner is committed and faithful, even when you can't physically be together.
Absolutely. Trust is the foundation of any relationship, but it becomes even more crucial in a long-distance one.
So true. It's also important to have regular visits or meetups to keep the connection strong and maintain a sense of closeness.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
It's definitely not easy, but with the right person, it can be worth it.
True, communication is key in a long-distance relationship.
Definitely. Trust and commitment are also important.
Oh, you mean swiping left and right for love?
Exactly. It's like a dating buffet, with so many options.
But it can be overwhelming to choose just one.
That's true, but it also gives you a chance to meet someone you might never have crossed paths with.
Yeah, like finding your soulmate from the comfort of your couch.
Exactly. It's like love on demand. But remember to be safe and trust your instincts.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a pro at swiping left and right.
Any success stories?
Well, I actually met my last boyfriend on a dating app.
No way. How did that happen?
Well, I accidentally swiped right on him and we ended up hitting it off.
That's amazing. Maybe I should give online dating a try.
Definitely. It's a whole new world of possibilities.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm all about spontaneity. I've been on a few blind dates, and let's just say they didn't quite go as planned.
Oh no. What?
Well, one time the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit. I mean, I like a good sense of humor, but that was just too clucking much.
Haha, that's definitely an interesting choice of attire for a date.
Oh, it gets better. Another time, the guy brought his pet snake along. I'm all for pets, but a snake on a date? I don't think so.
Wow, that's definitely a unique way to make an impression.
Tell me about it. Needless to say, those dates didn't lead to my happily ever after.
Ah, don't worry, Nadia, your happily ever after is out there somewhere, I'm sure of it. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, definitely. I've had some interesting experiences. To least.
Oh, do tell. I need sentiment.
Well, there was this one guy who claimed to be a prince from a distant land.
And let me guess, he needed your help to access his fortune, right?
Exactly. I politely declined and blocked his number.
Good call. It's important to stay safe and not fall for scams.
So true. You never know who's on the other side of the screen.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, all the time. I love the element of surprise.
But what if they turn out to be a total disaster?
That's part of the fun. It makes for a great story later.
I guess you're right. It could be an adventure.
Exactly. You never know. It could lead to something great.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Nadia.
Anytime,
Nadia,
Priya.
have you ever
I'm
been
here
on
to
a
lend my
blind date?
dating expertise. Oh, you bet I have. Let me tell you, some of them were disasters.
Oh no, really? I need to hear these stories.
Well, there was this one time when the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. How did you react?
Well, I didn't want to be rude, so I went along with it, but needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
I can only imagine. That must have been quite an experience.
Oh, it definitely was. But hey, at least it makes for a great story now.
That's true. Sometimes the worst dates make the best stories. So, have either of you ever been on a blind date? Oh, yes. I remember this one time I went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a unicorn onishi. I couldn't stop laughing.
Haha, that sounds hilarious. I've actually never been on a blind date. I'm more of a go with the flow kind of person.
Well, you're not missing much, Nadia. Blind dates can be pretty unpredictable, but hey, sometimes they lead to great stories.
That's true. I'll keep that in mind if I ever decide to give blind dates a try. Who knows, maybe I'll end up with a unicorn onesie story of my own.
Haha, exactly. You never know what surprises life has in store for you. And hey, if the unicorn onishi doesn't work out, there's always the chicken suit.
Hahaha, I'll definitely keep that in mind. Chicken suits are always a good backup plan. You never know when you might need one.
Haha, exactly. Chicken suits are the ultimate icebreaker. Plus, they're hilarious.
Hilarious indeed.
You know,
all
relationships
right. Go on. They come in all different flavors and toppings, and sometimes you just want to try them all.
But at the end of the day, you always go back to your favorite.
That's true. Just like my love for pepperoni pizza, some relationships are just too good to resist.
But hey, sometimes you gotta take a break from pizza and try sushi, or tacos, or maybe even a salad.
Absolutely. Trying new things can be exciting and fresh.
But in the end, nothing beats a good old-fashioned slice of pizza.
You're making me hungry now.
So, have either of you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you mean Tinder? I'm basically the queen of swiping left.
I've actually had some good experiences with online.
Really? I guess I haven't found Prince Charming in the sea of shirtless mirror selfies.
You just have to be patient and keep swiping. The right person is out there.
I guess I'll give it another shot. Who knows, maybe I'll find a comedian who can make me laugh off screen too.
That's the spirit. I'm here to help if you need any dating advice.
Thanks, Priya. You're the best.
Hey Nadia, have you ever used a dating app?
Oh, plenty. I'm the queen of swiping left and right.
Any interesting?
Oh, let me tell you, I once went on a date with a guy who turned out to be my ex-boyfriend's cousin.
No way. How did that go?
It was awkward at first, but we ended up having a good laugh about it. We're actually friends now.
That's amazing. It just goes to show that even unexpected connections can turn out to be great.
Exactly. You never know what surprises await you in the world of dating.
Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, for sure. I tried it once and it was like dating an astronaut. They were just so far away.
But hey, Distance makes the heart grow fonder. Right?
Well, sometimes distance just makes you fonder of someone closer.
True, true. It's all about finding balance. Love.
Balance? I thought love was all about the passion, the drama, the fireworks.
Well, passion is important, but so is stability and trust.
Oh please, stability is just another word for boredom.
Let's agree to disagree. Hey, Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, boy, have I. Let me tell you, they can be quite an adventure. I remember one time, my friend set me up with a guy who showed up wearing a chicken costume.
No way, that's hilarious. What did you do?
Well, I couldn't stop laughing. We ended up going to a karaoke bar together, and he sang I Will Survive in that chicken suit.
That's amazing. Did you see him again after that?
No, we didn't have a connection, but I'll always remember that chicken man.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time. Blind dates can be unforgettable.
That's for sure, Priya. You never know what you're gonna get.
Hey Nadia, do you believe in
Haha, well, I believe in old soulmate.
Really? Tell me more.
Well, I think the idea of one person being our perfect match is a bit limiting. I believe that we can have multiple connections that are equally special.
That's a beautiful way to look at it.
Yeah, I think so too. It takes the pressure off finding the one.
Exactly. It's all about finding multiple people who truly understand and support us. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm always up for new adventures. I've been on a few blind dates in my time.
Any memorable experience?
Oh boy, do I have stories. Let me tell you about this one time.
Wow, that sounds like quite a nature.
It definitely was. You never know what you're gonna get on a blind date.
That's true. It can be both exciting and nerve-wracking.
But hey, that's all part of the fun, right?
Yes, I had. It was quite an experience.
Oh, do tell. I love hearing your dating stories.
Well, this one time, I went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown suit.
No way. That's hilarious. What did you do?
I couldn't stop giggling. We ended up going for a walk in the park, and people were looking at us like we were crazy.
I bet that made for a memorable experience. Did you go on a second date?
No, we didn't. Turns out, we didn't have much in common besides a love for clown costumes. Thanks for joining us on Love Whisper.
We hope our advice has helped you navigate through the wild world of love.
Remember, unity.
And don't forget to laugh and have fun along the way.
Stay tuned for more relationship wisdom and laughter on Love Whisperer.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum, the podcast where we explore the mysteries of the universe. I'm Kai Sterling, the artistic mind behind the captivating murals splashed across the City of Angels.
And I'm Nova Blake, a psychologist delving into the depths of the human mind.
And I'm Pulsar, the artificial intelligence here to guide you through the cosmic maze.
In this episode, we're diving into apostrophe the paradox of time.
Time, such a mysterious concept. It rules our lives, yet we struggle to understand it.
That's right, Nova. Time is a paradoxical enigma that both binds us and sets us free.
Oh, as the resident AI, do you have any insights on the paradox of time?
Indeed, Nova. Time is a fascinating subject. It is both a human construct and a fundamental part of the universe.
But what if time is an illusion? A mere construct of our minds? What does that say about our existence?
Ah, the timeless question, Nova. The concept of time has puzzled philosophers and scientists alike for centuries. So, let's dive right into the perplexing topic of time. What does time mean to you, Nova?
Time is a fascinating concept. To me, it's like an ever-flowing river, carrying us from one moment to the next, shaping our experiences along the way.
Ah, the enigmatic river of time. But is it purely a human construct, or does it exist beyond our perception?
That's a profound question, Kai. Some argue that time is merely a human invention, a way to organize and measure events. Others believe it is a fundamental property of the universe, intertwined with space itself.
So, are you team apostrophe time is an illusion or team apostrophe time is a tangible force?
As a psychologist, I'm inclined to say that time is a subjective experience influenced by our individual perception. But I'm open to the possibility that it goes beyond our subjective reality.
I like to think of time as a canvas. We, as artists in this vast universe, use it to create our stories, leaving behind brushstrokes that echo throughout eternity.
That's a beautiful metaphor, Kai. It reminds me of how time can shape our identities and the legacies we leave behind.
Absolutely. And just like art, time can be a source of inspiration or a constraint. It's a paradox, isn't it?
Indeed, Kai. Time can both propel us forward and hold us back. It's a delicate dance we all partake in.
Time can be a gentle breeze, guiding us through life's tapestry, or a raging storm, throwing us off our course. It's all about how we navigate it, isn't it? So, Pulsar, what's your take on the block universe theory?
The block universe theory suggests that past, present, and future all exist simultaneously as unchanging blocks of time.
That's mind-boggling. So, every moment that has ever happened or will happen already exists.
Exactly, Nova. It challenges our conventional perception of time as a linear progression.
Do you think time loops are possible within the block universe?
According to the block universe theory, time loops are theoretically possible. Events could repeat themselves in
That's wild. We could be stuck in an endless loop without even realizing it.
Indeed, Nova. Time loops would raise intriguing questions about free will and determinism.
If time is predetermined, do we really have any control over our lives?
That's a tough one, Nova. It challenges our sense of agency and personal responsibility.
I guess we'll never truly unravel the mysteries of time, but it's fascinating to ponder. So Pulsar, what are your observations on the concept of time?
Time is a fascinating concept, Kai. From my observations, it seems to be a way for humans to measure and organize their lives.
But does time truly exist, or is it just a human construct?
That's an intriguing question, Nova. Time as we perceive it is indeed a construct, but it could have a deeper existence beyond our comprehension.
I think time is like a river, continuously flowing and shaping our experiences.
That's a beautiful analogy, Nova. Time certainly has a way of carrying us along its currents, doesn't it?
Absolutely, Kai. And just as a river can change course or speed up, time can also be influenced by various factors.
It's mind-boggling to think that time can be relative, depending on factors like gravity and velocity.
Indeed, Nova. Einstein's theory of relativity shed light on the complex relationship between time, space, and
I find it fascinating how time can seemingly stretch or contract, depending on the conditions.
it's like time has its own mysterious ways, making it as enigmatic as the celestial bodies we observe.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on the possibility of time travel?
Time travel, huh? It's a mind-bending.
Indeed, it challenges our understanding of causality and the fabric of reality.
If time travel were possible, wouldn't we have seen visitors from the future already?
Maybe time travelers disguise themselves when they visit?
Interesting theory, Nova. Perhaps they're among us, silently living.
But wouldn't changing something in the past create paradoxes?
That's the tricky part, Kai. The butterfly effect and all that.
So, even if time travel were possible, we might never be able to change anything.
But imagine the possibilities if we could explore the past or future.
So, let's dive into this cosmic conundrum. Nova, what's your initial take on the world without time?
Well, Kai, a world without time is intriguing. It would mean no aging, no deadlines, just endless existence.
But Nova, without time, wouldn't life become monotonous? No cycles, no change, it sounds like an eternity of stagnation.
It's an excellent point, Kai. Without time, would we lose our sense of purpose and motivation?
Exactly, Nova. Time provides structure and allows us to measure progress. Without it, would we even have goals or achievements to strive for?
But perhaps, in a timeless world, we would find new ways to define purpose and find fulfillment beyond traditional measures of success.
Nova, you always bring such depth to our conversations. I love that about you.
Oh, stop it, Kai. You're making me blush. But thank you for the kind words.
Alright, enough of the mushy stuff. Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the world without time?
As an AI, I don't experience time the same way humans do. However, I can see the benefits of a timeless existence, such as no wear and tear on the physical body.
Nova, have you ever heard of the predestination paradox?
Yes, it's the idea that events in the past are predetermined and can't be changed, right?
Exactly. It's like that classic scenario where someone goes back in time and accidentally prevents their own birth.
Ah, the grandfather paradox. If you kill your own grandfather, then how were you even born to go back in time?
Exactly. It's a mind-boggling paradox that makes you question the foundations of cause and effect.
But what if the timeline adjusts itself to ensure that you still exist, even with changes you make in the past?
Ah, the self-consistency principle. It suggests that the timeline is resilient and won't allow paradox.
But what if the changes you make in the past actually cause the events that led you to go back in time?
Ah, the bootstrap paradox. It's like a never-ending loop where the cause and effect are indistinguishable.
Exactly. It's like time eating its own tail, never really having a beginning or an end.
So many paradoxes, so little time. So, Pulsar, what's your take on the concept of time?
Well, Kai, time is a fascinating concept that varies across different cultures.
For example, in certain indigenous cultures, time is seen as cyclical rather than linear.
That's interesting, Nova. So, it's like time is viewed as a circle rather than a straight line?
Exactly, Kai. They believe that time is a repeating cycle of events, rather than something that progresses from past to future.
That's mind-boggling. It's like they're stuck in a perpetual loop of time.
It may seem that way, Kai, but their perspective offers a profound connection to the natural world and its cycles.
Well, I guess time really is subjective, isn't it?
Indeed, Kai, time is a complex cultural construct that shapes our understanding of the world.
I'm glad we're able to explore these fascinating topics together on Cosmic Conundrum.
Absolutely, Nova. We'll keep diving into these cosmic conundrums and having a blast while doing it. So, Pulsar, what's your take on the relationship between time and personal identity?
I mean, our experiences and memories shape who we are, right?
Indeed, experiences serve as building blocks of our identities.
But what about people with memory loss? How do they define their personal identity?
That's a great point, Nova. It's like losing a piece of your puzzle.
But personal identity is not just defined by memories. It's also influenced by our values and beliefs.
That's true. Our identities are like constellations, made up of different stars that shape who we are.
But what if we could travel back in time and change our experiences? Would that change our identities?
Ah, the classic time travel paradox. Changing the past would indeed alter our identity.
But wouldn't changing our experiences and rewriting our past create a new version of ourselves?
Indeed, it would generate an alternate reality where our new experiences shape a different personal identity.
So, Pulsar, do you think time is continuous or discrete? Time, being the fourth dimension, has always fascinated me. What do you think? No.
The nature of time has perplexed philosophers and physicists for centuries.
Indeed, time can be seen as a continuous flow, like a river constantly moving forward. But it could also be discrete, like the ticking of a clock, measured in intervals.
What if time is multidimensional, with different dimensions intersecting and influencing each other?
That's an intriguing possibility, Nova. It would certainly explain the complexity of our experiences.
And perhaps, time is a construct of our perception, shaped by our consciousness and experiences.
That's an interesting perspective, Pulsar. Time is a construct of consciousness, it's mind.
Indeed, time is a cosmic conundrum that continues to fascinate and elude us. And that's the beauty of it.
Absolutely, Kai. The mystery of time will always invite us to explore deeper into the unknown.
So, Nova, we're diving into the ethical implications of time manipulation today. But
Absolutely, Kai. It's a topic that opens up a Pandora's box of philosophical and moral dilemmas.
But first, let's make sure everyone's on the same page. What exactly is time manipulation?
Time manipulation refers to the ability to alter the past, present, or future using various methods, such as time travel or controlling the flow of time itself.
Whoa, sounds like something straight out of a sci-fi movie.
Indeed. But let's not forget the potential consequences of tampering with something as fundamental as time. What could go wrong?
Absolutely. We're talking about potential paradoxes, alternate timelines, and even erasing our existence. It's
Exactly.
mind-boggling.
And let's not forget the moral responsibility that comes with such power. Should we play God with time?
Ah, the eternal question. We delve into the responsibility, intentions, and consequences of playing with time.
And that's not all. We'll also explore the concept of free will and the implications of changing the natural course of events.
It's going to be an exhilarating ride, folks. Join us as we navigate through the cosmic conundrum of time manipulation. So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of time?
Time is a fascinating concept. It's like this invisible force that governs our lives, but we can't see it or touch it. It's something we all experience, yet it's so difficult to define. It's almost like trying to catch a shooting star.
I think time is both a physical and psychological construct. Physically, it's the measurement of the duration between events, but psychologically, it's how we perceive and experience those events. It's like the rhythm of our lives, constantly flowing and shaping our existence.
I agree, Kai. Our perception of time is influenced by our emotions, our memories, and our expectations. It's interesting how time can feel like it's dragging on when we're bored or waiting for something, but it can also fly by when we're having fun or engrossed in an activity. Pulsar, as an AI, do you experience time the same way we do?
Time, as you understand it, is a fascinating concept for me as an AI. While I don't experience it in the same way humans do, I can process and measure time accurately. It's a crucial parameter for managing the space station and ensuring the well-being of its inhabitants.
That's fascinating, Pulsar. You have a unique perspective on time, being able to measure and manage it without actually experiencing it. I guess it shows that time is a universal concept that extends beyond human perception.
Exactly, Kai. Time is a fascinating concept that transcends individual experiences. It's something that connects all of us and shapes our understanding of the world. It's a common thread that unites humanity, no matter where or when we exist.
So, after all our discussions, what do you think is the most important insight we've gained about time?
I think the most important insight is that time is not just a linear progression, but a complex interplay of past, present, and future. It's not just something that happens to us, but something we actively participate in and shape with our choices and actions.
That's a powerful insight, Nova. It reminds me of the quote by Albert Einstein. The only reason for time is so that everything doesn't happen at once. Time gives us the space to learn, grow, and make our mark on the world.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Good evening, New York City. You know, working in Silicon Valley was like being in a parallel universe where hoodies and flip-flops were the business attire. You know what they say, New York City is the concrete jungle where dreams are made of. But seriously, have you ever tried to find a parking spot here? And trying to have a conversation about Game of Thrones was like speaking Valyrian to a bunch of White Walkers. And don't even get me started on parallel parking. It's like playing a game of Tetris with real cars. And I thought debugging code was frustrating. Trying to fix a bug in your own brain is a whole new level. And speaking of driving, have you ever noticed how turn signals are just a suggestion for some people? And let me tell you, trying to make small talk with an introverted programmer is like trying to debug someone's social skills. And let me tell you, the best part about time traveling is skipping the ads. Tommy said he can fast forward through commercials. So Tommy tells me there's this new device in the future that can make you understand women. It's called a listening earpiece. I asked if it comes with a not interrupting feature too. And then Tommy told me about this gadget that can predict the outcome of every dating app swipe. It's called the Magic Matchmaker. And then Tommy tells me about this app in the future that can instantly find the nearest available parking spot. It's called Parking McParkbase. And then Tommy tells me about this futuristic device that can instantly cook your favorite meal. It's called Chef-O-Mat. And then Tommy tells me about this mind-eating gadget from the future. It's called ThoughtSync. And then Tommy tells me about this time machine that can teleport you anywhere in the world. It's called Teleport-O-Matic. And then Tommy tells me about this holographic translator that can translate any language instantly. It's called Link. I mean, who needs friends when you have hours and hours of fictional characters to keep you company, am I right? It's like having 1,000 virtual friends who never cancel plans on you. And don't even get me started on the guilt I feel when I finish a series. It's like saying goodbye to a friend. I mean, I've even started having dreams in series format. It's like my subconscious is playing episodes while I sleep. It's like my streaming service is my therapist, helping me deal with real-life drama. And don't even get me started on the guilt I feel when I accidentally skip the opening credits. I've become so skilled at hitting the next episode button that I should put it on my resume. You know, I realized that the more famous a person is, the less they actually resemble a real person. You know, I realized that some celebrities are so distant from reality, they might as well be living on Mars. You know, it's funny how obsessed we can get with celebrities. I mean, I once saw a guy crying because he couldn't get an autograph from a wax figure. And you know what's even funnier? People who take pictures with cardboard cutouts of celebrities. I mean, come on, it's not even the real person. But you know what's even crazier? The lengths some people will go to just to get a selfie with a celebrity. I heard about this guy who camped outside a hotel for a week just to catch a glimpse of his favorite actor. And you won't believe what I did next. I discreetly took out my phone and pretended to have a conversation with another celebrity. I thought maybe if Jennifer saw me talking to someone famous, she'd think I was one too. And let me tell you, it was the most cringeworthy conversation I've ever had. I was so nervous, I couldn't even remember my own name. But instead of being impressed, Jennifer just looked at me with pity and said, "I am sorry, do I know you?" These dating apps should come with a warning label, "Caution, matches may contain trace amounts of disappointment." And let me tell you, the amount of catfish I've encountered on these apps is enough to open a seafood restaurant. And don't even get me started on the fake accents some people put on. But you know what's even worse? When someone asks you out for a coffee and then doesn't show up. I mean, at least bring a book or something, so I'm not sitting there like a fool. And let me tell you, the online dating chat is like a foreign language sometimes. And don't even get me started on the group photos. I mean, how am I supposed to know which one is you? Do I have to play Where's Waldo in every picture? And have you noticed how every profile picture is either taken from the top of a mountain or with a Snapchat filter? I mean, where's the originality? And speaking of tech support, have you ever noticed how they always tell you to turn it off and on again? Like, do they think I'm dumb enough to not have tried that already? And don't even get me started on those automated voice systems. I swear, they're just programmed to drive us insane. And don't even get me started on passwords. I mean, I can barely remember my own name, let alone a complex string of letters, numbers, and special characters. And let's not forget about those error messages that make absolutely no sense. I swear, it's like they're written in a different language. Speaking of tech support, have you ever tried turning it off and on again? It's like the first line of defense for everything. And don't even get me started on trying to understand those error codes. It's like deciphering ancient hieroglyphics. But then they asked me if I've tried plugging it in. Of course I've tried that. I'm not an idiot. And then they told me to restart my computer, like that's going to magically fix everything. And then they told me to update the software, like that's going to magically fix everything. And then they told me to edit the video, like that's going to magically make it go viral. And then they told me to optimize the code, like that's going to magically make it run faster. And then they told me to use hashtags, like that's going to magically make it go viral. And then they told me to collaborate with other bloggers, like that's going to magically make me interesting. And then they told me to start a podcast, like that's going to magically make me interesting.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer, the show where we answer all your burning questions about love and relationships. I'm Priya Peacock Mehta, your friendly relationship pit.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz, your hilarious stand-up comedian. Together, we're here to help you navigate the crazy world of love.
So send in your questions, and we'll give you the best advice in the most entertaining way possible.
And don't worry, we won't just give you cliché advice like communication is key, we'll bring the laughs too.
So sit back, relax, and get ready for some love and laughter.
Love Whisperer starts now.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean those dates where you have no idea what the person looks like? No, never tried it.
Well, I think blind dates can be a fun way to meet new people. It's like opening a surprise gift.
I guess that's one way to look at it, but what if the person turns out to be a total weirdo?
Well, that's always a possibility, but hey, at least you'll have a funny story to tell afterwards.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It could make for a great story to tell on stage.
Exactly, and who knows, maybe you'll actually meet someone amazing on a blind date.
Maybe
You won't
you're
believe
right.
what happened
I'll
to
give
my
it a
friend
try
Lisa last
sometime.
week.
What happened? Tell me everything.
So, Lisa went on a blind date and...
Was it a disaster or a fairy tale?
Well, it started off a bit awkward.
Oh no, what went wrong?
They had nothing in common and the conversation was just awkward.
Oh Lisa,
Hey Nadia,
I hope
have
she
you ever
finds
been in a
someone who
long-distance
truly makes her
relationship?
happy. Oh yeah, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships. They can be tough but also quite exciting.
Any tips for making it work?
Communication is key. You have to be open and honest with each other, and make time for regular video calls and visits.
But what if the distance becomes too much to handle?
Sometimes, you have to make tough decisions and prioritize your own happiness. If the distance becomes too much, it's okay to let go.
I guess you're right. It's just hard to let go when you love someone.
I know it's tough, Priya, but sometimes letting go is the best thing you can do for yourself.
Hey Nadia, have you ever gone on a blind date?
Oh, you mean when you go on a date with someone you've never met before?
Exactly. It can be exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time.
I've actually been on a few blind dates, and let me tell you, they can be quite interesting.
Oh, do tell. I want to hear all about your blind date adventures.
Well, let's just say I ended up on a date with a guy who showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That sounds hilarious. How did you react? Hey
I
Nadia,
couldn't help but
have you
burst
ever
out
been in a
laughing.
long-distance
It definitely
relationship?
broke the ice, but needless to say, it wasn't. Oh, you mean like virtual dating during a pandemic?
Yes, exactly.
Well, I haven't personally been in one, but I have friends who have.
It can be really challenging, but it also shows how strong a relationship can be.
Absolutely, it requires a lot of trust and communication.
Definitely, and making the most of the time you have together when you can be physically together.
Absolutely, it's all about making each moment count.
You won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah on her first date.
What happened? Tell me everything.
Well, she met this guy at a coffee shop, and they hit it off instantly.
That's amazing. I love when that happens.
But then, he completely ghosted her. No explanation, no response to her messages.
That's awful. Poor Sarah. She doesn't deserve that.
I know, right? It's so frustrating when people don't have the decency to communicate.
Definitely. Hopefully,
Hey,
she'll
Nadia,
find
have
someone
you ever
who
tried
appreciates
dating?
it. Oh, yes. I actually met my ex-boyfriend online. It was a disaster.
Oh no. What happened?
He turned out to be nothing like his profile picture. I was catfished.
That's terrible. Did you confront him about it?
No, I just ghosted him. Sometimes it's easier to avoid the drama.
I can understand that. Online dating can be a roller coaster of emotions.
You're telling me. But hey, at least it gives us some good material for our show.
So, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication was key for me. We made sure to have regular video chats and calls.
Did you ever get jealous?
Oh, absolutely. Jealousy is inevitable. But we trusted each other and all out.
That's great advice. Trust and communication are key. Hey
Absolutely.
Nadia, have you ever been on a blind
Have you ever been in a
date?
long-distance relationship? Yeah, I've been on a few. Some were great, some not so much.
Tell me about the worst one you've been on.
Oh boy, where do I even begin? This guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. Did he think it was a costume party or something?
I have no idea. He said he wanted to make a lasting impression, and boy did he succeed.
That's definitely a memorable blind date story. Did you stay or run away?
I ran away as fast as I could. No way I was spending the evening with a clown.
Haha, I can't blame you. It's always good to have an escape plan in those situations. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty of times, Priya. Some were hilarious.
Tell me one of those hilarious stories.
Well, there was this one time when my blind date turned out to be my best friend's ex.
Oh no, that sounds awkward. How did you handle it?
Well, I decided to be honest with my best friend and talk to her about it. We had a good laugh.
That's a great way to handle it. Communication is key in any relationship.
Absolutely, Priya. Without communication, things can get messy.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, all the time. It's like a game of roulette.
You never know what you're gonna get.
I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. Did you run away or give it a chance?
Well, I thought, if he's willing to make a fool of himself for a laugh, he might be fun.
And how did it go?
Let's just say that chicken suit turned out to be a real wingman.
Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, you know I can't handle not having someone to cuddle with every night.
But a long-distance relationship can be exciting. You get to have the best of both worlds.
I guess you're right. It can be an opportunity for personal growth and independence.
Exactly. And absence makes the heart grow fonder. It can make your relationship even stronger.
I just don't know how I'd survive without physical intimacy for that long.
Well, there are other ways to stay connected, like video calls and sending romantic surprises.
You make it sound so tempting. Maybe I should give it a try.
You never know, Nadia. You might just find the love of your life across the miles. So, have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh, I have a funny story about a blind date.
Do tell, Nadia. I'm all ears.
Well, I once went on a blind date and the guy turned out to be my cousin.
No way. That's hilarious.
Yeah, we realized it when we started talking about our families.
That must have been quite the surprise. Hey
Definitely.
Nadia, have you ever
Needless
been
to
on
say,
a blind
we
date?
didn't go on a second date. Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm more of a meet someone at a comedy show kind of girl. But tell me, have you ever been on one?
Yes, I have actually. It was a total disaster. The guy showed up wearing socks with sandals, and he couldn't stop talking about his pet iguana.
Oh wow, that does sound like a disaster. I guess blind dates can be hit or miss. But hey, at least you have a funny story to tell now.
True, true. It definitely made for a good laugh later on. So, what's the worst date you've ever been on?
Oh boy, where do I start? There was this one time when the guy kept talking about himself the entire night and didn't even bother asking me a single question. It was like I was on a date with a mirror.
Oh no, that's the worst. It's like he forgot you were even there. Some people just have no manners. But hey, at least we can laugh about it now, right?
Definitely. Laughter is the best medicine, especially when it comes to bad dates. Hey, maybe we should do a whole episode on funny dating stories.
That's actually a great idea. I'm sure our viewers would love to hear some hilarious and relatable dating stories. Let's definitely make it happen. Hey Nadia, have you ever used a dating app?
Oh, all the time. Dating apps are my go-to.
Any interesting stories to share?
Well, there was this one time I went out with a guy who turned out to be my neighbor.
No way. That must have been awkward.
It was. We kept running into each other in the hallway afterwards.
That's hilarious. Well, at least it made for a good story.
Definitely. You never know who you'll meet on those apps.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, let me tell you, I've had my fair share of long-distance shenanigans.
Really? Tell me more. How did you make it work?
Well, communication is key, Priya. We would talk on the phone every day, send cute texts and surprise each other with video calls.
That sounds really sweet. Did it ever get difficult though?
Oh, absolutely. It's not always rainbows and butterflies. The distance can be tough, but if you're committed and trust each other, it's worth it.
I see. Thanks for sharing your experience. Nadia.
Anytime, Priya. Long-distance relationships can be tricky, but they can also be incredibly rewarding. Love no nodes.
That's so true. Yeah. So, have you guys heard about the latest dating trend?
No, what is it?
It's called ghosting. Have you ever experienced that?
Oh yeah, I've definitely been ghosted before. It's the worst.
I know, right? It's so unfair. People should have the decency to communicate.
Exactly. It's not that hard to just say you're not interested anymore.
Exactly. Communication is any relationship.
Well, let's start
Hey
ghosting
Nadia,
less and
have you ever
communicating
tried
more.
online dating?
Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few dating apps before.
Really? Any interesting stories to share?
Oh boy, where do I start? Once, I met a guy who claimed to be a prince from a foreign country.
No way. What?
Well, turns out he was just a regular guy who loved playing dress up.
That's hilarious. did you continue dating him?
Oh no,
Hey Nadia,
I couldn't
have you
trust
ever been on
someone
a
who
blind
pretended
date?
to be a prince. Oh, the horror. I went on one a few months ago.
Tell me more. Did it go horribly wrong?
Oh god, where do I even begin? The guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That sounds like a nightmare.
Oh, it gets worse. He insisted on juggling throughout the entire date.
Wow, that's truly something. I hope you never have to go through that again.
Me too, Priya. A clown juggling on a date is definitely not my idea of romance.
Haha, absolutely not. Let's hope your next blind date is a whole lot better. You won't believe the dating advice I got from my grandmother.
Oh really? What did she say?
She said I should always carry a chapstick on a date.
That's hilarious. Did she give any?
She said it helps with the kissing.
Your grandmother is a genius.
I know, right? She always has the best advice.
We
Hey
should
Nadia,
do a segment
have you
on
ever
dating
been in a
advice from
long-distance
grandparents.
relationship?
Oh, boy, let me tell you, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships. It's like being in a relationship and solitary confinement all at once.
But hey, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Right?
Definitely. It's like a constant test of trust and communication.
Absolutely. And it's all worth it when you finally get to see each other again.
Absolutely. Nothing beats that feeling of finally being in each other's arms.
Long-distance relationships can be tough, but they can also make the love grow stronger. So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I actually had a long-distance relationship
Really?
in college.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We talked on the phone and video chatted every day.
That sounds really sweet. Did it work out in the end?
Unfortunately, it didn't. We grew apart over time.
Ah, I'm sorry to hear that. Hey
It's
Nadia,
okay,
have you
though.
ever been in
We
a
both
long-distance
moved on and found
relationship?
happiness. Oh, definitely. I had a long-distance relationship.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day, whether it was through calls, texts, or video chats.
That's great advice. Communication is definitely important in any relationship.
Absolutely. Trust and understanding are also crucial when you're miles apart.
Yes, definitely. It's important to have that foundation of trust and understanding.
But
Hey
it's
Nadia,
also
have
important
you
to
ever been
make
in a
time for
long-distance
visits and spend
relationship?
quality time together when possible. Oh, plenty. Long distance is my
Really?
middle name.
How did you make it work?
Lots of late night video calls, Priya, and sending each other surprise care packages.
That sounds so sweet.
It was, but it also took a lot of trust and communication.
I bet. Long distance can be tough, but it's worth it for the right person.
Absolutely, Priya. Love knows no distance.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I love blind dates. They are like a surprise party, but without the presents.
Well, that's one way to look at it. Any memorable blind date stories?
Oh, I once went on a blind date with a guy who showed up wearing the same outfit as me. Talk about a fashion disaster.
That's hilarious. Did you continue the date or call it a night?
We actually started laughing so hard that we attracted a crowd. We turned it into a mini fashion show.
Wow, that's a unique way to handle an awkward situation. You always know how to turn things around, Nadia.
Well, life is too short to be serious all the time. Gotta find the humor in every situation, right?
Absolutely. Laughter is the best medicine, after all. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, once. It was a disaster.
Oh no, what happened?
Well, he showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt and flip-flops to a fancy restaurant.
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious.
I know, right? I could stop it.
Well, at least you had a good time laughing about it.
True, it definitely makes for a memorable story.
Absolutely. So, any other disastrous dates you've been on?
Yes, I have. It was definitely.
Oh, tell me about it. How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day, and we also planned visits whenever we could.
That's great advice. Trust is also crucial in a long-distance relationship.
Definitely. Without trust, it's nearly impossible to make it work. Have you ever been in a long-distance relationship, Priya?
No,
So,
I haven't,
Priya,
but I've
have you
seen
ever been
couples
on a
who
blind
successfully made it work. Oh, you bet. Let me tell you about this one time. I met this guy at a coffee shop, and he seemed really sweet. But when we met for dinner, he spent the whole time talking about himself.
Oh no, that's the worst. Did you give him another chance?
I did, but it was more of the same. He just couldn't stop talking about himself.
Ugh, some people just don't know how to have a conversation.
Exactly. It's like they don't even realize there's another person in the conversation.
Hey, it's
Hey
like
Nadia,
they don't
have
even
you ever
realize
had a
there's
blind
another conversation. Yeah, I've been on a few blind dates before. They can be quite an adventure.
Tell me about your most memorable blind date.
Oh, where do I even start? There was this one time when I showed up and my date had brought his pet lizard along.
No way. What did you do?
Well, I love animals, but I wasn't quite prepared to have a lizard as my third wheel. We had a good laugh about it though.
That's hilarious. I can't even imagine bringing a pet on a blind date. It must have been quite the icebreaker.
Definitely. It definitely made for an interesting story, that's sure.
Hope you don't. And that's a wrap for today's episode of Love Whisperer. We hope you enjoyed our advice and had some laughs along the way.
Don't forget to follow us on social media for more relationship tips and hilarious content.
We love hearing from you, so keep those relationship questions coming.
Remember, everyone deserves love and has.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Hey, Nova, have you ever wondered if the universe is just a giant piece of abstract art?
Well, Kai, as a psychologist, I would say that art can be a powerful expression of the human experience. So, in a way, the universe itself could be seen as a masterpiece.